Section 50 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 94, to William Carmichael, Paris, August 18, 1785. Dear Sir, my last to you was of June the 22nd, with a postscript of July the 14th. Yours of June the 27th came to hand the 23rd of July, and that of July the 28th came to hand the 10th instant. The papers enclosed in the last shall be communicated to Mr. Adams. I see with extreme satisfaction and gratitude the friendly interposition of the court of Spain with the Emperor of Morocco on the subject of the brig Betsy, and I am persuaded it will produce the happiest effects in America. Those who are entrusted with the public affairs there are sufficiently sensible how essentially it is for our interest to cultivate peace with Spain, and they will be pleased to see a corresponding disposition in that court. The late good office of emancipating a number of our countrymen from slavery is peculiarly calculated to produce a sensation among our people and to dispose them to relish and adopt the pacific and friendly views of their leaders toward Spain. We hear nothing yet of Mr. Lamb. I have therefore lately proposed to Mr. Adams that if he does not come in the French or English packet of this month, we will wait no longer. If he accedes to the proposition, you will be sure of hearing of, and perhaps of seeing, some agent proceeding on that business. The immense sum said to have been proposed on the part of Spain to Algiers leaves us little hope of satisfying their avarice. It may happen, then, that the interests of Spain and America may call for a concert of proceedings against that state. The dispositions of the Emperor of Morocco give us better hopes there. May not the affairs of the Mosquito Coast and our western ports produce another instance of a common interest? Indeed, I meet this correspondence of interest in so many quarters that I look with anxiety to the issue of Mr. Godefroy's mission, hoping it will be a removal of the only difficulty at present subsisting between the two nations, or which is likely to arise. Congress are not likely to adjourn this summer. They have purchased the Indian right of soil to about 50 millions of acres of land between the Ohio and lakes, and expected to make another purchase of an equal quantity. They have, in consequence, passed an ordinance for disposing of their lands, and I think it a very judicious one. They propose to sell them at auction for not less than $1 an acre, receiving their own certificates of debt as money. I am of opinion all the certificates of our domestic debt will immediately be exchanged for land. Our foreign debt, in that case, will soon be discharged. New York and Rhode Island still refuse the impost. A general disposition is taking place to commit the whole management of our commerce to Congress. This has been much promoted by the interested policy of England, which, it was apparent, could not be counterworked by the states separately. In the meantime, the other great towns are acceding to the proceedings of Boston for annihilating, in a great measure, their commercial connections with Great Britain. I will send the cipher by a gentleman who goes from here to Madrid about a month hence. It shall be a copy of the one I gave Mr. Adams. The letter of Don Gomez has been delivered at the hotel of the Portuguese ambassador, who is, however, in the country. I am with much respect, dear sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 95, to Peter Carr, Paris, August 19, 1785. Dear Peter, I received by Mr. Mazet your letter of April the 20th. I am much mortified to hear that you have lost so much time, and that when you arrived in Williamsburg, you were not at all advanced from where you were when you left Monticello. Time now begins to be precious to you. Every day you lose will retard a day your entrance on that public stage whereon you may begin to be useful to yourself. However, the way to repair the loss is to improve the future time. I trust that with your dispositions, even the acquisition of science is a pleasing employment. I can assure you that the possession of it is what, next to an honest heart, will above all things render you dear to your friends, and give you fame and promotion in your own country. When your mind shall be well improved with science, nothing will be necessary to place you in the highest points of view, but to pursue the interests of your country, the interests of your friends, and your own interests also, with the purest integrity, the most chaste honor. The defect of these virtues can never be made up by all the other acquirements of body and mind. Make these, then, your first object. Give up money, give up fame, give up science, give the earth itself and all it contains, rather than do an immoral act, and never suppose that in any possible situation or under any circumstances it is best for you to do a dishonorable thing, however slightly so it may appear to you. Whenever you are to do a thing, though it can never be known but to yourself, ask yourself how you would act were all the world looking at you, and act accordingly. Encourage all your virtuous dispositions, and exercise them whenever an opportunity arises, being assured that they will gain strength by exercise, as a limb of the body does, and that exercise will make them habitual. From the practice of the purest virtue, you may be assured you will derive the most sublime comforts in every moment of life and in the moment of death. If ever you find yourself environed with difficulties and perplexing circumstances, out of which you are at a loss how to extricate yourself, do what is right, and be assured that that will extricate you the best out of the worst situations. Though you cannot see, when you take one step, what will be the next, yet follow truth, justice, and plain dealing, and never fear their leading you out of the labyrinth in the easiest manner possible. The knot which you thought a Gordian one will untie itself before you. Nothing is so mistaken as the supposition that a person is to extricate himself from a difficulty by intrigue, by chicanery, by dissimulation, by trimming, by an untruth, by an injustice. This increases the difficulties tenfold, and those who pursue these methods get themselves so involved at length that they can turn no way, but their infamy becomes more exposed. It is of great importance to set a resolution not to be shaken, never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and he who permits himself to tell a lie once finds it much easier to do it a second and third time, till at length it becomes habitual. He tells lies without attending to it, and truths without the world's believing him. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time depraves all its good dispositions. An honest heart being the first blessing, a knowing head is the second. It is time for you now to begin to be choice in your reading, to begin to pursue a regular course in it, and not to suffer yourself to be turned to the right or left by reading anything out of that course. I have long ago digested a plan for you suited to the circumstances in which you will be placed. This I will detail to you from time to time as you advance. For the present, I advise you to begin a course of ancient history, reading everything in the original and not in translations. First, read Goldsmith's History of Greece. This will give you a digested view of that field. Then take up ancient history in the detail, reading the following books in the following order: Herodotus, Thucydides, Xenophontus Hellenica, Xenophontus Anabaeса, Arrian, Quintus Curtius, Diodorus Siculus, Justine. This shall form the first stage of your historical reading, and is all I need mention to you now. The next will be of Roman history. Footnote: Livy, Sallust, Caesar, Cicero's epistles, Suetonius, Tacitus, Gibbon. Returning to the text, from that we will come down to modern history. In Greek and Latin poetry, you have read or will read at school Virgil, Terence, Horace, Anacreon, Theocritus, Homer, Euripides, Sophocles. Read also Milton's Paradise Lost, Shakespeare, Ossian, Pope's, and Swift's works in order to form your style in your own language. In morality, read Epicletus, Xenophontis Memorabilia, Plato's Socratic Dialogues, Cicero's Philosophies, Antonius and Seneca. In order to assure a certain progress in this reading, consider what hours you have free from the school and the exercises of the school. Give about 2 of them every day to exercise, for health must not be sacrificed to learning. A strong body makes the mind strong. As to the species of exercise, I advise the gun. While this gives a moderate exercise to the body, it gives boldness, enterprise, and independence to the mind. Games played with the ball and others of that nature are too violent for the body and stamp no character on the mind. Let your gun, therefore, be the constant companion of your walks. Never think of taking a book with you. The object of walking is to relax the mind. You should therefore not permit yourself even to think while you walk, but divert your attention by the objects surrounding you. Walking is the best possible exercise. Habituate yourself to walk very far. The Europeans value themselves on having subdued the horse to the uses of man, but I doubt whether we have not lost more than we have gained by the use of this animal. No one has occasioned so much the degeneracy of the human body. An Indian goes on foot nearly as far in a day for a long journey as an enfeebled white does on his horse, and he will tire the best horses. There is no habit you will value so much as that of walking far without fatigue. I would advise you to take your exercise in the afternoon, not because it is the best time for exercise, for certainly it is not, but because it is the best time to spare from your studies, and habit will soon reconcile it to health and render it nearly as useful as if you gave to that the more precious hours of the day. A little walk of half an hour in the morning when you first rise is advisable also. It shakes off sleep and produces other good effects to the animal economy. Rise at a fixed and an early hour, and go to bed at a fixed and early hour also. Sitting up late at night is injurious to the health and not useful to the mind. Having ascribed proper hours to exercise, divide what remain, of your vacant hours, into 3 portions. Give the principal to history, the other 2, which should be shorter, to philosophy and poetry. Write to me once every month or 2, and let me know the progress you make. Tell me in what manner you employ every hour in the day. The plan I have proposed for you is adapted to your present situation only. When that is changed, I shall propose a corresponding change of plan. I have ordered the following books to be sent to you from London, to the care of Mr. Madison: Herodotus, Euthycides, Xenophon's Hellenics, Anabasis and Memorabilia, Cicero's works, Baretti's Spanish and English Dictionary, Martin's Philosophical Grammar, and Martin's Philosophia Britannica. I will send you the following from hence: Bezout's Mathematiques, de Lalande's Astronomy, Muschenbrock's Physics, Quintus Curtius, Justin, a Spanish grammar, and some Spanish books. You will observe that Martin, Bezout, de Lalande, and Muschenbrock are not in the preceding plan. They are not to be opened till you go to the university. You are now, I expect, learning French. You must push this, because the books which will be put into your hands when you advance into mathematics, natural philosophy, natural history, etc., will be mostly French, these sciences being better treated by the French than the English writers. Our further connection with Spain renders that the most necessary of the modern languages after the French. When you become a public man, you may have occasion for it, and the circumstance of your possessing that language may give you a preference over other candidates. I have nothing further to add for the present, but husband well your time, cherish your instructors, strive to make everybody your friend, and be assured that nothing will be so pleasing as your success, to dear Peter. Yours affectionately, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 96 to John Page, Paris, August 20th, 1785. Dear Page, I received your friendly letter of April the 28th by Mr. Mazet on the 22nd of July. That of the month before, by Monsieur Le Croix, has not come to hand. This correspondence is grateful to some of my warmest feelings, as the friendships of my youth are those which adhere closest to me, and which I most confide. My principal happiness is now in the retrospect of life. I thank you for your notes of your operations on the Pennsylvania boundary. I'm in hopes that from yourself, Madison, Rittenhouse, or Hutchings, I shall receive a chart of the line as actually run. It will be a great present to me. I think Hutchings promised to send it to me. I have been much pleased to hear you had it in contemplation to endeavor to establish Rittenhouse in our college. This would be an immense acquisition, and would draw youth to it from every part of the continent. You will do much more the honor to our society on reviving it by placing him at its head, than so useless a member as I should be. I have been so long diverted from this my favorite line, and that, too, without acquiring an attachment to my adopted one, that I have become a mongrel of no decided order, unowned by any, and incapable of serving any. I should feel myself out of my true place, too, to stand before McClurg. But why withdraw yourself? You have more zeal, more application, and more constant attention to the subjects proper to the society, and can therefore serve them best. The affair of the Emperor and Dutch is settled, though not signed. The particulars have not yet transpired. That of the Bavarian exchange is dropped, and his views on Venice defeated. The alliance of Russia with Venice, to prevent his designs in that quarter, and that of the Hanoverian elector with the King of Prussia and other members of the Germanic body, to prevent his acquisition of Bavaria, leave him in a solitary situation. In truth, he has lost much reputation by his late maneuvers. He is a restless, ambitious character, aiming at everything, persevering in nothing, taking up designs without calculating the force which will be opposed to him, and dropping them on the appearance of firm opposition. He has some just views and much activity. The only quarter in which the peace of Europe seems at present capable of being disturbed is on that of the Porta. It is believed that the Emperor and Empress have schemes in contemplation for driving the Turks out of Europe. Were this with a view to re-establish the native Greeks in the sovereignty of their own country, I could wish them success, and to see driven from that delightful country a set of barbarians with whom an opposition to all science is an article of religion. The modern Greek is not yet so far departed from its ancient model, but that we might still hope to see the language of Homer and Demosthenes flow with purity from the lips of a free and ingenious people. But these powers have an object to divide the country between themselves. This is only to substitute one set of barbarians for another, breaking at the same time the balance among the European powers. You have been told with truth that the Emperor of Morocco has shown a disposition to enter into treaty with us, but not truly that Congress has not attended to his advances and thereby disgusted him. It is long since they took measures to meet his advances, but some unlucky incidents have delayed their effect. His dispositions continue good, As a proof of this, he has lately released freely and clothed well the crew of an American brig he took last winter, the only vessel ever taken from us by any of the states of Barbary. But what is the English of these good dispositions? Plainly this: he is ready to receive us into the number of his tributaries. What will be the amount of tribute remains yet to be known, but it probably will not be as small as you may have conjectured. It will surely be more than a free people ought to pay to a power owning only 4 or 5 frigates under 22 guns. He has not a port into which a larger vessel can enter. The Algerines possess 15 or 20 frigates from that size up to 50 guns. Disinclination on their part has lately broken off a treaty between Spain and them, whereon they were to have received $1,000,000, besides great presents in naval stores. What sum they intend we shall pay, I cannot say. Then follow Tunis and Tripoli. You will probably find the tribute to all these powers make such a proportion of the federal taxes as that every man will feel them sensibly when he pays those taxes. The question is whether their peace or war will be cheapest. But it is a question which should be addressed to our honor as well as our avarice. Nor does it respect us as to these pirates only, but as to the nations of Europe. If we wish our commerce to be free and uninsulted, we must let these nations see that we have an energy which at present they disbelieve. The low opinion they entertain of our powers cannot fail to involve us soon in a naval war. I shall send you with this if I can, and if not, then by the first good conveyance, the Connaissance de Temps for the years 1786 and 1787, being all as yet published. You will find in these the tables for the planet Herschel, as far as the observations hitherto made admit them to be calculated. You will see also that Herschel was only the first astronomer who discovered it to be a planet, and not the first who saw it. Mayer saw it in the year 1756 and placed it in a catalogue of his zodiacal stars, supposing it to be such. A Prussian astronomer in the year 1781 observed that the 964th star of Mayer's catalogue was missing, and the calculations now prove that at the time Mayer saw his 964th star, the planet Herschel should have been precisely in the place where he noted that star. I shall send you also a little publication here called the Bibliothèque Physico-Économique. It will communicate all the improvements and new discoveries in the arts and sciences made in Europe for some years past. I shall be happy to hear from you often. Details, political and literary, and even of the small history of our country, are the most pleasing communications possible. Present me affectionately to Mrs. Page and to your family, in the members of which, though unknown to me, I feel an interest on account of their parents. Believe me to be, with warm esteem, dear Page, your sincere friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 97 to John J. Paris, August 23, 1785. Private. Dear Sir, I shall sometimes ask your permission to write you letters, not official, but private. The present is of this kind, and is occasioned by the question proposed in yours of June the 14th, whether it would be useful to us to carry all our own productions or none. Were we perfectly free to decide this question, I should reason as follows. We have now lands enough to employ an infinite number of people in their cultivation. Cultivators of the earth are the most valuable citizens. They are the most vigorous, the most independent, the most virtuous, and they are tied to our country, and wedded to its liberty and interests by the most lasting bonds. As long, therefore, as they can find employment in this line, I would not convert them into mariners, artisans, or anything else. But our citizens will find employment in this line till their numbers, and of course their productions, become too great for the demand, both internal and foreign. This is not the case as yet, and probably will not be for a considerable time. As soon as it is, the surplus of hands must be turned to something else. I should then perhaps wish to turn them to the sea in preference to manufactures, because, comparing the characters of the two classes, I find the former the most valuable citizens. I consider the class of artificers as the panders of vice, and the instruments by which the liberties of a country are generally overturned. However, we are not free to decide this question on principles of theory only. Our people are decided in the opinion that it is necessary for us to take a share in the occupation of the ocean, and their established habits induce them to require that the sea be kept open to them, and that limited policy be pursued which will render the use of that element to them as great as possible. I think it a duty in those entrusted with the administration of their affairs to conform themselves to the decided choice of their constituents, and that therefore we should in every instance preserve an equality of right to them in the transportation of commodities, in the right of fishing, and in the other uses of the sea. But what will be the consequence? Frequent wars, without a doubt. Their property will be violated on the sea and in foreign ports. Their persons will be insulted, imprisoned, etc., for pretended debts, contracts, crimes, contraband, etc., etc. These insults must be resented, even if we had no feelings, yet to prevent their eternal repetition, or in other words, our commerce on the ocean and in other countries must be paid for by frequent war. The justest dispositions possible in ourselves will not secure us against it. It would be necessary that all other nations were just also. Justice, indeed, on our part, will save us from those wars which would have been produced by a contrary disposition. But how can we prevent those produced by the wrongs of other nations? By putting ourselves in a condition to punish them. Weakness provokes insult and injury, while a condition to punish often prevents them. This reasoning leads to the necessity of some naval force, that being the only weapon with which we can reach an enemy. I think it to our interest to punish the first insult, because an insult unpunished is the parent of many others. We are not at this moment in a condition to do it, but we should put ourselves into it as soon as possible. If a war with England should take place, it seems to me that the first thing necessary would be a resolution to abandon the carrying trade, because we cannot protect it. Foreign nations must, in that case, be invited to bring us what we want, and to take our productions in their own bottoms. This alone could prevent the loss of those productions to us, and the acquisition of them to our enemy. Our seamen might be employed in depredations on their trade, but how dreadfully we shall suffer on our coasts if we have no force on the water, former experience has taught us. Indeed, I look forward with horror to the very possible case of war with a European power, and think there is no protection against them but from the possession of some force on the sea. Our vicinity to their West India possessions and to the fisheries is a bridle which a small naval force on our part would hold in the mouths of the most powerful of these countries. I hope our land office will rid us of our debts, and that our first attention then will be to the beginning a naval force of some sort. This alone can countenance our people as carriers on the water, and I suppose them to be determined to continue such. I wrote you 2 public letters on the 14th instant, since which I have received yours of July the 13th. I shall always be pleased to receive from you, in a private way, such communications as you might not choose to put into a public letter. I have the honor to be, with very sincere esteem, dear sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 98 to Colonel Monroe, Paris, August 28, 1785. Dear Sir, I wrote you on the 5th of July by Mr. Franklin, and on the 12th of the same month by Monsieur Houdin. Since that date, yours of June the 16th by Mr. Mazet has been received. Everything looks like peace here. The settlement between the Emperor and Dutch is not yet published, but it is believed to be agreed on. Nothing is done as yet between him and the Porte. He is much wounded by the confederation of several of the Germanic body, at the head of which is the King of Prussia, and to which the King of England, as Elector of Hanover, is believed to accede. The object is to preserve the constitution of that empire. It shows that these princes entertain serious jealousies of the ambition of the emperor, and this will very much endanger the election of his nephew as King of the Romans. A late arrêt of this court against the admission of British manufactures produces a great sensation in England. I wish it may produce a disposition there to receive our commerce in all their dominions on advantageous terms. This is the only balm which can heal the wounds that it has received. It is but too true that that country furnished markets for 3/4 of the exports of the 8 northernmost states, a truth not proper to be spoken of, but which should influence our proceedings with them. The July French packet having arrived without bringing any news of Mr. Lamb, if the English one of the same month be also arrived without news of him, I expect Mr. Adams will concur with me in sending some other person to treat with the Barbary States. Mr. Barclay is willing to go, and I have proposed him to Mr. Adams, but have not yet received his answer. The peace expected between Spain and Algiers will probably not take place. It is said the former was to have given $1 million. Would it not be prudent to send a minister to Portugal? Our commerce with that country is very important, perhaps more so than with any other country in Europe. It is possible, too, that they might permit our whaling vessels to refresh in Brazil, or give some other indulgences in America. The lethargic character of their ambassador here gives a very unhopeful aspect to a treaty on this ground. I lately spoke with him on the subject, and he has promised to interest himself in obtaining an answer from his court. I have waited to see what is the pleasure of Congress as to the secretaryship of my office here, that is, to see whether they propose to appoint a secretary of legation or leave me to appoint a private secretary. Colonel Humphries' occupation in the dispatches and records of the matters which relate to the general commissions does not afford him leisure to aid me in my office, were I entitled to ask that aid. In the meantime, the long papers which often accompany the communications between the ministers here and myself, and the other business of the office, absolutely require a scribe. I shall, therefore, on Mr. Short's return from The Hague, appoint him my private secretary, till Congress shall think proper to signify their pleasure. The salary allowed Mr. Franklin in the same office was $1,000 a year. I shall presume that Mr. Short may draw the same allowance from the funds of the United States here. As soon as I shall have made this appointment, I shall give official notice of it to Mr. J., that Congress may, if they disapprove it, say so. I am much pleased with your land ordinance, and think it improved from the first in the most material circumstances. I had mistaken the object of the division of the lands among the states. I am sanguine in my expectations of lessening our debts by this fund, and have expressed my expectations to the minister and others here. I see by the public papers you have adopted the dollar as your money unit. In the arrangement of coins I proposed, I ought to have inserted a gold coin of $5, which, being within 2 shillings of the value of a guinea, would be very convenient. The English papers are so incessantly repeating their lies about the tumults, the anarchy, the bankruptcies and distresses of America, that these ideas prevail very generally in Europe. At a large table where I dined the other day, A gentleman from Switzerland expressed his apprehensions for the fate of Dr. Franklin, as he said he had been informed that he would be received with stones by the people, who were generally dissatisfied with the revolution and incensed against all those who had assisted in bringing it about. I told him his apprehensions were just, and that the people of America would probably salute Dr. Franklin with the same stones they had thrown at the Marquis Fayette. The reception of the doctor is an object of very general attention, and will weigh in Europe as an evidence of the satisfaction or dissatisfaction of America with their revolution. As you are to be in Williamsburg early in November, this is the last letter I shall write you till about that time. I am, with very sincere esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 99. To Captain John Paul Jones, Paris, August 29, 1785. Sir, I received this moment a letter from the Marechal de Castres, of which the enclosed is a copy, having engaged to him to solicit orders for the payment of any part of this money due to French subjects to be made here, and moreover engaged that, in the meantime, I will order payment, should any such claimants offer themselves. I pray you to furnish me with all evidence you can as to what French subjects may be entitled to any part of the moneys you will receive, and to how much, each of them, and also to advise me by what means I can obtain a certain roll of all such claimants. I am, sir, with great esteem, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 100. To John Jay, Paris, August 30th, 1785. Sir, I had the honor of writing to you on the 14th instant by a Mr. Cannon of Connecticut, who was to sail in the packet. Since that date, yours of July the 13th has come to hand. The times for the sailing of the packets being somewhat deranged, I avail myself of a conveyance for the present by the Mr. Fitzhughs of Virginia, who expect to land at Philadelphia. I enclose you a correspondence which has taken place between the Marechal de Castres, Minister of the Marine, and myself. It is on the subject of the prize money due to the officers and crew of the Alliance for prizes taken in Europe under the command of Captain Jones. That officer has been here, under the direction of Congress, near 2 years, soliciting the liquidation and payment of that money. Infinite delays had retarded the liquidation till the month of June. It was expected, when the liquidation was announced to be completed, that the money was to be received. The Marechal de Castres doubted the authority of Captain Jones to receive it, and wrote to me for information. I wrote him the letter dated July the 10th, which seemed to clear away that difficulty. Another arose. A Mr. Pulkenberg presented powers to receive the money. I wrote then the letter of August the 3rd, and received that of the Marechal de Castres of August the 12th, acknowledging he was satisfied as to this difficulty, but announcing another, to wit, that possibly some French subjects might have been on board the Alliance, and therefore that Captain Jones ought to give security for the repayment of their portions. Captain Jones had before told me there was not a Frenchman on board that vessel, but the captain. I inquired of Mr. Barclay. He told me he was satisfied there was not one. Here then was a mere possibility, a shadow of a right, opposed to a certain, to a substantial one which existed in the mass of the crew, and which was likely to be delayed. For it was not to be expected that Captain Jones could, in a strange country, find the security required. These difficulties I suppose to have been conjured up, one after another, by Mr. Pulkenberg, who wanted to get hold of the money. I saw but one way to cut short these everlasting delays, which were ruining the officer soliciting the payment of the money, and keeping our seamen out of what they had hardly fought for years ago. This was to undertake to ask an order from Congress for the payment of any French claimants by their banker in Paris, and in the meantime to undertake to order such payment should any such claimant prove his title, before the pleasure of Congress should be made known to me. I consulted with Mr. Barclay, who seemed satisfied I might venture this undertaking, because no such claim could be presented. I therefore wrote the letter of August the 17th, and received that of August the 26th, finally closing this tedious business. Should what I have done not meet the approbation of Congress, I would pray their immediate sense, because it is not probable that the whole of this money will be paid so hastily, but that their orders may arrive in time to stop a sufficiency for any French claimants who may possibly exist. The following paragraph of a letter from Captain Jones, dated Lorient, August the 25th, 1785, further satisfies me that my undertaking amounted to nothing in fact. He says, quote, "It is impossible that any legal demands should be made on you for French subjects, in consequence of your engagement to the Marechal. The Alliance was manned in America, and I never heard of any person serving on board that frigate who had been born in France, except the captain who, as I was informed, had in America abjured the Church of Rome and been naturalized." Unquote. Should Congress approve what I have done, I will then ask their resolution for the payment, by their banker here, of any such claims as may be properly authenticated, and will moreover pray of you an authentic roll of the crew of the Alliance, with the sums to be allowed to each person, on the subject of which roll Captain Jones, in the letter above mentioned, says, quote, "I carried a set of the rolls with me to America, and before I embarked in the French fleet at Boston, I put them into the hands of Mr. Secretary Livingston, and they were sealed up among the papers of his office when I left America." Unquote. I think it possible that Mr. Pulkenberg may excite claims. Should any name be offered which shall not be found on the roll, it will be a sufficient disproof of the pretension. Should it be found on the roll, it will remain to prove the identity of person, and to inquire if payment may not have been made in America. I conjecture from the Journals of Congress of June the 2nd that Landis, who I believe was the captain, may be in America. As his portion of prize money may be considerable, I hope it will be settled in America, where only it can be known whether any advances have been made him. The person at the head of the post office here says he proposed to Dr. Franklin a convention to facilitate the passage of letters through their office and ours, and that he delivered a draft of the convention proposed that it might be sent to Congress. I think it possible he may be mistaken in this, as, on my mentioning it to Dr. Franklin, he did not recollect any such draft being put into his hands. An answer, however, is expected by them. I mention it that Congress may decide whether they will make any convention on the subject, and on what principle. The one proposed here was that for letters passing hence into America, the French postage should be collected by our post officers and paid every 6 months. And for letters coming from America here, the American postage should be collected by the post officers here and paid to us in like manner. A second plan, however, presents itself. That is, to suppose the sums to be thus collected on each side will be equal, or so nearly equal, that the balance will not pay for the trouble of keeping accounts, and for the little bickerings that the settlement of accounts and demands of the balances may occasion, and therefore to make an exchange of postage. This would better secure our harmony, but I don't know that it would be agreed to here. If not, the other might then be agreed to. I have waited hitherto, supposing that Congress might, possibly, appoint a secretary to the legation here, or signify their pleasure that I should appoint a private secretary to aid me in my office. The communications between the ministers and myself, requiring often that many and long papers should be copied, and that in a shorter time than could be done by myself, were I otherwise unoccupied, other correspondences and proceedings, of all which copies must be retained, and still more the necessity of having some confidential person who, in case of any accident to myself, might be authorized to take possession of the instructions, letters, and other papers of the office, have rendered it absolutely necessary for me to appoint a private secretary. Colonel Humphries finds full occupation, and often more than he can do, in writing and recording the dispatches and proceedings of the general commissions. I shall, therefore, appoint Mr. Short, on his return from The Hague, with an express condition that the appointment shall cease whenever Congress shall think it proper to make any other arrangement. He will, of course, expect the allowance heretofore made to the private secretaries of the ministers, which I believe has been $1,000 a year. An improvement is made here in the construction of muskets, which it may be interesting to Congress to know, should they at any time propose to procure any. It consists in the making every part of them so exactly alike that what belongs to any one may be used for every other musket in the magazine. The government here has examined and approved the method, and is establishing a large manufactory for the purpose of putting it into execution. As yet, the inventor has only completed the lock of the musket on this plan. He will proceed immediately to have the barrel, stock, and their parts executed in the same way. Supposing it might be useful to the United States, I went to the workman. He presented me the parts of 50 locks taken to pieces and arranged in compartments. I put several together myself, taking pieces at hazard as they came to hand, and they fitted in the most perfect manner. The advantages of this, when arms need repair, are evident. He effects it by tools of his own contrivance, which at the same time abridge the work, so that he thinks he shall be able to furnish the musket 2 liers cheaper than the common price. But it will be 2 or 3 years before he will be able to furnish any quantity. I mention it now, as it may have an influence on the plan for furnishing our magazines with this arm. Everything in Europe remains as when I wrote you last. The peace between Spain and Algiers has the appearance of being broken off. The French packet having arrived without Mr. Lamb, or any news of him, I await Mr. Adams's acceding to the proposition mentioned in my last. I send you the gazettes of Leyden and France to this date, and have the honor to be, with the highest respect and esteem, Sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 50. Section 51 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 101 to James Madison, Paris, September 1st, 1785. Dear Sir, my last to you by Monsieur de Desbordes was dated May the 11th. Since that, I have received yours of January the 22nd, with 6 copies of the revisal, and that of April the 27th by Mr. Mazet. All is quiet here. The Emperor and Dutch have certainly agreed, though they have not published their agreement. Most of his schemes in Germany must be postponed if they are not prevented by the confederacy of many of the Germanic body, at the head of which is the King of Prussia, and to which the Elector of Hanover is supposed to have acceded. The object of the League is to preserve the members of the Empire in their present state. I doubt whether the jealousy entertained of this prince, and which is so fully evidenced by this League, may not defeat the election of his nephew to be King of the Romans, and thus produce an instance of breaking the lineal succession. Nothing is as yet done between him and the Turks. If anything is produced in that quarter, it will not be for this year. The court of Madrid has obtained the delivery of the crew of the brig Betsy, taken by the Emperor of Morocco. The Emperor had treated them kindly, new-clothed them, and delivered them to the Spanish minister, who sent them to Cadiz. This is the only American vessel ever taken by the Barbary States. The Emperor continues to give proofs of his desire to be in friendship with us, or, in other words, of receiving us into the number of his tributaries. Nothing further need be feared from him. I wish the Algerines may be as easily dealt with. I fancy the peace expected between them and Spain is not likely to take place. I am well informed that the late proceedings in America have produced a wonderful sensation in England in our favor. I mean the disposition which seems to be becoming general to invest Congress with the regulation of our commerce, and in the meantime, the measures taken to defeat the avidity of the British government grasping at our carrying business. I can add with truth that it was not till these symptoms appeared in America that I have been able to discover the smallest token of respect toward the United States in any part of Europe. There was an enthusiasm towards us all over Europe at the moment of the peace. The torrent of lies published unremittingly in every day's London paper first made an impression and produced a coolness. The republication of these lies in most of the papers of Europe, done probably by authority of the governments to discourage emigrations, carried them home to the belief of every mind. They supposed everything in America was anarchy, tumult, and civil war. The reception of the Marquis Fayette gave a check to these ideas. The late proceedings seem to be producing a decisive vibration in our favor. I think it possible that England may ply before them. It is a nation which nothing but views of interest can govern. If they produce us good there, they will here also. The defeat of the Irish propositions is also in our favor. I have at length made up the purchase of books for you, as far as it can be done at present. The objects which I have not yet been able to get I shall continue to seek for. Those purchased are packed this morning in 2 trunks, and you have the catalogue and prices herein enclosed. The future charges of transportation shall be carried into the next bill. The amount of the present is 1,154 livres, 13 sous, which, reckoning the French crown of 6 livres at 6 shillings and 8 pence, Virginia money, is 64 pounds, 3 shillings, which sum you will be so good as to keep in your hands, to be used occasionally in the education of my nephews when the regular resources disappoint you. To the same use I would pray you to apply 25 guineas, which I have lent the 2 Mr. Fitzhughs of Marmion, and which I have desired them to repay into your hands. You will, of course, deduct the price of the revisals and of any other articles you may have been so kind as to pay for me. Greek and Roman authors are dearer here than, I believe, anywhere in the world. Nobody here reads them, wherefore they are not reprinted. Don Ulloa in the original is not to be found. The collection of tracts on the economies of different nations we cannot find, nor Amelot's Travels into China. I shall send these 2 trunks of book to Havre, there to wait a conveyance to America, for as to the fixing the packets there, it is as uncertain as ever. The other articles you mention will be procured as far as they can be. Knowing that some of them would be better got in London, I commissioned Mr. Short, who was going there, to get them. He is not yet returned. They will be of such a nature as that I can get some gentleman who may be going to America to take them in his portmanteau. Le Maire being now able to stand on his own legs, there will be no necessity for your advancing him the money I desired, if it is not already done. I am anxious to hear from you on the subject of my notes on Virginia. I have been obliged to give so many of them here that I fear their getting published. I have received an application from the directors of the public buildings to procure them a plan for their capital. I shall send them one taken from the best morsel of ancient architecture now remaining. It has obtained the approbation of 15 or 16 centuries, and is therefore preferable to any design which might be newly contrived. It will give more room, be more convenient, and cost less than the plan they sent me. Pray encourage them to wait for it and to execute it. It will be superior in beauty to anything in America, and not inferior to anything in the world. It is very simple. Have you got a copying press? If you have not, you should get one. Mine, exclusive of paper, which costs a guinea a ream, has cost me about 14 guineas. I would give 10 times that sum to have had it from the date of the Stamp Act. I hope you will be so good as to continue your communications, both of the great and small kind, which are equally useful to me. Be assured of the sincerity with which I am, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 102 to Mrs. Dumas and Short, Paris, September 1st, 1785. Gentlemen, I have been duly honored with the receipt of your separate letters of August 23rd, and should sooner have returned an answer, but that you had written also to Mr. Adams. I thought it possible I might receive his sentiments on the subject in time for the post. Not thinking it proper to lose the occasion of the post, I have concluded to communicate to you my separate sentiments, which you will of course pay attention to only so far as they may concur with what you shall receive from Mr. Adams. On a review of our letters to the Baron de Meusneir, I do not find that we had proposed that the treaty should be done in 2 columns, the one English and the other what he should think proper. We certainly intended to have proposed it. We had agreed together that it should be an article of system with us, and the omission of it in this instance has been accidental. My own opinion, therefore, is that to avoid the appearance of urging new propositions when everything appeared to be arranged, we should agree to consider the French column as the original, if the Baron de Meusneir thinks himself bound to insist on it. But if the practice of his court will admit of the execution in the 2 languages, each to be considered as equally original, it would be very pleasing to me, as it will accommodate it to our views, relieve us from the embarrassment of this precedent, which may be urged against us on other occasions, and be more agreeable to our country, where the French language is spoken by very few. This method will be also attended with the advantage that if any expression in any part of the treaty is equivocal in the one language, its true sense will be known by the corresponding passage in the other. The errors of the copyist in the French column you will correct, of course. I have the honor to be, with very high esteem, gentlemen, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 103 to John Adams, Paris, September 4th, 1785. Dear Sir, on receipt of your favors of August the 18th and 23rd, I conferred with Mr. Barclay on the measures necessary to be taken to set our treaty with the piratical states into motion through his agency. Supposing that we should begin with the Emperor of Morocco, a letter to the Emperor and instructions to Mr. Barclay seemed necessary. I have therefore sketched such outlines for these as appear to me to be proper. You will be so good as to detract, add to, or alter them as you please, to return such as you approve under your signature, to which I will add mine. A person understanding English, French, and Italian, and at the same time meriting confidence, was not to be met with here. Colonel Franks, understanding the first 2 languages perfectly, and a little Spanish instead of Italian, occurred to Mr. Barclay as the fittest person he could employ for a secretary. We think his allowance, exclusive of his traveling expenses and his board, which will be paid by Mr. Barclay in common with his own, should be between 100 and 150 guineas a year. Fix it where you please between these limits. What is said in the instructions to Mr. Barclay, as to his own allowance, was proposed by himself. My idea, as to the partition of the whole sum to which we are limited, $80,000, was that 1/2 of it should be kept in reserve for the Algerines. They certainly possess more than half of the whole power of the piratical states. I thought then that Morocco might claim half of the remainder, that is to say, 1/4 of the whole. For this reason, in the instructions, I propose $20,000 as the limit of the expenses of the Morocco treaty. Be so good as to think of it and make it what you please. I should be more disposed to enlarge than abridge it, on account of their neighborhood to our Atlantic trade. I did not think that these papers should be trusted through the post office, and therefore, as Colonel Franks is engaged in the business, he comes with them. Passing by the diligence, the whole expense will not exceed 12 or 14 guineas. I suppose we are bound to avail ourselves of the cooperation of France. I will join you, therefore, in any letter you think proper to write to the Count de Vergennes. Would you think it expedient to write to Mr. Carmichael, to interest the interposition of the Spanish court? I will join you in anything of this kind you will originate. In short, be so good as to supply whatever you may think necessary. With respect to the money, Mr. Jay's information to you was that it was to be drawn from Holland. It will rest, therefore, with you to avail Mr. Barclay of that fund, either by your draft or by a letter of credit to the bankers in his favor, to the necessary amount. I imagine the Dutch consul at Morocco may be rendered a useful character in the remittances of money to Mr. Barclay while at Morocco. You were apprised, by a letter from Mr. Short, of the delay which had arisen in the execution of the treaty with Prussia. I wrote a separate letter, of which I enclose you a copy, hoping it would meet one from you and set them again into motion. I have the honor to be, with the highest respect, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. The following are the sketches of the letter to the Emperor of Morocco and of the instructions to Mr. Barclay, referred to in the preceding letter. Heads for a letter to the Emperor of Morocco. That the United States of America, heretofore connected in government with Great Britain, had found it necessary for their happiness to separate from her and to assume an independent station. That, consisting of a number of separate states, they had confederated together and placed the sovereignty of the whole, in matters relating to foreign nations, in a body consisting of delegates from every state, and called the Congress of the United States. That Great Britain had solemnly confirmed their separation and acknowledged their independence. That after the conclusion of the peace which terminated the war in which they had been engaged for the establishment of their independence, the first attentions of Congress were necessarily engrossed by the reestablishment of order and regular government. That they had, as soon as possible, turned their attention to foreign nations, and, desirous of entering into amity and commerce with them, had been pleased to appoint us, with Dr. Benjamin Franklin, to execute such treaties for this purpose, as should be agreed on by such nations with us or any two of us. That Dr. Franklin, having found it necessary to return to America, the execution of these several commissions had devolved on us. That being placed as ministers plenipotentiary for the United States at the courts of England and France, this circumstance, with the commissions with which we are charged for entering into treaties with various other nations, puts it out of our power to attend at the other courts in person, and obliges us to negotiate by the intervention of confidential persons. That, respecting the friendly dispositions shown by His Majesty, the Emperor of Morocco, towards the United States, and indulging the desire of forming a connection with a sovereign, so renowned for his power, his wisdom, and his justice, we had embraced the first moment possible of assuring him of these the sentiments of our country and of ourselves, and of expressing to him our wishes to enter into a connection of friendship and commerce with him. That for this purpose we had commissioned the bearer hereof, Thomas Barclay, a person in the highest confidence of the Congress of the United States, and as such, having been several years, and still being, their consul general, with our great and good friend and ally, the King of France, to arrange with His Majesty the Emperor those conditions which it might be advantageous for both nations to adopt for the regulation of their commerce and their mutual conduct towards each other. That we deliver to him a copy of the full powers with which we are invested, to conclude a treaty with His Majesty, which copy he is instructed to present to His Majesty. That though by these we are not authorized to delegate to him the power of ultimately signing the treaty, Yet such is our reliance on his wisdom, his integrity, and his attention to the instructions with which he is charged, that we assure his Majesty the conditions which he shall arrange and send to us shall be returned with our signature, in order to receive that of the person whom his Majesty shall commission for the same purpose. Heads of instructions to Mr. Barclay. Congress having been pleased to invest us with full powers for entering into a treaty of amity and alliance with the Emperor of Morocco, and it being impracticable for us to attend his court in person, and equally impracticable, on account of our separate stations, to receive a minister from him, we have concluded to effect our object by the intervention of a confidential person. We concur in wishing to avail the United States of your talents in the execution of this business, and therefore furnish you with a letter to the Emperor of Morocco to give due credit to your transactions with him. We advise you to proceed by the way of Madrid, where you will have opportunities of deriving many lights from Mr. Carmichael, through whom many communications with the court of Morocco have already passed. From thence you will proceed, by such route as you think best, to the court of the Emperor. You will present to him our letter with the copy of our full powers with which you are furnished, at such time or times and in such manner as you shall find best. You will proceed to negotiate with his minister the terms of a treaty of amity and commerce as nearly conformed as possible to the draft we give you. Where alterations which, in your opinion, shall not be of great importance, shall be urged by the other party, you are at liberty to agree to them. Where they shall be of great importance, and such as you think should be rejected, you will reject them. But where they are of great importance, and you think they may be accepted, you will ask time to take our advice, and will advise with us accordingly, by letter or by courier, as you shall think best. When the articles shall all be agreed, you will send them to us by some proper person for our signature. The whole expense of this treaty, including as well the expenses of all persons employed about it, as the presents to the Emperor and his servants, must not exceed $20,000, and we urge you to use your best endeavors to bring it as much below that sum as you possibly can, as custom may have rendered some presents necessary in the beginning or progress of this business and before it is concluded, or even in a way to be concluded. We authorize you to conform to the custom, confiding in your discretion to hazard as little as possible before a certainty of the event. We trust to you also to procure the best information as to what persons and in what form these presents should be made, and to make them accordingly. The difference between the customs of that and other courts, the difficulty of obtaining a knowledge of those customs, but on the spot, and our great confidence in your discretion, induce us to leave to that all other circumstances relative to the object of your mission. It will be necessary for you to take a secretary, well skilled in the French language, to aid you in your business, and to take charge of your papers in case of any accident to yourself. We think you may allow him blank guineas a year, besides his expenses for traveling and subsistence. We engage to furnish your own expenses according to the respectability of the character with which you are invested, but as to the allowance for your trouble, we wish to leave it to Congress. We annex here, too, sundry heads of inquiry which we wish you to make, and to give us thereon the best information you shall be able to obtain. We desire you to correspond with us by every opportunity which you think should be trusted, giving us from time to time an account of your proceedings and prospects. Heads of inquiry for Mr. Barclay as to Morocco. 1. Commerce. What are the articles of their export and import? What duties are levied by them on exports and imports? Do all nations pay the same, or what nations are favored, and how far? Are they their own carriers, or who carries for them? Do they trade themselves to other countries, or are they merely passive? 2. Ports. What are their principal ports? What depth of water in them? What works of defense protect these ports? 3. Naval force. How many armed vessels have they? Of what kind and force? What is the constitution of their naval force? What resources for increasing their navy? What number of seamen? Their cruising grounds and seasons of cruising? 4. Prisoners. What is their condition and treatment? At what price are they ordinarily redeemed, and how? Do they pay respect to the treaties they make? Land forces. Their numbers, constitution, and respectability? Revenues, their amount. Coins. What coins pass there, and at what rates? End of Letter 103. Letter 104 to David Hartley. Paris, September 5th, 1785. Dear Sir, your favor of April the 15th happened to be put into my hands at the same time with a large parcel of letters from America, which contained a variety of intelligence. It was then put where I usually place my unanswered letters, and I from time to time put off acknowledging the receipt of it, till I should be able to furnish you American intelligence worth communicating. A favorable opportunity by a courier of writing to you occurring this morning, what has been my astonishment and chagrin on reading your letter again, to find there was a case in it which required an immediate answer, but which, by the variety of matters which happened to be presented to my mind at the same time, had utterly escaped my recollection. I pray you to be assured that nothing but this slip of memory would have prevented my immediate answer, and no circumstance would have prevented its making such an impression on my mind as that it could not have escaped. I hope you will therefore obliterate the imputation of want of respect, which, under actual appearances, must have arisen in your mind, but which would refer to an untrue cause, the occasion of my silence. I am not sufficiently acquainted with the proceedings of the New York Assembly to say with certainty in what predicament the lands of Mr. Upton may stand. But on conferring with Colonel Humphries, who, being from the neighboring state, was more in the way of knowing what passed in New York, he thinks that the descriptions in their confiscation laws were such as not to include a case of this nature. The first thing to be done by Mr. Upton is to state his case to some intelligent lawyer of the country, that he may know with certainty whether they be confiscated or not, and if not confiscated, to know what measures are necessary for completing and securing his grant. But if confiscated, there is then no other tribunal of redress but their General Assembly. If he is unacquainted there, I would advise him to apply to Colonel Hamilton, who was aide to General Washington, and is now very eminent at the bar and much to be relied upon. Your letter in his favor to Mr. J. will also procure him the benefit of his counsel. With respect to America, I will rather give you a general view of its situation than merely relate recent events. The impost is still unpassed by the two states of New York and Rhode Island. For the manner in which the latter had passed it does not appear to me to answer the principal object of establishing a fund which, by being subject to Congress alone, may give such credit to the certificates of public debt as will make them negotiable. This matter, then, is still suspended. Congress have lately purchased the Indian right to nearly the whole of the land lying in the new state, bounded by Lake Erie, Pennsylvania, and the Ohio. The northwest corner alone is reserved to the Delawares and Wyandottes. I expect a purchase is also concluded with other tribes for a considerable proportion of the state next to this, on the north side of the Ohio. They have passed an ordinance establishing a land office, considerably improved, I think, on the plan of which I had the honor of giving you a copy. The lands are to be offered for sale to the highest bidder. For this purpose, portions of them are to be proposed in each state, that each may have the means of purchase carried equally to their doors, and that the purchasers may be a proper mixture of the citizens from all the different states. But such lots as cannot be sold for $1 an acre are not to be parted with. they will receive as money the certificates of public debt. I flatter myself that this arrangement will very soon absorb the whole of these certificates, and thus rid us of our domestic debt, which is 4/5 of our whole debt. Our foreign debt will be then a bagatelle. I think it probable that Vermont will be made independent, as I am told the state of New York is likely to agree to it. Maine will probably in time be also permitted to separate from Massachusetts. As yet, they can only begin to think of it. Whenever the people of Kentucky shall have agreed among themselves, my friends write me word, that Virginia will consent to their separation. They will constitute the new state on the south side of Ohio, joining Virginia. North Carolina, by an act of their assembly, ceded to Congress all their lands westward of the Allegheny. The people inhabiting that territory thereon declared themselves independent, called their state by the name of Franklin, and solicited Congress to be received into the Union. But before Congress met, North Carolina, for what reasons I could never learn, resumed their session. The people, however, persist. Congress recommend to the state to desist from their opposition, and I have no doubt they will do it. It will, therefore, result from the act of Congress laying off the western country into new states, that these states will come into the Union in the manner therein provided, and without any disputes as to their boundaries. I'm told that some hostile transaction by our people at the Natchez against the Spaniards has taken place. If it be fact, Congress will certainly not protect them, but leave them to be chastised by the Spaniards, saving the right to the territory. A Spanish minister being now with Congress, and both parties interested in keeping the peace, I think if such an event has happened, it will be easily arranged. I told you when here of the propositions made by Congress to the states to be authorized to make certain regulations in their commerce, and that from the disposition to strengthen the hands of Congress, which was then growing fast, I thought they would consent to it. Most of them did so, and I suppose all of them would have done it if they had not actually done it, but that events proved a much more extensive power would be requisite. Congress have, therefore, desired to be invested with the whole regulation of their trade, and forever, and to prevent all temptations to abuse the power, and all fears of it, they propose that whatever money should be levied on commerce, either for the purpose of revenue or by way of forfeitures or penalty, shall go directly into the coffers of the state wherein it is levied, without being touched by Congress. From the present temper of the states, and the conviction which your country has carried home to their minds, that there is no other way of defeating the greedy attempts of other countries to trade with them on unequal terms, I think they will add an article for this purpose to their confederation. But the present powers of Congress over the commerce of the states under the confederation seem not at all understood by your ministry. They say that body has no power to enter into a treaty of commerce. Why then make one? This is a mistake. By the 6th article of the Confederation, the states renounce individually all power to make any treaty of whatever nature with a foreign nation. By the 9th article, they give the power of making treaties wholly to Congress, with 2 reservations only. One, that no treaty of commerce shall be made which shall restrain the legislatures from making foreigners pay the same imposts with their own people, nor 2, from prohibiting the exportation or importation of any species of merchandise which they might think proper. Were any treaty to be made which should violate either of these 2 reservations, it would be so far void. In the treaties, therefore, made with France, Holland, etc., this has been cautiously avoided. But are these treaties of no advantage to these nations? Besides the advantages expressly given by them, there results another of great value. The commerce of those nations with the United States is thereby under the protection of Congress, and no particular state, acting by fits and starts, can harass the trade of France, Holland, etc., by such measures as several of them have practiced against England, by loading her merchandise with partial imposts, refusing admittance to it altogether, excluding her merchants, etc., etc. For you will observe that, though by the second reservation before mentioned, they can prohibit the importation of any species of merchandise, as, for instance, though they may prohibit the importation of wines in general, yet they cannot prohibit that of French wines in particular. Another advantage is that the nations having treaties with Congress can and do provide in such treaties for the admission of their consuls, a kind of officer very necessary for the regulation and protection of commerce. You know that a consul is a creature of treaty. No nation without an agreement can place an officer in another country with any powers or jurisdiction whatever. But as the states have renounced the separate power of making treaties with foreign nations, they cannot separately receive a consul. And as Congress have, by the Confederation, no immediate jurisdiction over commerce, as they have only a power of bringing that jurisdiction into existence by entering into a treaty, till such treaty be entered into, Congress themselves cannot receive a consul. Till a treaty, then, there exists no power in any part of our government, federal or particular, to admit a consul among us. And if it be true, as the papers say, that you have lately sent one over, he cannot be admitted by any power in existence to an exercise of any function. Nothing less than a new article, to be agreed to by all the states, would enable Congress or the particular states to receive him. You must not be surprised, then, if he be not received. I think I have by this time tired you with American politics, and will therefore only add assurances of the sincere regard and esteem with which I have the honor to be, dear sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 105, to Baron Geismer, Paris, September 6, 1785. Dear Sir, your letter of March the 28th, which I received about a month after its date, gave me a very real pleasure, as it assured me of an existence which I valued, and of which I had been led to doubt. You are now too distant from America to be much interested in what passes there. From the London Gazettes and the papers copying them, you are led to suppose that all there is anarchy, discontent, and civil war. Nothing, however, is less true. There are not on the face of the earth more tranquil governments than ours, nor a happier and more contented people. Their commerce has not as yet found the channels which their new relations with the world will offer to best advantage, and the old ones remain as yet unopened by new conventions. This occasions a stagnation in the sale of their produce, the only truth among all the circumstances published about them. Their hatred against Great Britain, having lately received from that nation new cause and new ailment, has taken a new spring. Among the individuals of your acquaintance, nothing remarkable has happened. No revolution in the happiness of any of them has taken place, except that of the loss of their only child to Mr. and Mrs. Walker, who, however, left them a grandchild for their solace, and that of your humble servant, who remains with no other family than 2 daughters, the elder here, who was of your acquaintance, the younger in Virginia, but expected here the next summer. The character in which I am here at present confines me to this place, and will confine me as long as I continue in Europe. How long this will be, I cannot tell. I am now of an age which does not easily accommodate itself to new manners and new modes of living, and I am savage enough to prefer the woods, the wilds, and the independence of Monticello to all the brilliant pleasures of this gay capital. I shall, therefore, rejoin myself to my native country with new attachments and with exaggerated esteem for its advantages. For though there is less wealth there is more freedom, more ease, and less misery. I should like it better, however, if it could tempt you once more to visit it, but that is not to be expected. Be this as it may, and whether fortune means to allow or deny me the pleasure of ever seeing you again, be assured that the worth which gives birth to my attachment, and which still animates it, will continue to keep it up while we both live, and that it is with sincerity I subscribe myself, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 106, to John Langton, Paris, September 11th, 1785. Dear Sir, your Captain Yeaton being here furnishes me an opportunity of paying the tribute of my congratulations on your appointment to the government of your state, which I do sincerely. He gives me the grateful intelligence of your health and that of Mrs. Langton. Anxious to promote your service, and believing he could do it by getting himself naturalized here, and authorized to command your vessel, he came from Havre to Paris. But on making the best inquiries I could, it seemed that the time requisite to go through with this business would be much more than he could spare. He therefore declined it. I wish it were in my power to give you a hope that our commerce, either with this country or its islands, was likely to be put on a better footing. But if it be altered at all, it will probably be for the worse. The regulations respecting their commerce are by no means sufficiently stable to be relied on. Europe is in quiet and likely to remain so. The affairs of the Emperor and Dutch are as good as settled, and no other cloud portends any immediate storm. You have heard much of American vessels taken by the Barbary pirates. The Emperor of Morocco took one last winter, the brig Betsy from Philadelphia. He did not, however, reduce the crew to slavery, nor confiscate the vessel or cargo. He has lately delivered up the crew on the solicitation of the Spanish court. No other has ever been taken by them. There are indeed rumors of one having been taken lately by the Algerines. The fact is possible, as there is nothing to hinder their taking them, but it is not as yet confirmed. I have little doubt that we shall be able to place our commerce on a popular footing with the Barbary States this summer, and thus not only render our navigation to Portugal and Spain safe, but open the Mediterranean as formerly. In spite of treaties, England is still our enemy. Her hatred is deep-rooted and cordial, and nothing is wanting with her but the power to wipe us and the land we live on out of existence. Her interest, however, is her ruling passion, and the late American measures have struck at that so vitally, and with an energy, too, of which she had thought us quite incapable, that a possibility seems to open of forming some arrangement with her. When they shall see decidedly that without it we shall suppress their commerce with us, they will be agitated by their avarice on the one hand, and their hatred and fear of us on the other. The result of this conflict of dirty passions is yet to be awaited. The body of the people of this country love us cordially, but ministers and merchants love nobody. The merchants here are endeavoring to exclude us from their islands. The ministers will be governed in it by political motives, and will do it or not do it, as these shall appear to dictate, without love or hatred to anybody. It were to be wished that they were able to combine better the various circumstances which prove, beyond a doubt, that all the advantages of their colonies result, in the end, to the mother country. I pray you to present me in the most friendly terms to Mrs. Langton, and to be assured of the esteem with which I am your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 107, to Lister Asquith, Paris, September 14, 1785. Sir, several of your letters have been received, and we have been occupied in endeavors to have you discharged, but these have been ineffectual. If our information be right, you are mistaken in supposing you are already condemned. The farmers general tell us you are to be tried at Brest, and this trial may perhaps be a month hence. From that court you may appeal to the Parliament of Rennes, and from that to the King and Council. They say that from the depositions sent to them there can be no doubt you came to smuggle, and that in that case the judgment of the law is a forfeiture of the vessel and cargo, a fine of 1,000 livres on each of you, and 6 years' condemnation to the galleys. These several appeals will be attended with considerable expense. They offer to discharge your persons and vessel, but not the cargo, on your paying 2,000 livres, and the costs already incurred, which are 300 or 400 more. You will therefore choose whether to go through the trial or to compromise, and you are the best judge what may be the evidence for or against you. In either case, I shall render you all the service I can. I will add that if you are disposed to have the matter tried, I am of opinion that, if found against you, there will be no danger of their sending you to the galleys, so that you may decide what course you will take without any bias from that fear. If you choose to compromise, I will endeavor to have it done for you on the best terms we can. I fear they will abate little from the 2,000 livres, because Captain de Ville, whom you sent here, fixed the matter by offering that sum, and has done you more harm than good. I shall be glad if you will desire your lawyer to make out a state of your case, which he may do in French, and send it to me. Write me also yourself a plain and full narration of your voyage, and the circumstances which have brought so small a vessel, with so small a cargo, from America into France. As far as we yet know them, they are not in your favor. Inform me who you are and what papers you have on board, but do not state to me a single fact which is not true. For if I am led by your information to advance anything which they shall prove to be untrue, I will abandon your case from that moment. Whereas, sending me a true statement, I will make the best of it I can. Mr. Barclay, the American consul, will be here some few days yet. He will be, as he has already been, of much service to you, if the information I ask, both from yourself and your lawyer, can come before his departure. I repeat my assurances of doing whatever I can for you, and am, sir, your very humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 108, to John Adams, Paris, September 19, 1785. Dear Sir, Lamb has arrived. He brings new, full powers to us from Congress to appoint persons to negotiate with the Barbary States, but we are to sign the treaties. Lamb has not even a recommendation from them to us, but it seems clear that he would be approved by them. I told him of Mr. Barclay's appointment to Morocco and proposed Algiers to him. He agrees. A small alteration in the form of our dispatches will be necessary, and of course another courier shall be dispatched to you on the return of Colonel Franks for your pleasure herein. I am, with great esteem, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Footnote: the original of the above was in cipher, though, as in the case of most of the author's letters in cipher, he prepared and preserved a literal copy of it. Letter 109, to James Madison, Paris, September 20th, 1785. Dear Sir, by Mr. Fitzhugh you will receive my letter of the 1st instant. He's still here, and gives me an opportunity of again addressing you much sooner than I should have done, but for the discovery of a great piece of inattention. In that letter I send you a detail of the cost of your books, and desire you to keep the amount in your hands, as if I had forgot that a part of it was in fact your own, as being a balance of what I had remained in your debt. I really did not attend to it in the moment of writing, and when it occurred to me, I revised my memorandum book from the time of our being in Philadelphia together, and stated our account from the beginning, lest I should forget or mistake any part of it. I enclose you this statement. You will always be so good as to let me know from time to time your advances for me. Correct with freedom all my proceedings for you, as, in what I do, I have no other desire than that of doing exactly what will be most pleasing to you. I received this summer a letter from Messrs. Buchanan and Hay, as directors of the public buildings, desiring I would have drawn for them plans of sundry buildings, and, in the first place, of a capitol. They fixed for their receiving this plan a day which was within about 6 weeks of that on which their letter came to my hand. I engaged an architect of capital abilities in this business. Much time was requisite after the external form was agreed on to make the internal distribution convenient for the 3 branches of government. This time was much lengthened by my avocations to other objects, which I had no right to neglect. The plan, however, was settled. The gentlemen had sent me one which they had thought of. The one agreed on here is more convenient, more beautiful, gives more room, and will not cost more than 2/3 of what that would. We took for our model what is called the Maison Quérée of Nesmé, one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful and precious morsel of architecture left us by antiquity. It was built by Caius and Lucius Caesar, and repaired by Louis XIV, and has the suffrage of all the judges of architecture who have seen it, as yielding to no one of the beautiful monuments of Greece, Rome, Palmyra, and Baalbek, which late travelers have communicated to us. It is very simple, but it is noble beyond expression, and would have done honor to our country as presenting to travelers a specimen of taste in our infancy, promising much for our maturer age. I have been much mortified with information which I received 2 days ago from Virginia, that the first brick of the Capitol would be laid within a few days, but surely the delay of this piece of a summer would have been repaired by the savings in the plan preparing here, were we to value its other superiorities as nothing. But how is a taste in this beautiful art to be formed in our countrymen, unless we avail ourselves of every occasion when public buildings are to be erected, of presenting to them models for their study and imitation? Pray, try if you can effect the stopping of this work. I have written also to E.R. on the subject. The loss will be only of the laying the bricks already laid, or a part of them. The bricks themselves will do again for the interior walls, and one side wall and one end wall may remain, as they will answer equally well for our plan. This loss is not to be weighed against the saving of money which will arise, against the comfort of laying out the public money for something honorable, the satisfaction of seeing an object and proof of national good taste, and the regret and mortification of erecting a monument of our barbarism, which will be loaded with execrations as long as it shall endure. The plans are in good forwardness, and I hope will be ready within 3 or 4 weeks. They could not be stopped now, but on paying their whole price, which will be considerable. If the undertakers are afraid to undo what they have done, encourage them to it by a recommendation from the Assembly. You see, I am an enthusiast on the subject of the arts, but it is an enthusiasm of which I am not ashamed, as its object is to improve the taste of my countrymen, to increase their reputation, to reconcile to them the respect of the world, and procure them its praise. I shall send off your books in 2 trunks to Havre, within 2 or 3 days, to the care of Mr. Limousine, American agent there. I will advise you as soon as I know by what vessel he forwards them. Adieu. Yours affectionately, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 51. Section 52 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 110, to Edmund Randolph, Paris, September 20th, 1785. Dear Sir, being in your debt for 10 volumes of Buffon, I have endeavored to find something that would be agreeable to you to receive in return. I therefore send you, by way of Havre, a dictionary of law, natural and municipal, in 13 volumes, called Les Codes des Humanités. It is published by Felice, but written by him and several other authors of established reputation. It is an excellent work. I do not mean to say that it answers fully to its title. That would have required 50 times the volume. It wants many articles which the title would induce us to seek in it, but the articles which it contains are well written. It is better than the voluminous Dictionnaire diplomatique, and better also than the same branch of the Encyclopedie Methodique, and better also than the same branch of the Encyclopedie Methodique. There has been nothing published here since I came of extraordinary merit. The Encyclopedie Methodique, which is coming out from time to time, must be accepted from this. It is to be had at 2 guineas less than the subscription price. I shall be happy to send you anything in this way which you may desire. French books are to be bought here for 2/3 of what they can in England. English and Greek and Latin authors cost from 25 to 50% more here than in England. I received some time ago a letter from Messrs. Hay and Buchanan, as directors of the public buildings, desiring I would have plans drawn for our public buildings, and in the first place for the Capitol. I did not receive their letter till within about 6 weeks from the time they had fixed on for receiving the drawings. Nevertheless, I engaged an excellent architect to comply with their desire. It has taken much time to accommodate the external adopted to the internal arrangement necessary for the 3 branches of government. However, it is effected on a plan which, with a great deal of beauty and convenience within, unites an external form on the most perfect model of antiquity now existing. This is the Maison Quérée of Nismes, built by Caius and Lucius Caesar, and repaired by Louis XIV, which in the opinion of all who have seen it yields in beauty to no piece of architecture on earth. The gentlemen enclosed me a plan of which they had thought. The one preparing here will be more convenient, give more room, and cost but 2/3 of that, and as a piece of architecture, doing honor to our country will leave nothing to be desired. The plans will be ready soon. But 2 days ago I received a letter from Virginia informing me the first brick of the Capitol would be laid within a few days. This mortifies me extremely. The delay of this summer would have been amply repaid by the superiority and economy of the plan preparing here. Is it impossible to stop the work where it is? You will gain money by losing what is done, and general approbation, instead of occasioning a regret, which will endure as long as your building does. How is a taste for a chaste and good style of building to be formed in our countrymen, unless we seize all occasions which the erection of public buildings offers of presenting to them models for their imitation? Do, my dear sir, exert your influence to stay the further progress of the work till you can receive these plans. You will only lose the price of laying what bricks are already laid, and of taking part of them asunder. They will do again for the inner walls. A plan for a prison will be sent at the same time. Mazet is here and in pressing distress for money. I have helped him as far as I've been able, but particular circumstances put it out of my power to do more. He is looking with anxiety to the arrival of every vessel, in hopes of relief through your means. If he does not receive it soon, it is difficult to foresee his fate. The quiet which Europe enjoys at present leaves nothing to communicate to you in the political way. The Emperor and Dutch still differ about the quantum of money to be paid by the latter. They know not for what. Perhaps their internal convulsions will hasten them to a decision. France is improving her navy, as if she were already in a naval war, yet I see no immediate prospect of her having occasion for it. England is not likely to offer war to any nation, unless, perhaps, to ours. This would cost us our whole shipping, but in every other respect we might flatter ourselves with success. But the most successful war seldom pays for its losses. I shall be glad to hear from you when convenient, and am, with much esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 111 to John Adams, Paris, September 24th, 1785. Dear Sir, I've received your favor of the 18th, enclosing your compliments on your presentation. The sentiments you therein expressed were such as were entertained in America till the commercial proclamation, and such as would again return were a rational conduct to be adopted by Great Britain. I think, therefore, you by no means compromitted yourself or our country, nor expressed more than it would be our interest to encourage, if they were disposed to meet us. I'm pleased, however, to see the answer of the king. It bears the marks of suddenness and surprise, and as he seems not to have had time for reflection, we may suppose he was obliged to find his answer in the real sentiments of his heart, if that heart has any sentiment. I have no doubt, however, that it contains the real creed of an Englishman, and that the word which he has let escape is the true word of the enigma. Quote, "The moment I see such sentiments as yours prevail, a disposition to give this country the preference, I will, etc." Unquote. All this I steadfastly believe, but the condition is impossible. Our interest calls for a perfect equality in our conduct towards these two nations, but no preferences anywhere. If, however, circumstances should ever oblige us to show a preference, a respect for our character, if we had no better motive, would decide to which it should be given. My letters from members of Congress render it doubtful whether they would not rather that full time should be given for the present disposition of America to mature itself, and to produce a permanent improvement in the federal Constitution, rather than, by removing the incentive, to prevent the improvement. It is certain that our commerce is in agonies at present, and that these would be relieved by opening the British ports in the West Indies. It remains to consider whether a temporary continuance under these sufferings would be paid for by the amendment it is likely to produce. However, I believe there is no fear that Great Britain will puzzle us by leaving it in our choice to hasten or delay a treaty. Is insurance made on Houdon's life? I am uneasy about it, lest we should hear of any accident. Yet there is no reason to doubt their safe passage. If the insurance is not made, I will pray you to have it done immediately. As I have not received any London newspapers as yet, I am obliged to ask you what is done as to them, lest the delay should proceed from some obstacle to be removed. There is a Mr. Thompson at Dover, who has proposed to me a method of getting them post-free, but I have declined resorting to it till I should know in what train the matter is at present. I have the honor to be, with the most perfect esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 112 to John Adams, Paris, September 24th, 1785. Dear Sir, my letter of September the 19th, written the morning after Mr. Lamb's arrival here, will inform you of that circumstance. I transmit you herewith copies of the papers he brought to us on the subject of the Barbary treaties. You will see by them that Congress have adopted the very plan which we were proposing to pursue. It will now go on with less danger of objection from the other parties. The receipt of these new papers, therefore, has rendered necessary no change in matter of substance in the dispatches we had prepared, but they render some formal changes necessary. For instance, in our letter of credence for Mr. Barclay to the Emperor of Morocco, it becomes improper to enter into those explanations which seemed proper when that letter was drawn, because Congress, in their letter, enter into those explanations. In the letter to the Count de Vergennes, it became proper to mention the new full powers received from Congress and which, in some measure, accord with the idea communicated by him to us from the Marechal de Castres. These and other formal alterations which appeared necessary to me I have made, leaving so much of the original drafts approved and amended by you as were not inconsistent with these alterations. I have therefore had these prepared fair to save you the trouble of copying. Yet wherever you choose to make alterations, you will be so good as to make them, taking in that case the trouble of having new fair copies made out. You will perceive by Mr. Jay's letter that Congress had not thought proper to give Mr. Lamb any appointment. I imagine they apprehended it might interfere with measures actually taken by us, notwithstanding the perfect freedom which they are pleased to leave to us on this subject. I cannot feel myself clear of that bias which a presumption of their pleasure gives, and ought to give. I presume that Mr. Lamb met their approbation because of the recommendations he carried from the governor and state of Connecticut, because of his actual knowledge of the country and people of the states of Barbary, because of the detention of these letters from March to July, which, considering their pressing nature, would otherwise have been sent by other Americans who, in the meantime, have come from New York to Paris, and because, too, of the information we received by Mr. Jarvis. These reasons are not strong enough to set aside our appointment of Mr. Barclay to Morocco, that I think should go on, as no man could be sent who would enjoy more the confidence of Congress. But they are strong enough to induce me to propose to you the appointment of Lamb to Algiers. He has followed for many years the Barbary trade, and seems intimately acquainted with those states. I have not seen enough of him to judge of his abilities. He seems not deficient, as far as I can see, and the footing on which he comes must furnish a presumption for what we do not see. We must say the same as to his integrity. We must rely for this on the recommendations he brings, as it is impossible for us to judge of this for ourselves. Yet it will be our duty to use such reasonable cautions as are in our power. 2 occur to me. 1. To give him a clerk capable of assisting and attending to his proceedings, and who, in case he thought anything was going amiss, might give us information. 2. Not to give him a credit on Van Staphorst and Wilneck, but let his draft be made on yourself, which, with the knowledge you will have of his proceedings, will enable you to check them, if you are sensible of any abuse intended. This will give you trouble, but as I have never found you declining trouble when it is necessary, I venture to propose it. I hope it will not expose you to inconvenience, as by instructing Lamb to insert in his drafts a proper usance, you can in the meantime raise the money for them by drawing on Holland. I must inform you that Mr. Barclay wishes to be put on the same footing with Mr. Lamb as to this article, and therefore I return you your letter of credit on Van Staphorst and Company. As to the first article, there is great difficulty. There is nobody at Paris fit for the undertaking who would be likely to accept it. I mean, there is no American, for I should be anxious to place a native in the trust. Perhaps you can send us one from London. There is a Mr. Randall there from New York, whom Mr. Barclay thinks might be relied on very firmly for integrity and capacity. He is there for his health. Perhaps you can persuade him to go to Algiers in pursuit of it. If you cannot, I really know not what will be done. It is impossible to propose to Bancroft to go in a secondary capacity. Barclay and myself had thought of Carnes at Lorient as a dernier resort, but it is uncertain, or rather improbable, that he will undertake it. You will be pleased in the first place to consider of my proposition to send Lamb to Algiers, and in the next, all the circumstances before detailed as consequences of that. The enclosed letter from Richard O'Brien furnishes powerful motives for commencing, by some means or other, the treaty with Algiers more immediately than would be done if left on Mr. Barclay. You will perceive by that 2 of our vessels, with their crews and cargoes, have been carried captive into that port. What is to be done as to those poor people? I am for hazarding the supplementary instruction to Lamb which accompanies these papers. Alter it or reject it as you please. You ask what I think of claiming the Dutch interposition. I doubt the fidelity of any interposition too much to desire it sincerely. Our letters to this court heretofore seem to oblige us to communicate with them on the subject. If you think the Dutch would take amiss our not applying to them, I will join you in the application. Otherwise, the fewer who are apprised of our proceedings, the better. To communicate them to the States of Holland is to communicate them to the whole world. Mr. Short returned last night and brought the Prussian treaty, duly executed in English and French. We may send it to Congress by the Mr. Fitzhughs going from hence. Will you draw and sign a short letter for that purpose? I send you a copy of a letter received from the Marquis Fayette. In the present unsettled state of American commerce, I had as lieve avoid all further treaties, except with American powers. If Count Mercier, therefore, does not propose the subject to me, I shall not, to him, do more than decency requires, if he does propose it. I am, with great esteem, dear sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 113, to F. Hopkinson, Paris, September 25th, 1785. Dear Sir, my last to you was of the 6th of July. Since then I have received yours of July the 23rd. I do not altogether despair of making something of your method of quilling, though as yet the prospect is not favorable. I applaud much your perseverance in improving this instrument, and benefiting mankind almost in spite of their teeth. I mentioned to Pacini the improvement with which I am entrusted. He plays on the pianoforte, and therefore did not feel himself personally interested. I hope some better opportunity will yet fall in my way of doing it justice. I had almost decided, on his advice, to get a pianoforte for my daughter, but your last letter may pause me till I see its effect. Arts and arms are alike asleep for the moment. Ballooning indeed goes on. There are 2 artists in the neighborhood of Paris who seem to be advancing towards the desideratum in this business. They are able to rise and fall at will without expending their gas, and to deflect 45 degrees from the course of the wind. I desired you in my last to send the newspapers, notwithstanding the expense. I had then no idea of it. Some late instances have made me perfectly acquainted with it. I have therefore been obliged to adopt the following plan: to have my newspapers from the different states enclosed to the Office for Foreign Affairs, and to desire Mr. J. to pack the whole in a box, and send it by the packet as merchandise, directed to the American consul at Lorient, who will forward it to me by the periodical wagons. In this way they will only cost me livres, where they now cost me guineas. I must pray you, just before the departure of every French packet, to send my papers on hand to Mr. J. in this way. I do not know whether I am subject to American postage or not in general, but I think newspapers never are. I have sometimes thought of sending a copy of my notes to the Philosophical Society as a tribute due to them, but this would seem as if I considered them as worth something, which I am conscious they are not. I will not ask you for your advice on this occasion, because it is one of those on which no man is authorized to ask a sincere opinion. I shall therefore refer it to further thoughts. I am, with very sincere esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 114, to Lister Asquith, Paris, September 26, 1785. Sir, I have received your letter of September the 19th with your logbook and other papers. I now wait for the letter from your lawyer, as, till I know the real nature and state of your process, it is impossible for me to judge what can be done for you here. As soon as I receive them, you shall hear from me. In the meantime, I supposed it would be a comfort to you to know that your papers had come safe to hand, and that I shall be attentive to do whatever circumstances will admit. I am, sir, your very humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 115. To R. Izard, Paris, September 26, 1785. Dear Sir, I received a few days ago your favor of the 10th of June, and am to thank you for the trouble you've given yourself to procure me information on the subject of the commerce of your state. I pray you also to take the trouble of expressing my acknowledgments to the Governor and Chamber of Commerce, as well as to Mr. Hall, for the very precise details on this subject with which they have been pleased to honor me. Your letter of last January, of which you make mention, never came to my hands. Of course, the papers now received are the first and only ones which have come safe. The infidelities of the post offices, both of England and France, are not unknown to you. The former are the most rascally, because they retain one's letters, not choosing to take the trouble of copying them. The latter, when they have taken copies, are so civil as to send the originals, resealed clumsily with a composition on which they have previously taken the impression of the seal. England shows no dispositions to enter into friendly connections with us. On the contrary, her detention of our posts seems to be the speck which is to produce a storm. I judge that a war with America would be a popular war in England. Perhaps the situation of Ireland may deter the ministry from hastening it on. Peace is at length made between the Emperor and Dutch. The terms are not published, but it is said he gets 10 millions of florins, the navigation of the Scheldt not quite to Antwerp, and 2 forts. However, this is not to be absolutely relied on. The league formed by the King of Prussia against the Emperor is a most formidable obstacle to his ambitious designs. It certainly has defeated his views on Bavaria, and will render doubtful the election of his nephew to be King of the Romans. Matters are not yet settled between him and the Turk. In truth, he undertakes too much. At home, he has made some good regulations. Your present pursuit being the wisest of all, agriculture, I am not in a situation to be useful to it. You know that France is not the country most celebrated for this art. I went the other day to see a plough which was to be worked by a windlass, without horses or oxen. It was a poor affair. With a very troublesome apparatus, applicable only to a dead level, 4 men could do the work of 2 horses. There seems a possibility that the great desideratum in the use of the balloon may be obtained. There are 2 persons at Javel, opposite to Auteuil, who are pushing this matter. They are able to rise and fall at will without expending their gas, and they can deflect 45 degrees from the course of the wind. I took the liberty of asking you to order me a Charleston newspaper. The expense of French postage is so enormous that I have been obliged to desire that my newspapers from the different states may be sent to the Office for Foreign Affairs at New York, and I have requested of Mr. J. to have them always packed in a box and sent by the French packets as merchandise to the care of the American consul at Lorient, who will send them on by the periodical wagons. Will you permit me to add this to the trouble I have before given you, of ordering the printer to send them, under cover to Mr. J., by such opportunities by water as occur from time to time? This request must go to the acts of your assembly also. I shall be on the watch to send you anything that may appear here on the subjects of agriculture or the arts which may be worth your perusal. I sincerely congratulate Mrs. Izard and yourself on the double accession to your family by marriage and a new birth. My daughter values much your remembrance of her, and prays to have her respects presented to the ladies and yourself. In this I join her, and shall embrace with pleasure every opportunity of assuring you of the sincere esteem with which I have the honor to be, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 116, to Richard O'Brien. Paris, September 29, 1785. Sir, I have received your letter, and shall exert myself for you. Be assured of hearing from me soon, but say nothing to anybody, except what may be necessary to comfort your companions. I add no more, because the fate of this letter is uncertain. I am, sir, your very humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 117, to Mr. Bellini. Paris, September 30th, 1785. Dear Sir, your estimable favor, covering a letter to Mr. Mazet, came to hand on the 26th instant. The letter to Mr. Mazet was put into his hands at the same moment, as he happened to be present. I leave to him to convey to you all his complaints, as it will be more agreeable to me to express to you the satisfaction I received on being informed of your perfect health. Though I could not receive the same pleasing news of Mrs. Bellini, yet the philosophy with which I am told she bears the loss of health is a testimony the more how much she deserved the esteem I bear her. Behold me at length on the vaunted scene of Europe. It is not necessary for your information that I should enter into details concerning it, but you are perhaps curious to know how this new scene has struck a savage of the mountains of America. Not advantageously, I assure you. I find the general fate of humanity here most deplorable. The truth of Voltaire's observation offers itself perpetually, that every man here must be either the hammer or the anvil. It is a true picture of that country to which they say we shall pass hereafter, and where we are to see God and his angels in splendor, and crowds of the damned trampled under their feet. While the great mass of the people are thus suffering under physical and moral oppression, I have endeavored to examine more nearly the condition of the great, to appreciate the true value of the circumstances in their situation which dazzle the bulk of spectators, and especially to compare it with that degree of happiness which is enjoyed in America by every class of people. Intrigues of love occupy the younger, and those of ambition the elder part of the great. Conjugal love having no existence among them, domestic happiness, of which that is the basis, is utterly unknown. In lieu of this are substituted pursuits which nourish and invigorate all our bad passions, and which offer only moments of ecstasy amidst days and months of restlessness and torment. Much, very much inferior, this, to the tranquil, permanent felicity with which domestic society in America blesses most of its inhabitants, leaving them to follow steadily those pursuits which health and reason approve, and rendering truly delicious the intervals of those pursuits. In science, the mass of the people is 2 centuries behind ours, their literati half a dozen years before us. Books really good acquire just reputation in that time, and so become known to us and communicate to us all their advances in knowledge. Is not this delay compensated by our being placed out of the reach of that swarm of nonsensical publications which issues daily from 1,000 presses and perishes almost in issuing? With respect to what are termed polite manners, without sacrificing too much the sincerity of language, I would wish my countrymen to adopt just so much of European politeness as to be ready to make all those little sacrifices of self which really render European manners amiable, and relieve society from the disagreeable scenes to which rudeness often subjects it. Here it seems that a man may pass a life without encountering a single rudeness. and the pleasures of the table, they are far before us, because with good taste they unite temperance. They do not terminate the most sociable meals by transforming themselves into brutes. I have never yet seen a man drunk in France, even among the lowest of the people. Were I to proceed to tell you how much I enjoy their architecture, sculpture, painting, music, I should want words. It is in these arts they shine. The last of them particularly is an enjoyment, the deprivation of which with us cannot be calculated. I am almost ready to say it is the only thing which from my heart I envy them, and which, in spite of all of the authority of the Decalogue, I do covet. But I am running on in an estimate of things infinitely better known to you than to me, and which will only serve to convince you that I have brought with me all the prejudices of country, habit, and age. But whatever I may allow to be charged to me as prejudice in every other instance, I have found one sentiment at least founded on reality. It is that of the perfect esteem which your merit and that of Mrs. Bellini have produced, and which will forever enable me to assure you of the sincere regard with which I am, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 52. Section 53 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 118, to James Madison of William and Mary College, Paris, October 2nd, 1785. Dear Sir, I have duly received your favor of April the 10th by Mr. Mazet. You therein speak of a new method of raising water by steam, which you suppose will come into general use. I know of no new method of that kind, and suppose, as you say that the account you have received of it is very imperfect, that some person has represented to you as new a fire engine erected at Paris, and which supplies the greater part of the town with water. But this is nothing more than the fire engine you have seen described in the books of hydraulics, and particularly in the Dictionary of Arts and Sciences, published in 8 volumes by Owen, the idea of which was first taken from Papin's digester. It would have been better called the steam engine. The force of the steam of water, you know, is immense. In this engine, it is made to exert itself towards the working of pumps. That of Paris is, I believe, the largest known, raising 400,000 cubic feet, French, of water in 24 hours. Or rather, I should have said, those of Paris, for there are 2 under one roof, each raising that quantity. The Abbé Rochon not living at Paris, I've not had the opportunity of seeing him and of asking him the questions you desire relative to the crystal of which I wrote you. I shall avail myself of the earliest opportunity I can of doing it. I shall cheerfully execute your commands as to the Encyclopedie when I receive them. The price will be only 30 guineas. About half the work is out. The volumes of your Buffon which are spoiled can be replaced here. I expect that this letter will be carried by the Mr. Fitzhughs in a ship from Havre to Portsmouth. I have therefore sent to Havre some books which I expected would be acceptable to you. These are the Bibliothèque Physico-Économique, which will give you most of the late improvements in the arts, the Connaissance des Stems for 1786 and 1787, which is as late as they are published, and some pieces on air and fire, wherein you will find all the discoveries hitherto made on these subjects. These books are made into a packet with your address on them, and are put into a trunk wherein is a small packet for Mr. Wythe, another for Mr. Page, and a parcel of books without direction for Peter Carr. I've taken the liberty of directing the trunk to you as the surest means of its getting safe. I pay the freight of it here, so that there will be no new demands but for the transportation from the ship's side to Williamsburg, which I will pray you to pay, and as much the greatest part is for my nephew, I will take care to repay it to you. In the last volume of the Connaissance des Temps, you will find the tables for the planet Herschel. It is a curious circumstance that this planet was seen 30 years ago by Mayer, and supposed by him to be a fixed star. He accordingly determined a place for it in his catalogue of the zodiacal stars, making it the 964th of that catalogue. Bode of Berlin observed in 1781 that this star was missing. Subsequent calculations of the motion of the planet Herschel show that it must have been, at the time of Mayer's observation, where he had placed his 964th star. Herschel has pushed his discoveries of double stars now to upwards of 900, being twice the number of those communicated in the Philosophical Transactions. You've probably seen that Mr. Pigou had discovered periodical variations of light in the star Algol. He has observed the same in the Eta of Antonu, and makes the period of variation 7 days, 4 hours, and 30 minutes, the duration of the increase 63 hours, and of the decrease 36 hours. What are we to conclude from this? That there are suns which have their orbits of revolution too? But this would suppose a wonderful harmony in their planets, and present a new scene where the attracting powers should be without and not within the orbit. The motion of our sun would be a miniature of this. But this must be left to you astronomers. I went some time ago to see a machine which offers something new. A man had applied to a light boat a very large screw, the thread of which was a thin plate, 2 feet broad, applied by its edge spirally round a small axis. It somewhat resembled a bottle brush, if you will suppose the hairs of the bottle brush joining together and forming a spiral plane. This, turned on its axis in the air, carried the vessel across the Seine. It is in fact a screw which takes hold of the air and draws itself along by it, losing indeed much of its effort by the yielding nature of the body it lays hold of to pull itself on by. I think it may be applied in the water with much greater effect and to very useful purposes. Perhaps it may be used also for the balloon. It is impossible, but you must have heard long ago of the machine for copying letters at a single stroke, as we had received it in America before I left there. I have written a long letter to my nephew, in whose education I feel myself extremely interested. I shall rely much on your friendship for conducting him in the plan I mark out for him, and for guarding him against those shoals on which youth sometimes shipwreck. I trouble you to present to Mr. Wythe my affectionate remembrance of him, and am, with very great esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 119 to Dr. Franklin. Paris, October 5, 1785. Dear Sir, a vessel sailing from Havre to Philadelphia furnishes the Messrs. Fitzhughs with a passage to that place. To them, therefore, I confide a number of letters and packets which I have received for you from sundry quarters, and which, I doubt not, they will deliver safe. Among these is one from Monsieur de Plessis. On receipt of your letter, in answer to the one I had written you on the subject of his memorial, I sent to Monsieur Lemont, Monsieur Chermont, and wherever else I thought there was a possibility of finding out Duplessis's address, but all in vain. I meant to examine his memoir, as you desired, and to have it copied. Lately he came and brought it with him, copied by himself. He desired me to read it and enclose it to you, which I have done. I have no public news worth communicating to you, but the signing of preliminaries between the Emperor and Dutch. The question is, then, with whom the Emperor will pick the next quarrel. Our treaty with Prussia goes by this conveyance, but it is not to be spoken of till a convenient time is allowed for exchanging ratifications. Science offers nothing new since your departure, nor any new publication worth your notice. All your friends here are well. Those in England have carried you captive to Algiers. They have published a letter, as if written by Truxon, the 20th of August, from Algiers, stating the circumstances of the capture, and that you bore your slavery to admiration. I happened to receive a letter from Algiers, dated August the 24th, informing me that 2 vessels were then there, taken from us, and naming the vessels and captains. This was a satisfactory proof to us that you were not there. The fact being so, we would have gladly dispensed with the proof, as the situation of our countrymen there was described as very distressing. Were I to mention all those who make inquiries after you, there would be no end to my letter. I cannot, however, pass over those of the good old Countess de Vergennes, with whom I dined on Saturday at Senois. They were very affectionate. I hope you have had a good passage. Your essay in crossing the Channel gave us great hopes you would experience little inconvenience on the rest of the voyage. My wishes place you in the bosom of your friends, in good health, and with a well-grounded prospect of preserving it long, for your own sake, for theirs, and that of the world. I am, with the sincerest attachment and respect, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 120, to Samuel Osgood, Paris, October 5th, 1785. Dear Sir, it was with very sincere pleasure I heard of your appointment to the Board of Treasury, as well from the hope that it might not be disagreeable to yourself as from the confidence that your administration would be wise. I heartily wish the states may, by their contributions, enable you to reestablish a credit, which cannot be lower than at present, to exist at all. This is partly owing to their real deficiencies, and partly to the lies propagated by the London papers, which are probably paid for by the minister, to reconcile the people to the loss of us. Unluckily, it indisposes them at the same time to form rational connections with us. Should this produce the amendment of our federal constitution, of which your papers give us hopes, we shall receive a permanent indemnification for a temporary loss. All things here promise an arrangement between the Emperor and Dutch. Their ministers have signed preliminary articles, some of which, however, leave room for further cavil. The Dutch pay 10 millions of florins, yield some forts and territory, and the navigation of the Scheldt to Saphtigen. Till our treaty with England be fully executed, it is desirable to us that all the world should be in peace. That done, their wars would do us little harm. I find myself under difficulties here, which I will take the liberty of explaining to you as a friend. Mr. Carmichael lately drew a bill on Mr. Grand for 4,000 livres, I suppose for his salary. Mr. Grand said he was not used to accept drafts, but by the desire of Dr. Franklin, and rested it on me to say whether this bill should be paid or not. I thought it improper that a credit of so confidential a person as Mr. Carmichael should be affected by a refusal, and therefore advised payment. Mr. Dumas has drawn on me for 2,700 livres, his half-year's salary, informing me he always drew on Dr. Franklin. I shall advise the payment. I have had loan office bills drawn on the commissioners of the United States presented to me. My answer has been, these are very old bills. Had they been presented while those gentlemen were in Europe, they should have been paid. You have kept them up till Dr. Franklin, the last of them, has returned to America. You must therefore send them there, and they will be paid. I am not the drawee described in the bill. It is impossible for me to meddle with these bills. The gentleman who had been familiar with them from the beginning, who kept books of them and knew well the form of these books, often paid bills twice. But how can I interfere with them who have not a scrip of a pen on their subject, who never saw a book relating to them, and who, if I had the books, should much oftener be bewildered in the labyrinth than the gentlemen who have kept them? I think it therefore most advisable that what bills remain out should be sent back to America for payment, and therefore advise Mr. Barclay to return thither all the books and papers relative to them. There is the proper and ultimate deposit of all records of this nature. All these articles are very foreign to my talents, and foreign also, as I conceive, to the nature of my duties. Dr. Franklin was obliged to meddle with them from the circumstances which existed, but these having ceased, I suppose it practicable for your board to direct the administration of your moneys here in every circumstance. It is only necessary for me to draw my own allowances, and to order payment for services done by others by my direction, and within the immediate line of my office, such as paying couriers, postage, and other extraordinary services which must rest on my discretion and at my risk if disapproved by Congress. I will thank you for your advice on this subject, and if you think a resolution of your board necessary, I will pray you to send me such a one, and that it may relieve me from all concerns with the money of the United States, other than those I have just spoken of. I do not mean by this to testify a disposition to render no service, but what is rigorously within my duty. I am the farthest in the world from this. It is a question I shall never ask myself, nothing making me more happy than to render any service in my power, of whatever description. But I wish only to be excused from intermeddling in business in which I have no skill, and should do more harm than good. Congress were pleased to order me an advance of 2/4 salary. At that time I supposed that I might refund it, or spare so much from my expenses by the time the 3rd quarter became due. Probably they might expect the same. But it has been impossible. The expense of my outfit, though I have taken it up, on a scale as small as could be admitted, has been very far beyond what I had conceived. I have, therefore, not only been unable to refund the advance ordered, but been obliged to go beyond it. I wished to have avoided so much as was occasioned by the purchase of furniture, but those who hire furniture asked me 40% a year for the use of it. It was better to buy, therefore, and this article, clothes, carriage, etc., have amounted to considerably more than the advance ordered. Perhaps it may be thought reasonable to allow me an outfit. The usage of every other nation has established this, and reason really pleads for it. I do not wish to make a shilling, but only my expenses to be defrayed, and in a moderate style. On the most moderate, which the reputation or interest of those I serve would admit, it will take me several years to liquidate the advances for my outfit. I mention this to enable you to understand the necessities which have obliged me to call for more money than was probably expected, and, understanding them, to explain them to others. Being perfectly disposed to conform myself decisively to what shall be thought proper, you cannot oblige me more than by communicating to me your sentiments thereon, which I shall receive as those of a friend, and govern myself accordingly. I am, with the most perfect esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 121, to John Jay, Paris, October 6, 1785. Sir, my letter of August the 30th acknowledged the receipt of yours of July the 13th. Since that, I have received your letter of August the 13th, enclosing a correspondence between the Marquis de Lafayette and Monsieur de Calonne, and another of the same date enclosing the papers in Fortin's case. I immediately wrote to Monsieur le Musin at Havre, desiring he would send me a state of the case, and inform me what were the difficulties which suspended its decision. He has promised me by letter to do this as soon as possible, and I shall not fail in attention to it. The Emperor and Dutch have signed preliminaries, which are now made public. You will see them in the papers which accompany this. They still leave a good deal to discussion. However, it is probable they will end in peace. The party in Holland, possessed actually of the sovereignty, wish for peace, that they may push their designs on the Stadtholderate. This country wishes for peace because her finances need arrangement. The Bavarian exchange has produced to public view that jealousy and rancor between the courts of Vienna and Berlin which existed before, though it was smothered. This will appear by the declarations of the two courts. The demarcation between the Emperor and Turk does not advance. Still, however, I suppose neither of those two germs of war likely to open soon. I consider the conduct of France as the best evidence of this. If she had apprehended a war from either of those quarters, she would not have been so anxious to leave the Emperor one enemy the less, by placing him at peace with the Dutch, while she is exerting all her powers to preserve peace by land, and making no preparation which indicates a fear of its being disturbed in that quarter. She is pushing her naval preparations with a spirit unexampled in time of peace. By the opening of the next spring, she will have 80 ships of 74 guns and upwards ready for sea at a moment's warning. And the further constructions proposed will probably within 2 years raise the number to 100. New regulations have been made, too, for perfecting the classification of her seamen, an institution which, dividing all the seamen of the nation into classes, subjects them to tours of duty by rotation, and enables government at all times to man their ships. Their works for rendering Cherbourg a harbor for their vessels of war, and Dunkirk for frigates and privateers, leave now little doubt of success. It is impossible that these preparations can have in view any other nation than the English. Of course, they show a greater diffidence of their peace with them than with any other power. I mentioned to you in my letter of August the 14th that I had desired Captain John Paul Jones to inquire into the circumstances of Pérousse's expedition. I have now the honor of enclosing you copies of my letter to him and of his answer. He refuses to accept of any indemnification for his expenses, which is an additional proof of his disinterested spirit and of his devotion to the service of America. The circumstances are obvious, which indicate an intention to settle factories, and not colonies, at least for the present. However, nothing shows for what place they are destined. The conjectures are divided between New Holland and the northwest coast of America. According to what I mentioned in my letter of August the 30th, I have appointed Mr. Short my secretary here. I enclose to you copies of my letters to him and Mr. Grand, which will show to Congress that he stands altogether at their pleasure. I mention this circumstance that, if what I have done meets with their disapprobation, they may have the goodness to signify it immediately, as I should otherwise conclude that they do not disapprove it. I shall be ready to conform myself to what would be most agreeable to them. This will be accompanied by the gazettes of France and Leyden to the present date. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the highest esteem and respect, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 122, to Elbridge Gerry, Paris, October 11th, 1785. Dear Sir, I received last night the letter signed by yourself and the other gentlemen, delegates of Massachusetts and Virginia, recommending Mr. Sayre for the Barbary negotiations. As that was the first moment of its suggestion to me, you will perceive by my letter of this date to Mr. J. that the business was already established in other hands, as your letter came at the same time with the papers actually signed by Mr. Adams, for Messrs. Barclay and Lamb, according to the arrangements previously taken between us. I should, with great satisfaction, have acceded to the recommendation in the letter, not indeed as to Morocco, because no better man than Mr. Barclay could have been substituted, but as to Algiers, Mr. Lamb being less known to me. However, I hope well of him, and rely considerably on the aid he will receive from his secretary, Mr. Randall, who bears a very good character. I suppose Mr. Adams entitled to the same just apology, as matters were settled otherwise, before he probably received your letter. I pray you to communicate this to the other gentlemen of your and our delegation as my justification. The peace made between the Emperor and Dutch leaves Europe quiet for this campaign. As yet we do not know where the storm, dissipated for the moment, will gather again, probably over Bavaria or Turkey. But this will be for another year. When our instructions were made out, they were conceived on a general scale, and supposed that all the European nations would be disposed to form commercial connections with us. It is evident, however, that a very different degree of importance was annexed to these different states. Spain, Portugal, England, and France were most important. Holland, Sweden, Denmark, in a middling degree. The others still less so. Spain treats in another line. Portugal is disposed to do the same. England will not treat at all, nor will France, probably, add to her former treaty. Failing in the execution of these our capital objects, it has appeared to me that the pushing the treaties with the lesser powers might do us more harm than good, by hampering the measures the states may find it necessary to take for securing those commercial interests by separate measures, which is refused to be done here in concert. I have understood through various channels that the members of Congress wished a change in our instructions. I have, in my letter to Mr. Jay of this date, mentioned the present situation and aspect of these treaties for their information. My letter of the 6th instant to Mr. Jay, having communicated what little there is new here, I have only to add assurances of the sincere esteem with which I have the honor to be, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 123 to the Count de Vergennes, Paris, October 11, 1785. Sir, I have the honor of enclosing to your Excellency a report of the voyage of an American ship, the first which has gone to China. The circumstance which induces Congress to direct this communication is the very friendly conduct of the consul of His Majesty at Macao, and of the commanders and other officers of the French vessels in those seas. It has been with singular satisfaction that Congress have seen these added to the many other proofs of the cordiality of this nation towards our citizens. It is the more pleasing when it appears in the officers of government, because it is then viewed as an emanation of the spirit of the government. It would be an additional gratification to Congress, in this particular instance, should any occasion arise of notifying those officers that their conduct has been justly represented to your Excellency on the part of the United States and has met your approbation. Nothing will be wanting on our part to foster corresponding dispositions in our citizens, and we hope that proofs of their actual existence have appeared and will appear whenever occasion shall offer. A sincere affection between the two people is the broadest basis on which their peace can be built. It will always be among the most pleasing functions of my office to be made the channel of communicating the friendly sentiments of the two governments. It is additionally so, as it gives me an opportunity of assuring your Excellency of the high respect and esteem with which I have the honor to be your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 124 to John Jay, Paris, October 11, 1785. Sir, in my letter of August the 14th, I had the honor of expressing to you the uneasiness I felt at the delay of the instructions on the subject of the Barbary treaties, of which Mr. Lamb was the bearer, and of informing you that I had proposed to Mr. Adams that if he did not arrive either in the French or English packets then expected, we should send some person to negotiate these treaties. As he did not arrive in those packets, I found Mr. Barclay was willing to undertake the negotiations. I wrote to Mr. Adams, who had concurred in the proposition made him, informing him that Mr. Barclay would go, and proposing papers for our immediate signature. The day before the return of the courier, Mr. Lamb arrived, with our instructions, the letters of credence, and etc., enclosed in yours of March the 11th, 1785. Just about the same time came to hand the letter number 1, informing me that 2 American vessels were actually taken and carried into Algiers, and leaving no further doubt that that power was exercising hostilities against us in the Atlantic. The conduct of the Emperor of Morocco had been such as forbade us to postpone his treaty to that with Algiers, but the commencement of hostilities by the latter, and their known activity, pressed the necessity of immediate propositions to them. It was therefore thought best, while Mr. Barclay should be proceeding with the Emperor of Morocco, that some other agent should go to Algiers. We had few subjects to choose out of. Mr. Lamb's knowledge of the country, of its inhabitants, of their manner of transacting business, the recommendations from his state to Congress, of his fitness for this employment, and other information founding a presumption that he would be approved, occasioned our concluding to send him to Algiers. The giving him proper authorities, and new ones to Mr. Barclay, conformable to our own new powers, was the subject of a new courier between Mr. Adams and myself. He returned last night, and I have the honor of enclosing you copies of all the papers we furnished those gentlemen with, which will possess Congress fully of our proceedings herein. They are numbered from 2 to 10 inclusive. The supplementary instruction to Mr. Lamb, number 5, must rest for justification on the emergency of the case. The motives which led to it must be found in the feelings of the human heart, in a partiality for those sufferers who are of our own country, and in the obligations of every government to yield protection to their citizens as the consideration for their obedience. It will be a comfort to know that Congress does not disapprove this step. Considering the treaty with Portugal among the most interesting to the United States, I some time ago took occasion at Versailles to ask of the Portuguese ambassador if he had yet received from his court an answer to our letter. He told me he had not, but that he would make it the subject of another letter. 2 days ago, his secretary d'ambassade called on me with a letter from his minister to the ambassador, in which was the following paragraph, as he translated it to me, and I committed it to writing from his mouth. Quote, "Your Excellency has communicated to us the substance of your conversation with the American minister. That power ought to have been already persuaded by the manner in which its vessels have been received here, and consequently that His Majesty would have much satisfaction in maintaining perfect harmony and good understanding with the same United States. But it would be proper to begin with the reciprocal nomination, on both sides, of persons who, at least with the character of agents, might reciprocally inform their constituents of what might conduce to a knowledge of the interests of the 2 nations, without prejudice to either. This first step appears necessary to lead to the proposed object." Unquote. By this it would seem that this power is more disposed to pursue a track of negotiation, similar to that which Spain has done. I consider this answer as definitive of all further measures under our commission to Portugal. That to Spain was superseded by proceedings in another line. That to Prussia is concluded by actual treaty. To Tuscany will probably be so, and perhaps to Denmark. And these, I believe, will be the sum of the effects of our commissions for making treaties of alliance. England shows no disposition to treat. France, should her ministers be able to keep the ground of the arrêt of August 1784 against the clamors of her merchants, and should they be disposed hereafter to give us more, very probably will not bind herself to it by treaty, but keep her regulations dependent on her own will. Sweden will establish a free port at St. Bartholomew's, which perhaps will render any new engagement on our part unnecessary. Holland is so immovable in her system of colony administration that as propositions to her on that subject would be desperate, they had better not be made. You will perceive by the letter number 11 from the Marquis de Lafayette that there is a possibility of an overture from the Emperor. A hint from the Chargé d'Affaires of Naples lately has induced me to suppose something of the same kind from thence. But the advanced period of our commissions now offers good cause for avoiding to begin what probably cannot be terminated during their continuance. And with respect to these two, and all other powers not before mentioned, I doubt whether the advantages to be derived from treaties with them will countervail the additional embarrassments they may impose on the states, when they shall proceed to make those commercial arrangements necessary to counteract the designs of the British cabinet. I repeat it, therefore, that the conclusion of the treaty with Prussia, and the probability of others with Denmark, Tuscany, and the Barbary States, may be expected to wind up the proceedings of the general commissions. I think that in possible events it may be advantageous to us, by treaties with Prussia, Denmark, and Tuscany, to have secured ports in the northern and Mediterranean seas. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the highest respect and esteem, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 125. To Messrs. Van Staphorst, Paris, October 12, 1785. Gentlemen, the receipt of your favor of September the 19th should not have been so long unacknowledged, but that I have been peculiarly and very closely engaged ever since it came to hand. With respect to the expediency of the arrangement you propose to make with Mr. Parker, I must observe to you that it would be altogether out of my province to give an official opinion for your direction. These transactions appertain altogether to the Commissioners of the Treasury, to whom you have very properly written on the occasion. I shall always be willing, however, to apprise you of any facts I may be acquainted with, and which might enable you to proceed with more certainty, and even to give my private opinion, where I am acquainted with the subject, leaving you the most perfect liberty to give it what weight you may think proper. In the present case, I cannot give even a private opinion, because I am not told what are precisely the securities offered by Mr. Parker. So various are the securities of the United States that unless they are precisely described by their dates, consideration, and other material circumstances, no man on earth can say what they are worth. One fact, however, is certain, that all debts of any considerable amount contracted by the United States while their paper money existed are subject to a deduction and not payable at any fixed period. I think I may venture to say also that there are no debts of the United States on the same footing with the money loaned by Holland, except those due to the kings of France and Spain. However, I hope you will soon receive the answer of the commissioners, which alone can decide authoritatively what is to be done. Congress have thought proper to entrust to Mr. Adams and myself a certain business, which may eventually call for great advances of money, perhaps 400,000 livres or upwards. They have authorized us to draw for this on their funds in Holland. The separate situation of Mr. Adams and myself, rendering joint drafts inconvenient, we have agreed that they shall be made by him alone. You will be pleased, therefore, to give the same credit to these bills, drawn by him, as if they were also subscribed by me. I have the honor to be, with high respect, gentlemen, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 126. To Monsieur Desbordes, Paris, October 12, 1785. Sir, there are in the prison of St. Paul de Leon 6 or 7 citizens of the United States of America, charged with having attempted a contraband of tobacco, but, as they say themselves, forced into that port by stress of weather. I believe that they are innocent. Their situation is described me to be as deplorable as should be that of men found guilty of the worst of crimes. They are in close jail, allowed 3 sous a day only, and unable to speak a word of the language of the country. I hope their distress, which it is my duty to relieve, and the recommendation of Mr. Barclay to address myself to you, will apologize for the liberty I take of asking you to advise them what to do for their defense, to engage some good lawyer for them, and to pass to them the pecuniary reliefs necessary. I write to Mr. Lister Asquith, the owner of the vessel, that he may draw bills on me from time to time for a livre a day for every person of them, and for what may be necessary to engage a lawyer for him. I will pray the favor of you to furnish him money for his bills, drawn on me for these purposes, which I shall pay on sight. You will judge if he should go beyond this allowance, and be so good as to reject the surplus. I must desire his lawyer to send me immediately a state of their case, and let me know in what court their process is, and when it is likely to be decided. I hope the circumstances of the case will excuse the freedom I take, and I have the honor to be, with great respect, sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 127. To Hogendorp, Paris, October 13, 1785. Sir, having been much engaged lately, I have been unable sooner to acknowledge the receipt of your favor of September the 8th. What you are pleased to say on the subject of my notes is more than they deserve. The condition in which you first saw them would prove to you how hastily they had been originally written, as you may remember the numerous insertions I made in them from time to time when I could find a moment for turning to them from other occupations. I have never yet seen Monsieur de Buffon. He has been in the country all the summer. I sent him a copy of the book, and have only heard his sentiments on one particular of it, that of the identity of the mammoth and elephant. As to this, he retains his opinion that they are the same. If you have formed any considerable expectations from our revised code of laws, you will be much disappointed. It contains not more than 3 or 4 laws which could strike the attention of a foreigner. Had it been a digest of all of our laws, it would not have been comprehensible or instructive but to a native. But it is still less so, as it digests only the British statutes and our own Acts of Assembly, which are but a supplementary part of our law. The great basis of it is anterior to the date of the Magna Carta, which is the oldest statute extant. The only merit of this work is that it may remove from our bookshelves about 20 folio volumes of statutes, retaining all the parts of them which either their own merit or the established system of laws required. You ask me what are those operations of the British nation which are likely to befriend us, and how they will produce this effect. The British government, as you may naturally suppose, have it much at heart to reconcile their nation to the loss of America. This is essential to the repose, perhaps even to the safety, of the king and his ministers. The most effectual engines for this purpose are the public papers. You know well that government always kept a kind of standing army of news writers, who, without any regard to truth, or to what should be like truth, invented and put into the papers whatever might serve the ministers. This suffices with the mass of the people, who have no means of distinguishing the false from the true paragraphs of a newspaper. When forced to acknowledge our independence, they were forced to redouble their efforts to keep the nation quiet. Instead of a few of the papers formerly engaged, they now engaged everyone. No paper, therefore, comes out without a dose of paragraphs against America. These are calculated for a secondary purpose also, that of preventing the emigrations of their people to America. They dwell very much on American bankruptcies. To explain these would require a long detail, but would show you that 9/10 of these bankruptcies are truly English bankruptcies, in no wise chargeable on America. However, they have produced effects the most desirable of all others for us. They have destroyed our credit, and thus checked our disposition to luxury. and forcing our merchants to buy no more than they have ready money to pay for, they force them to go to those markets where that ready money will buy most. Thus, you see, they check our luxury, they force us to connect ourselves with all the world, and they prevent foreign immigrations to our country, all of which I consider as advantageous to us. They are doing us another good turn. They attempt, without disguise, to possess themselves of the carriage of our produce, and to prohibit our own vessels from participating of it. This has raised a general indignation in America. The states see, however, that their constitutions have provided no means of counteracting it. They are therefore beginning to vest Congress with the absolute power of regulating their commerce, only reserving all revenue arising from it to the state in which it is levied. This will consolidate our federal building very much, and for this we shall be indebted to the British. You ask what I think on the expediency of encouraging our states to be commercial. Were I to indulge my own theory, I would wish them to practice neither commerce nor navigation, but to stand with respect to Europe precisely on the footing of China. We should thus avoid wars, and all our citizens would be husbandmen. Whenever, indeed, our numbers should so increase as that our produce would overstock the markets of those nations who should come to seek it, the farmers must either employ the surplus of their time in manufactures, or the surplus of our hands must be employed in manufactures or in navigation. But that day would, I think, be distant, and we should long keep our workmen in Europe, while Europe should be drawing rough materials and even subsistence from America. But this is theory only, and a theory which the servants of America are not at liberty to follow. Our people have a decided taste for navigation and commerce. They take this from their mother country, and their servants are in duty bound to calculate all their measures on this datum. We wish to do it by throwing open all the doors of commerce and knocking off its shackles. But as this cannot be done for others, unless they will do it for us, and there is no great probability that Europe will do this, I suppose we shall be obliged to adopt a system which may shackle them in our ports as they do us in theirs. With respect to the sale of our lands, that cannot begin till a considerable portion have been surveyed. They cannot begin to survey till the fall of the leaf of this year, nor to sell probably until the ensuing spring, so that it will be yet a 12-month before we shall be able to judge of the efficacy of our land office to sink our national debt. It is made a fundamental that the proceeds shall be solely and sacredly applied as a sinking fund to discharge the capital only of the debt. It is true that the tobaccos of Virginia go almost entirely to England. The reason is the people of that state owe a great debt there, which they are paying as fast as they can. I think I have now answered your several queries, and shall be happy to receive your reflections on the same subjects, and at all times to hear of your welfare, and to give you assurances of the esteem with which I have the honor to be, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 128, to J. Bannister, Jr., Paris, October 15, 1785. Dear Sir, I should sooner have answered the paragraph in your letter of September the 19th, respecting the best seminary for the education of youth in Europe, but that it was necessary for me to make inquiries on the subject. The result of these has been to consider the competition as resting between Geneva and Rome. They are equally cheap, and probably are equal in the course of education pursued. The advantage of Geneva is that students acquire there the habit of speaking French. The advantages of Rome are the acquiring a local knowledge of a spot so classical and so celebrated, the acquiring the true pronunciation of the Latin language, a just taste in the fine arts, more particularly those of painting, sculpture, architecture, and music, a familiarity with those objects and processes of agriculture which experience has shown best adapted to a climate like ours. And lastly, the advantage of a fine climate for health. It is probable, too, that by being boarded in a French family, the habit of speaking that language may be obtained. I do not count on any advantage to be derived in Geneva from a familiar acquaintance with the principles of that government. The late revolution has rendered it a tyrannical aristocracy, more likely to give ill than good ideas to an American. I think the balance in favor of Rome. Pisa is sometimes spoken of as a place of education, but it does not offer the first and third of the advantages of Rome. But why send an American youth to Europe for education? What are the objects of a useful American education? Classical knowledge, modern languages, chiefly French, Spanish, and Italian, mathematics, natural philosophy, natural history, civil history, and ethics. In natural philosophy, I mean to include chemistry and agriculture, and in natural history to include botany, as well as the other branches of those departments. It is true that the habit of speaking the modern languages cannot be so well acquired in America, but every other article can be as well acquired at William and Mary College as at any place in Europe. When college education is done with, and a young man is to prepare himself for public life, he must cast his eyes, for America, either on law or physic. For the former, where can he apply so advantageously as to Mr. Wythe? For the latter, he must come to Europe. The medical class of students, therefore, is the only one which need come to Europe. Let us view the disadvantages of sending a youth to Europe. To enumerate them all would require a volume. I will select a few. If he goes to England, he learns drinking, horse racing, and boxing. These are the peculiarities of English education. The following circumstances are common to education in that and the other countries of Europe. He acquires a fondness for European luxury and dissipation, and a contempt for the simplicity of his own country. He is fascinated with the privileges of the European aristocrats, and sees with abhorrence the lovely equality which the poor enjoy with the rich in his own country. He contracts a partiality for aristocracy or monarchy. He forms foreign friendships which will never be useful to him, and loses the season of life for forming in his own country those friendships which of all others are the most faithful and permanent. He is led by the strongest of all the human passions into a spirit for female intrigue, destructive of his own and others' happiness, or a passion for whores, destructive of his health, and, in both cases, learns to consider fidelity to the marriage bed as an ungentlemanly practice and inconsistent with happiness. He recollects the voluptuary dress and arts of the European women, and pities and despises the chaste affections and simplicity of those of his own country. He retains through life a fond recollection and a hankering after those places which were the scenes of his first pleasures and of his first connections. He returns to his own country a foreigner, unacquainted with the practices of domestic economy necessary to preserve him from ruin, speaking and writing his native tongue as a foreigner, and therefore unqualified to obtain those distinctions which eloquence of the pen and tongue ensures in a free country. For I would observe to you that what is called style in writing or speaking is formed very early in life while the imagination is warm and impressions are permanent. I am of opinion that there never was an instance of a man's writing or speaking his native tongue with elegance who passed from 15 to 20 years of age out of the country where it is spoken. Thus, no instance exists of a person's writing two languages perfectly. That will always appear to be his native language, which was most familiar to him in his youth. It appears to me, then, that an American coming to Europe for education loses in his knowledge, in his morals, in his health, in his habits, and in his happiness. I had entertained only doubts on this head before I came to Europe. What I see and hear since I came here proves more than I had even suspected. Cast your eye over America. Who are the men of most learning, of most eloquence, most beloved by their countrymen, and most trusted and promoted by them? They are those who have been educated among them, and whose manners, morals, and habits are perfectly homogeneous with those of the country. Did you expect by so short a question to draw such a sermon on yourself? I dare say you did not. But the consequences of foreign education are alarming to me as an American. I sin, therefore, through zeal whenever I enter on the subject. You are sufficiently American to pardon me for it. Let me hear of your health, and be assured of the esteem with which I am, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 129 to Mr. Carmichael, Paris, October 18th, 1785. Dear Sir, your favor of the 29th of September came safely to hand. The constant expectation of the departure of the persons whom I formerly gave you reason to expect has prevented my writing, as it has done yours. They will probably leave this in a week, but their route will be circuitous and attended with delays. Between the middle and last of November they may be with you. By then you will receive a cipher, by which you may communicate with Mr. Adams and myself. I should have sent it by Baron Dreyer, the Danish minister, but I then expected our own conveyance would have been quicker. Having mentioned this gentleman, give me leave to recommend him to your acquaintance. He is plain, sensible, and open. He speaks English well, and had he been to remain here, I should have cultivated his acquaintance much. Be so good as to present me very respectfully to him. This being to go by post, I shall only add the few articles of general American news by the last packet. Dr. Franklin arrived in good health at Philadelphia, the 15th ultimate, and was received amidst the acclamations of an immense crowd. No late event has produced greater demonstrations of joy. It is doubted whether Congress will adjourn this summer, but they are so thin they do not undertake important business. Our Western posts are in status quo. I have the honor to be, with great esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 130 to Messrs. Van Staphorst, Paris, October 25th, 1785. Gentlemen, I received yesterday your favor of the 20th instant. In order to give you the information you desire on the subject of the liquidated debts of the United States and the comparative footing on which they stand, I must observe to you that the first and great division of our federal debt is into 1 foreign and 2 domestic. The foreign debt comprehends 1. The loan from the government of Spain, 2. The loans from the government of France and from the farmers general, 3. The loans negotiated in Holland by order of Congress. This branch of our debt stands absolutely singular, no man in the United States having ever supposed that Congress or their legislatures can in any wise modify or alter it. They justly view the United States as the one party, and the lenders as the other, and that the consent of both would be requisite were any modification to be proposed. But with respect to the domestic debt, they consider Congress as representing both the borrowers and lenders, and that the modifications which have taken place in this have been necessary to do justice between the two parties, and that they flowed properly from Congress as their mutual umpire. The domestic debt comprehends 1. The army debt, 2. The loan office debt, 3. The liquidated debt, and 4. The unliquidated debt. The first term includes debt to the officers and soldiers for pay, bounty, and subsistence. The second term means monies put into the loan office of the United States. The third comprehends all debts contracted by quartermasters, commissaries, and others duly authorized to procure supplies for the army, and which have been liquidated, that is, settled, by commissioners appointed under the resolution of Congress of June the 12th, 1780, or by the officer who made the contract. The fourth comprehends the whole mass of debts described in the preceding article, which have not yet been liquidated. These are in a course of liquidation and are passing over daily into the third class. The debts of this third class, that is, the liquidated debt, is the object of your inquiry. No time is fixed for the payment of it, no fund as yet determined, nor any firm provision for the interest in the meantime. The consequence is that the certificates of these debts sell greatly below par. When I left America, they could be bought for from 2 shillings and 6pence to 15 shillings in the pound. This difference proceeding from the circumstance of some states having provided for paying the interest on those due in their own state, which others had not. Yet an opinion has arisen with some, and propositions had even been made in the legislatures, for paying off the principal of these debts with what they had cost the holder, and interest on that. This opinion is far from being general, and I think will not prevail, but it is among possible events. I have been thus particular that you might be able to judge, not only in the present case but also in others, should any attempts be made to speculate in your city on these papers. It is a business in which foreigners will be in great danger of being duped. It is a science which bids defiance to the powers of reason. To understand it, a man must not only be on the spot, and be perfectly possessed of all the circumstances relative to every species of these papers, but he must have that dexterity which the habit of buying and selling them alone gives. The brokers of these certificates are few in number, and any other person venturing to deal with them engages in a very unequal contest. I have the honor to be, with the highest respect, gentlemen, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 53. Section 54 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 131 to William Carmichael, Paris, November 4th, 1785. Dear Sir, I had the honor of writing you on the 18th of October, and again on the 25th of the same month. Both letters, being to pass through the post offices, were confined to particular subjects. The first of them acknowledged the receipt of yours of September the 29th. At length, a confidential opportunity arrives for conveying to you a cipher. It will be handed you by the bearer, Mr. Lamb. Copies of it are in the hands of Mr. Adams at London, Mr. Barclay, who is proceeding to Morocco, and Mr. Lamb, who is proceeding to Algiers. This enables us to keep up such correspondences with each other as may be requisite. Congress, in the spring of 1784, gave powers to Mr. Adams, Dr. Franklin, and myself to treat with the Barbary States, but they gave us no money for them, and the other duties assigned us rendered it impossible for us to proceed thither in person. These things having been represented to them, they assigned to us a certain sum of money and gave us powers to delegate agents to treat with those states, and to form preliminary articles, but confining to us the signing of them in a definitive form. They did not restrain us in the appointment of the agents, but the orders of Congress were brought to us by Mr. Lamb. They had waited for him 4 months, and the recommendations he brought pointed him out, in our opinion, as a person who would meet the approbation of Congress. We therefore appointed him to negotiate with the Algerines. His manners and appearance are not promising, but he is a sensible man, and seems to possess some talents which may be proper in the matter of a bargain. We have joined with him as secretary a Mr. Randall from New York, in whose prudence we hope he will find considerable aid. They now proceed to Madrid, merely with the view of seeing you, as we are assured they will receive from you lights which may be useful to them. I hear that Dexfilly and the Algerine ministers have gone from Madrid. Letters from Algiers of August the 24th inform me that we had 2 vessels and their crews in captivity there at that time. I have never had reason to believe certainly that any others had been captured. Should Mr. Lamb have occasion to draw bills while in Spain on Mr. Adams, you may safely assure the purchasers that they will be paid. An important matter detains Mr. Barclay some days longer, and his journey to Madrid will be circuitous. Perhaps he may arrive there a month later than Lamb. It would be well if the Emperor of Morocco could in the meantime know that such a person is on the road. Perhaps you may have an opportunity of notifying this to him officially by asking from him passports for Mr. Barclay and his suite. This would be effecting 2 good purposes at once if you can find an opportunity. Your letter of September the 2nd did not get to my hands till these arrangements were all taken between Mr. Adams and myself and the persons appointed. That gave me the first hint that you would have acted in this business. I mean no flattery when I assure you that no person would have better answered my wishes. At the same time, I doubt whether Mr. Adams and myself should have thought ourselves justifiable in withdrawing a servant of the United States from a post equally important with those which prevented our acting personally in the same business. I am sure that, remaining where you are, you will be able to forward much the business, and that you will do it with the zeal you have hitherto manifested on every occasion. Your intercourse with America being less frequent than ours, from this place I will state to you generally such new occurrences there as may be interesting, some of which perhaps you will not have been informed of. It was doubtful at the date of my last letters whether Congress would adjourn this summer. They were too thin, however, to undertake important business. They had begun arrangements for the establishment of a mint. The dollar was decided on as the money unit of America. I believe they proposed to have gold, silver, and copper coins, descending and ascending decimally, viz., a gold coin of $10, a silver coin of 1/10 of a dollar, equal to a Spanish bit, and a copper of 1/100 of a dollar. These parts of the plan, however, were not ultimately decided on. They have adopted the late improvement in the British post office of sending their mails by the stages. I am told this is done from New Hampshire to Georgia and from New York to Albany. Their treasury is administered by a board, of which Mr. Walter Livingston, Mr. Osgood, and Dr. Arthur Lee are members. Governor Rutledge, who had been appointed minister to The Hague on the refusal of Governor Livingston, declines coming. We are uncertain whether the states will generally come into the proposition of investing Congress with the regulation of their commerce. Massachusetts has passed an act, the first object of which seemed to be to retaliate on the British commercial measures, but in the close of it, they imposed double duties on all goods imported in bottoms not wholly owned by citizens of our states. New Hampshire has followed the example. This is much complained of here, and will probably draw retaliating measures from the states of Europe, if generally adopted in America, or not corrected by the states which have adopted it. It must be our endeavor to keep them quiet on this side the water, under the hope that our countrymen will correct this step, as I trust they will do. It is in no ways akin to their general system. I am trying here to get contracts for the supplying the cities of France with whale oil by the Boston merchants. It would be the greatest relief possible to that state, whose commerce is in agonies, in consequence of being subjected to alien duties on their oil in Great Britain, which had been heretofore their only market. Can anything be done in this way in Spain? Or do they there light their streets in the night? A fracas which has lately happened in Boston, becoming a serious matter, I will give you the details of it as transmitted to Mr. Adams in depositions. A Captain Stanhope, commanding the frigate Mercury, was sent with a convoy of vessels from Nova Scotia to Boston to get a supply of provisions for that colony. It had happened that two persons living near Boston, of the names of Dunbar and Lothrop, had been taken prisoners during the war and transferred from one vessel to another, till they were placed on board Stanhope's ship. He treated them most cruelly, whipping them frequently in order to make them do duty against their country as sailors on board his ship. The ship going to Antigua to refit, he put all his prisoners into jail, first giving Dunbar 24 lashes. Peace took place, and the prisoners got home under the general liberation. These men were quietly pursuing their occupations at home when they heard that Stanhope was in Boston. Their indignation was kindled. They immediately went there, and, meeting Stanhope walking in the Mall, Dunbar stepped up to him and asked him if he recollected him and the whipping on board his ship. Having no weapon in his hand, he struck at Stanhope with his fist. Stanhope stepped back and drew his sword. The people interposed and guarded him to the door of a Mr. Morton, to which he retreated. There Dunbar again attempted to seize him, but the high sheriff had by this time arrived, who interposed and protected him. The assailants withdrew, and here ended all appearance of force. But Captain Stanhope thought proper to write to the governor, which brought on the correspondence published in the papers of Europe. Lest you should not have seen it, I enclose it as cut from a London paper. Though not perfectly exact, it is substantially so. You will doubtless judge that Governor Bowden referred him properly to the laws for redress, as he was obliged to do, and as would have been done in England in a like case. Had he applied to the courts, the question would have been whether they would have punished Dunbar. This must be answered now by conjecture only, and to form that conjecture, every man must ask himself whether he would not have done as Dunbar did, and whether the people should not have permitted him to return to Stanhope the 24 lashes. This affair has been stated in the London papers without mixing with it one circumstance of truth. In your letter of the 27th of June, you were so good as to tell me that you should shortly send off some of the books I had taken the liberty to ask you to get for me, and that your correspondent at Bayonne would give me notice of their arrival there. Not having heard from him, I mention it to you, lest they should be stopped anywhere. I am, with great respect, dear sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 132, to Richard O'Brien, Paris, November 4th, 1785. Sir, I wrote you a short letter on the 29th of September, acknowledging the receipt of yours of August the 24th from Algiers, and promising that you should hear further from me soon. Mr. Adams, the American minister at London, and myself, have agreed to authorize the bearer hereof, Mr. Lamb, to treat for your redemption, and that of your companions taken in American vessels, and, if it can be obtained for sums within our power, we shall have the money paid. But in this we act without instruction from Congress, and are therefore obliged to take the precaution of requiring that you bind your owners for yourself and crew, and the other captain, in like manner, his owners for himself and crew, and that each person separately make himself answerable for his own redemption in case Congress requires it. I suppose Congress will not require it, but we have no authority to decide that, but must leave it to their own decision, which renders necessary the precautions I have mentioned in order to justify ourselves for undertaking to redeem you without orders. Mr. Lamb is instructed to make no bargain without your approbation, and that of the other prisoners, each for himself. We also direct him to relieve your present necessities. I sincerely wish you a speedy deliverance from your distresses and a happy return to your family. I am, sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 133, To W. W. Seward, Paris, November 12, 1785. Sir, I receive the honor of your letter of the 25th ultimate, written by desire of the Associated Company of Irish Merchants in London, and return you thanks for the kind congratulations you express therein. The freedom of commerce between Ireland and America is undoubtedly very interesting to both countries. If fair play be given to the natural advantages of Ireland, she must come in for a distinguished share of that commerce. She is entitled to it, from the excellence of some of her manufactures, the cheapness of most of them, their correspondence with the American taste, a sameness of language, laws, and manners, a reciprocal affection between the people, and the singular circumstance of her being the nearest European land to the United States. I am not, at present, so well acquainted with the trammels of Irish commerce as to know what they are, particularly, which obstruct the intercourse between Ireland and America, nor, therefore, what can be the object of a fleet stationed in the Western Ocean to intercept that intercourse. Experience, however, has taught us to infer that the fact is probable because it is impolitic. On the supposition that this interruption will take place, you suggest Austin as a convenient entrepot for the commerce between America and Ireland. Here, too, I find myself, on account of the same ignorance of your commercial regulations, at a loss to say why this is preferable to Lorient, which you know is a free port and in great latitude, which is nearer to both parties and accessible by a less dangerous navigation. I make no doubt, however, that the reasons of the preference are good. You will find by this essay that I am not likely to be a very instructive correspondent. You shall find me, however, zealous in whatever may concern the interests of the two countries. The system into which the United States wished to go was that of freeing commerce from every shackle. A contrary conduct in Great Britain will occasion them to adopt the contrary system, at least as to that island. I am sure they would be glad, if it should be found practicable, to make that discrimination between Great Britain and Ireland which their commercial principles and their affection for the latter would dictate. I have the honor to be, with the highest respect for yourself and the company for whom you write, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 134. To the Count de Vergennes, Paris, November 14, 1785. Sir, I take the liberty of troubling Your Excellency on behalf of 6 citizens of the United States, who have been for some time confined in the prison of St. Paul de Leon, and of referring for particulars to the enclosed state of their case. Some of the material facts therein mentioned are founded on the bill of sale for the vessel, her clearance from Baltimore, and her logbook. The originals of the 2 last, and a copy of the first, are in my hands. I have also letters from a merchant in Liverpool to Asquith, which render it really probable that his vessel was bound to Liverpool. The other circumstances depend on their affirmation, but I must say that in these facts they have been uniform and steady. I have thus long avoided troubling Your Excellency with this case in hopes it would receive its decision in the ordinary course of law, and I relied that that would indemnify the sufferers if they had been used unjustly. But though they have been in close confinement now near 3 months, it has yet no appearance of approaching to decision. In the meantime, the cold of the winter is coming on, and, to men in their situation, may produce events which would render all indemnification too late. I must therefore pray the assistance of Your Excellency for the liberation of their persons, if the established order of things may possibly admit of it. As to their property and their personal sufferings hitherto, I have full confidence that the laws have provided some tribunal where justice will be done them. I enclose the opinion of an advocate, forwarded to me by a gentleman whom I had desired to obtain from some judicious person of that faculty a state of their case. This may perhaps give a better idea than I can of the situation of their cause. his inquiries have led him to believe they are innocent men, but that they must lose their vessel under the edict which forbids those under 30 tons to approach the coast. Admitting their innocence, as he does, I should suppose them not the objects on whom such an edict was meant to operate. The essential papers, which he says they redemanded from him and did not return, were sent to me at my desire. I am, with sentiments of the highest respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. The case of Lister Asquith, owner of the schooner William and Catherine, William McNeill, captain, William Thompson, William Neely, Robert Anderson, mariners, and William Fowler, passenger. Lister Asquith, citizen of the state of Maryland, having a lawsuit depending in England which required his presence, as involving in its issue nearly his whole fortune, determined to go thither in a small schooner of his own, that he might at the same time take with him an adventure of tobacco and flour to Liverpool, where he had commercial connections. This schooner he purchased as of 59 1/4 tons, as appears by his bill of sale, but she had been registered by her owner at 21 tons, in order to evade the double duties in England to which American vessels are now subject. He cleared out from Baltimore for Liverpool the 11th of June, 1785, with 8 hogshead of tobacco and 60 barrels of flour, but ran aground at Smith's Point, sprung a leak, and was obliged to return to Baltimore to refit. Having stopped his leak, he took his cargo on board again, and his health being infirm, he engaged Captain William McNeill to go with him. Footnote: This was the officer who, on the evacuation of Fort Mifflin, after the British had passed the Chevaux de Frise on the Delaware, was left with 15 men to destroy the works, which he did, and brought off his men successfully. He had before that been commander of the Rattlesnake sloop of war, and had much annoyed the British trade. Being bred a seaman, he has returned to that vocation. Returning to the text. And on the 20th of June sailed for Norfolk in Virginia, and on the 22nd came to Inhampton Road at the mouth of the river on which Norfolk is. Learning there that tobacco would be better than flour for the English market, he landed 50 barrels of his flour and 1 hogshead of tobacco, which he found to be bad, meaning to take instead thereof 9 hogshead of tobacco more. But the same night it began to blow very hard with much rain. The 23rd the storm became more heavy. They let go both their anchors, but were driven, notwithstanding, from their anchorage, forced to put to sea and to go before the wind. The occurrences of their voyage will be best detailed by short extracts from the logbook. June 24. The weather becomes worse. One of the foreshrouds and the foremast carried away. 25. Shifted their ballast, which threw them on their beam ends, and shipped a very heavy sea. Held a consultation, the result of which was that, seeing they were now driven so far to sea, and the weather continuing still very bad, it was better to steer for Liverpool, their port of destination, though they had not their cargo on board, and no other clearance but that which they took from Baltimore. June 29. The first observation they'd been able to take, north latitude 38 degrees, 13 minutes. June 30th. Winds began to be light, but the sea still very heavy. July 5th. Light winds and a smooth sea for the first time, in latitude 43 degrees, 12 minutes. July 9th. Spoke a French brig, Comte d'Artois, Captain Mio from the St. Maloy, in distress for provisions. Relieved her with 3 barrels of flour. August 6th. Thick weather and a strong wind. Made the Land's End of England. August 7th. Unable to fetch the land, therefore bore off for Sealy, and came to with both anchors. Drove, notwithstanding, and obliged to get up the anchors and put to sea, running southwardly. August 8th. Made the land of France, but did not know what part. Here the logbook ends. At this time they had on board but 10 gallons of water, 4 or 5 barrels of bread, 2 or 3 pounds of candles, no firewood, their sails unfit to be trusted to any longer, and all their materials for mending them exhausted by the constant repairs which the violence of the weather had called for. They therefore took a pilot aboard, who carried them into Pont de Val, but being informed by the captain of a vessel there that the schooner was too sharp built, as the American vessels mostly are, to lie in that port, they put out immediately, and the next morning the pilot brought them to anchor in the road of the Ile de Bas. Asquith went immediately to Roscoff, protested at the Admiralty the true state of his case, and reported his vessel and cargo at the custom house. In making the report of his vessel, he stated her as of 21 tons, according to his register. The officer informed him that if she was no larger, she would be confiscated by an edict which forbids all vessels under 30 tons to approach the coast. He told the officer what was the real truth as to his register and his bill of sale, and was permitted to report her according to the latter. He paid the usual fees of 10 livres and 7 sols, and obtained a clearance. Notwithstanding this, he was soon visited by other persons, whom he supposes to have been commis of the Fermes, who seized his vessel, carried her to the pier, and confined the crew to the vessel and half the pier, putting sentinels over them. They brought a gauger, who measured only her hold and part of her steerage, allowing nothing for the cockpit, cabin, forecastle, and above 1/2 of the steerage, which is almost half the vessel, and thus made her contents, if that had been of any importance, much below the truth. The tobacco was weighed and found to be 6,487 pounds. Footnote: a hogshead of tobacco weighs generally about 1,000 pounds English, equal to 917 pounds French. The 7 hogsheads sailed with would therefore weigh, according to this estimate, 6,423 pounds. They actually weighed more on the first assay. When afterwards weighed at Landivisienne, they had lost 84 pounds on being carried into a drier air. Perhaps, too, a difference of weights may have been entered into this apparent loss. Returning to the text, which was sent on the 18th to Landivisienne, and on the 19th they were committed to close prison at St. Paul de Leon, where they have been confined ever since. They had, when they first landed, some money, of which they were soon disembarrassed by different persons who, in various forms, undertook to serve them. Unable to speak or understand a word of the language of the country, friendless and left without money, they have languished 3 months in a loathsome jail, without any other sustenance, a great part of the time, than what would be procured for 3 sous a day, which have been furnished them to prevent their perishing. They have been made to understand that a criminal process is going on against them under 2 heads, one as having sold tobacco in contraband, and 2 as having entered a port of France in a vessel of less than 30 tons burthen. In support of the first charge, they understand that the circumstances relied on of their having been seen off the coast by the employees des Fermes 1 or 2 days. They acknowledge they may have been so seen while beating off Pont du Val, till they could get a pilot, while entering that port and again going round from thence to the road of the Ile de Bas. The reasons for this have been explained. They further add that all the time they were at Point de Val, they had a king's officer on board, from whom, as well as from their pilot, and the captain, by whose advice they left that port for the Ile de Bas. Information can be obtained by their accusers, who are not imprisoned, of the true motives for that measure. It is said to be urged also that there was found in their vessel some loose tobacco in a blanket, which excites a suspicion that they had been selling tobacco. When they were stowing their loading, they broke a hogshead, as is always necessary and is always done to fill up the stowage, and to consolidate and keep the whole mass firm and in place. The loose tobacco which had come out of the broken hogshead they repacked in bags, but in the course of the distress of their disastrous voyage, They had employed these bags, as they had done everything else of the same nature, in mending their sails. The condition of their sails when they came into port will prove this, and they were seen by witnesses enough to whom their accusers, being at their liberty, can have access. Besides, the sale of a part of their tobacco is a fact which, had it taken place, might have been proved. But they deny that it has been proved, or ever can be proved by true men, because it never existed. And they hope the justice of this country does not permit strangers, seeking in her ports an asylum from death, to be thrown into jail and continued there indefinitely on the possibility of a fact, without any proof. More especially when, as in the present case, a demonstration to the contrary is furnished by their clearance, which shows they never had more than 8 hogshead of tobacco on board, of which 1 had been put ashore at Hampton in Virginia, as has been before related, and the 7 others remained when they first entered port. If they'd been smugglers of tobacco, the opposite coast offered a much fairer field, because the gain there is as great, because they understand the language and laws of the country, they know its harbors and coasts, and have connections in them. These circumstances are so important to smugglers that it is believed no instance has ever occurred of the contraband of tobacco attempted on this side of the Channel by a crew wholly American. Be this as it may, they are not of that description of men. As to the second charge, that they have entered a port of France in a vessel of less than 30 tons burthen, they, in the first place, observe that they saw the gauger measure the vessel, and affirm that his method of measuring could render little more than half her true contents. But they say further that were she below the size of 30 tons, and, when entering the port, had they known of the alternative of either forfeiting their vessel and cargo or of perishing at sea, they must still have entered the port, the loss of their vessel and cargo being the lesser evil. But the character of the lawgiver assures them that the intention of his laws are perverted when misapplied to persons who, under their circumstances, take refuge in his ports. They have no occasion to recur from his clemency to his justice by claiming the benefit of that article in the treaty which binds the 2 nations together, and which assures to the fugitives of either from the dangers of the sea a hospitable reception and necessary aids in the ports of the other, and that without measuring the size of their vessel. Upon the whole, they protest themselves to have been as innocent as they have been unfortunate. Instead of relief in a friendly port, they have seen their misfortunes aggravated by the conduct of officers who, in their greediness for gain, can see in no circumstance anything but proofs of guilt. They have already long suffered and are still suffering whatever scanty sustenance and inclement season and close confinement can offer most distressing to men who have been used to neither, and who have wives and children at home participating of their distresses. They are utterly ignorant of the laws and language of the country where they are suffering. They are deprived of that property which would have enabled them to procure counsel, to place their injuries in a true light. They are distant from the stations of those who are appointed by their country to patronize their rights. They are not at liberty to go to them, nor able to have communication through any other than the uncertain medium of the posts, and they see themselves already ruined by the losses and delays they have been made to incur, and by the failure of the original object of their voyage. They throw themselves, therefore, on the patronage of the government, and pray that its energy may be interposed in aid of their poverty and ignorance, to restore them to their liberty, and to extend to them that retribution which the laws of every country mean to extend to those who suffer unjustly. Letter 135, to John Adams, Paris, November 19, 1785. Dear Sir, I wrote to you on the 11th of October by Mr. Preston, and again on the 18th of the same month by post. Since that, yours of September the 25th by Mr. Boylston, of October the 24th, November the 1st, and November the 4th have come safe to hand. I will take up their several subjects in order. Boylston's object was first to dispose of a cargo of spermaceti oil, which he brought to Havre. A secondary one was to obtain a contract for future supplies. I carried him to the Marquis de Lafayette. As to his first object, we are in hopes of getting the duties taken off, which will enable him to sell his cargo. This has led to discussions with the ministers, which give us a hope that we may get the duties taken off in perpetuum. This done, a most abundant market for our oil will be opened by this country, and one which will be absolutely dependent on us, for they have little expectation themselves of establishing a successful whale fishery. It is possible they may only take the duties off those oils which shall be the produce of associated companies of French and American merchants, but as yet nothing certain can be said. I thank you for the trouble you've taken to obtain insurance on Houdon's life. I placed the 32 pounds and 11 shillings to your credit, and not being able as yet to determine precisely how our accounts stand, I send a sum by Colonel Smith, which may draw the scales towards a balance. The determination of the British Cabinet to make no equal treaty with us confirms me in the opinions expressed in your letter of October the 24th, that the United States must pass a navigation act against Great Britain and load her manufactures with duties, so as to give a preference to those of other countries, and I hope our assemblies will wait no longer, but transfer such a power to Congress at the sessions of this fall. I suppose, however, it will only be against Great Britain, and I think it will be right not to involve other nations in the consequences of her injustice. I take for granted that the commercial system wished for by Congress was such a one as should leave commerce on the freest footing possible. This was the plan on which we prepared our general draft for treating with all nations. Of those with whom we were to treat, I ever considered England, France, Spain, and Portugal as capitally important, the first two on account of their American possessions, the last for the European as well as American. Spain is treating in America and probably will give an advantageous treaty. Portugal shows dispositions to do the same. France does not treat. It is likely enough she will choose to keep the staff in her own hands. But in the meantime she gives us an access to her West Indies, which, though not all we wish, is yet extremely valuable to us. This access, indeed, is much affected by the late arrêts of the 18th and 25th of September, which I enclose to you. I consider these as a reprisal for the navigation acts of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. The minister has complained to me, officially, of these acts as a departure from the reciprocity stipulated for by the treaty. I have assured him that his complaints shall be communicated to Congress, and in the meantime observed that the example of discriminating between foreigners and natives had been set by the arrêt of August 1784, and still more remarkably by those of September the 18th and 25th, which in effect are a prohibition of our fish in their islands. However, it is better for us that both sides should revise what they have done. I am in hopes this country did not mean these as permanent regulations. Mr. Bingham, lately from Holland, tells me that the Dutch are much dissatisfied with these acts. In fact, I expect the European nations in general will rise up against an attempt of this kind and wage a general commercial war against us. They can do well without all of our commodities, except tobacco, and we cannot find elsewhere markets for them. The selfishness of England alone will not justify our hazarding a contest of this kind against all Europe. Spain, Portugal, and France have not yet shut their doors against us. It will be time enough, when they do, to take up the commercial hatchet. I hope, therefore, those states will repeal their navigation clauses, except as against Great Britain and other nations not treating with us. I have made the inquiries you desire as to American ship timber for this country. You know they sent some person, whose name was not told us, to America to examine the quality of our masts, spars, etc. I think this was young Chamont's business. They have, besides this, instructed the officer who superintends their supplies of masts, spars, etc., to procure good quantities from our northern states. But I think they have made no contract. On the contrary, that they await the trials projected, but with a determination to look to us for considerable supplies if they find our timber answer. They have on the carpet a contract for live oak from the southern states. You ask why the Virginia merchants do not learn to sort their own tobacco? They can sort them as well as any other merchants whatever. Nothing is better known than the quality of every hogshead of tobacco from the place of its growth. They know, too, the particular qualities required in every market. They do not send their tobaccos, therefore, to London to be sorted, but to pay their debts. And though they could send them to other markets and remit the money to London, yet they find it necessary to give their English merchant the benefit of the consignment of their tobacco, which is enormously gainful, in order to induce him to continue his indulgence for the balance due. Is it impossible to persuade our countrymen to make peace with the Nova Scotians? I am persuaded nothing is wanting but advances on our part, and that it is in our power to draw off the greatest proportion of that settlement, and thus to free ourselves from rivals who may become of consequence. We are at present cooperating with Great Britain, whose policy it is to give aliment to that bitter enmity between her states and ours, which may secure her against their ever joining us. But would not the existence of a cordial friendship between us and them be the best bridle we could possibly put into the mouth of England? With respect to the Danish business, you will observe that the instructions of Congress, Article 3, of October the 29th, 1783, put it entirely into the hands of the ministers plenipotentiary of the United States of America at the court of Versailles, empowered to negotiate a peace, or to any one or more of them. At that time I did not come under this description. I had received the permission of Congress to decline coming in the spring preceding that date. On the first day of November, 1783, that is to say, 2 days after the date of instructions to the commissioners, Congress recommended John Paul Jones to the minister plenipotentiary of the United States at Versailles as agent, to solicit under his direction the payment of all prizes taken in Europe under his command. But the object under their view at that time was assuredly the money due from the court of Versailles for the prizes taken in the expedition by the Bonhomme Richard, the Alliance, etc. In this business I have aided him effectually, having obtained a definitive order for paying the money to him, and a considerable proportion being actually paid him. But they could not mean, by their resolution of November the 1st, to take from the commissioners powers which they had given them 2 days before. If there could remain a doubt that this whole power has resulted to you, it would be cleared up by the instructions of May the 7th, 1784, Article 9, which declare, quote, that these instructions be considered as supplementary to those of October the 29th, 1783, and not as revoking, except where they contradict them, which shows that they considered the instructions of October the 29th, 1783, as still in full force. I do not give you the trouble of this discussion to save myself the trouble of the negotiation. I should have no objections to this part, but it is to avoid the impropriety of meddling in a matter wherein I am unauthorized to act, and where anything I should pretend to conclude with the court of Denmark might have the appearance of a deception on them. Should it be in my power to render any service in it, I shall do it with cheerfulness, but I repeat that I think you are the only person authorized. I received a few days ago the Nuova Minutia of Tuscany, which Colonel Humphries will deliver you. I have been so engaged that I have not been able to go over it with any attention. I observe in general that the order of the articles is entirely deranged, and their diction almost totally changed. When you shall have examined it, if you will be so good as to send me your observations by post, in cipher, I will communicate with you in the same way, and try to mature this matter. The deaths of the Dukes of Orleans and Praslin will probably reach you through the channel of the public papers before this letter does. Your friends the abbés are well, and always speak of you with affection. Colonel Humphries comes to pass some time in London. My curiosity would render a short trip thither agreeable to me also, but I see no probability of taking it. I will trouble you with my respects to Dr. Price. Those to Mrs. Adams I witness in a letter to herself. I am, with very great esteem, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 136. To the Count de Vergennes, Paris, November 20th, 1785. Sir, I found here, on my return from Fontainebleau, the letter of October the 30th, which your Excellency did me the honor there of informing me had been addressed to me at this place, and I shall avail myself of the first occasion of transmitting it to Congress, who will receive with great pleasure those new assurances of the friendly sentiments which His Majesty is pleased to continue towards the United States. I am equally persuaded they will pay the most serious attention to that part of your Excellency's letter which mentions the information you've received of certain acts or regulations of navigation and commerce passed in some of the United States, which are injurious to the commerce of France. In the meantime, I wish to remove the unfavorable impressions which those acts seem to have made, as if they were a departure from the reciprocity of conduct stipulated for by the Treaty of February the 6th, 1776. The effect of that treaty is to place each party with the other, always on the footing of the most favored nation. But those who framed the acts probably did not consider the treaty as restraining either from discriminating between foreigners and natives. Yet this is the sole effect of these acts. The same opinion as to the meaning of the treaty seems to have been entertained by this government both before and since the date of these acts. For the arrêt of the King's Council of August the 30th, 1784, furnished an example of such a discrimination between foreigners and natives, importing salted fish into His Majesty's dominions in the West Indies, by laying a duty on that imported by foreigners, and giving out the same in bounty to native importers. This opinion shows itself more remarkably in the late arrêts of the 18th and 25th of September, which, increasing to excess the duty on foreign importations of fish into the West Indies, giving the double in bounty on those of natives, and thereby rendering it impossible for the former to sell in competition with the latter, having in effect prohibited the importation of that article by the citizens of the United States. Both nations perhaps may come into the opinion that their friendship and their interests may be better cemented by approaching the condition of their citizens reciprocally to that of natives as a better ground of intercourse than that of the most favored nation. I shall rest with hopes of being authorized in due time to inform your Excellency that nothing will be wanting on our part to evince a disposition to concur in revising whatever regulations may on either side bear hard on the commerce of the other nation. In the meantime, I have the honor to assure you of the profound respect and esteem with which I have the honor to be your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 137. To Lister Asquith, Paris, November 23rd, 1785. Sir, I've received your letter of the 14th instant. It was not till the 8th of this month that I could obtain information from any quarter of the particular court in which your prosecution was instituted and the ground on which it was founded. I then received it through the hands of Monsieur Desbordes at Brest. I have sent to the Count de Vergennes a statement of your case, of which the enclosed is a copy. I wish you would read it over, and if there be any fact stated in it which is wrong, let me know it, that I may have it corrected. I, at the same time, wrote him an urgent letter in your behalf. I have daily expected an answer, which has occasioned my deferring writing to you. The moment I receive one, you may be assured of my communicating it to you. My hopes are that I may obtain from the king a discharge of the persons of all of you, but probably your vessel and cargo must go through a process. I have sincerely sympathized with your misfortunes, and have taken every step in my power to get into the right line for obtaining relief. If it will add any comfort to your situation and that of your companions, to be assured that I never lose sight of your sufferings, and leave nothing undone to extricate you, you have that assurance. I am, sir, your very humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 138, to John Adams, Paris, November 27, 1785. Sir, your favor of the 5th came to hand yesterday, and Colonel Smith and Colonel Humphries, by whom you will receive one of the 19th from me, being to set out tomorrow, I hasten to answer it. I sincerely rejoice that Portugal is stepping forward in the business of treaty, and that there is a probability that we may at length do something under our commissions, which may produce a solid benefit to our constituents. I as much rejoice that it is not to be negotiated through the medium of the torpid, uninformed machine at first made use of. I conjecture from your relation of the conference with the Chevalier de Pinto that he is well informed and sensible. So much the better. It is one of those cases where the better the interests of the two parties are understood, the broader will be the basis on which they will connect them. To the very judicious observations on the subject of the conference which were made by you, I have little to add. Flour. It may be observed that we can sell them the flour ready manufactured for much less than the wheat of which it is made. In carrying to them wheat, we carry also the bran, which does not pay its own freight. In attempting to save and transport wheat to them, much is lost by the weevil, and much spoiled by heat in the hold of the vessel. This loss must be laid on the wheat which gets safe to market, where it is paid for by the consumer. Now, this is much more than the cost of manufacturing it with us, which would prevent that loss. I suppose the cost of manufacturing does not exceed 7% on the value, but the loss by the weevil and other damage on shipboard amount to much more. Let them buy of us as much wheat as will make 100 weight of flour. They will find that they have paid more for the wheat than we should have asked for the flour, besides having lost the labor of their mills in grinding it. The obliging us, therefore, to carry it to them in the form of wheat is a useless loss to both parties. Iron. They will get none from us. We cannot make it in competition with Sweden or any other nation of Europe, where labor is so much cheaper. Wines. The strength of the wines of Portugal will give them always an almost exclusive possession of a country where the summers are so hot as in America. The present demand will be very great if they will enable us to pay for them. But if they consider the extent and rapid population of the United States, they must see that the time is not distant when they will not be able to make enough for us, and that it is of great importance to avail themselves of the prejudices already established in favor of their wines, and to continue them by facilitating the purchase. Let them do this, and they need not care for the decline of their use in England. They will be independent of that country. Salt. I do not know where the northern states supplied themselves with salt, but the southern ones took great quantities from Portugal. Cotton and wool. The southern states will take manufacture of both. The northern will take both the manufacturers and raw materials. East India goods of every kind. Philadelphia and New York have begun a trade to the East Indies. Perhaps Boston may follow their example. but their importations will be sold only to the country adjacent to them. For a long time to come, the states south of the Delaware will not engage in a direct commerce with the East Indies. They neither have nor will have ships or seamen for their other commerce, nor will they buy East India goods of the northern states. Experience shows that the states never bought foreign goods of one another. The reasons are that they would, in so doing, pay double freight and charges, and again that they would have to pay mostly in cash what they could obtain for commodities in Europe. I know that the American merchants have looked with some anxiety to the arrangements to be taken with Portugal, in expectation that they could, through her, get their East India articles on better and more convenient terms. And I am of opinion Portugal will come in for a good share of this traffic with the southern states if they facilitate our payments. Coffee. Can they not furnish us with this article from Brazil? Sugar. The Brazil sugars are esteemed with us more than any other. Chocolate. This article, when ready-made, as also the cocoa, becomes so soon rancid, and the difficulties of getting it fresh have been so great in America that its use has spread but little. The way to increase its consumption would be to permit it to be brought to us immediately from the country of its growth. By getting it good in quality and cheap in price, the superiority of the article, both for health and nourishment, will soon give it the same preference over tea and coffee in America which it has in Spain, where they can get it by a single voyage, and, of course, while it is sweet. The use of the sugars, coffee, and cotton of Brazil would also be much extended by a similar indulgence. Ginger and spices from the Brazils, if they had the advantage of a direct transportation, might take place of the same articles from the East Indies. Ginseng. We can furnish them with enough to supply their whole demand for the East Indies. They should be prepared to expect that in the beginning of this commerce, more money will be taken by us than after a while. The reasons are that our heavy debt to Great Britain must be paid before we shall be masters of our own returns, and again that habits of using particular articles are produced only by time and practice. That as little time as possible may be lost in this negotiation, I will communicate to you at once my sentiments as to the alterations in the draft sent them, which will probably be proposed by them or which ought to be proposed by us, noting only those articles. Article 3. They will probably restrain us to their dominions in Europe. We must expressly include the Azores, Madeiras, and Cape de Verde Islands, some of which are deemed to be in Africa. We should also contend for an access to their possessions in America, according to the gradation in the second article of our instructions of May the 7th, 1784. But if we can obtain it in no one of these forms, I am of opinion we should give it up. Article 4. This should be put into the form we gave it in the draft sent you by Dr. Franklin and myself for Great Britain. I think we had not reformed this article when we sent our draft to Portugal. You know the Confederation renders the reformation absolutely necessary, a circumstance which had escaped us at first. Article 9. Add from the British draft the clause about wrecks. Article 13. The passage, nevertheless, etc., to run as in the British draft. Article 18. After the word accident, insert, quote, or wanting supplies of provisions or other refreshments, unquote. And again, instead of take refuge, insert come, and after of the other, insert in any part of the world. The object of this is to obtain leave for our whaling vessels to refit and refresh on the coast of the Brazils, an object of immense importance to that class of our vessels. We must acquiesce under such modifications as they may think necessary for regulating this indulgence, in hopes to lessen them in time, and to get a pied de terre in that country. Article 19. Can we get this extended to the Brazils? It would be precious in case of a war with Spain. Article 23. Between places and whose, insert, and in general all others, as in the British draft. Article 24, for necessaries, substitute comforts. Article 25, add, quote, but if any such consuls shall exercise commerce, unquote, etc., as in the British draft. We should give to Congress as early notice as possible of the reinstitution of this negotiation, because in a letter by a gentleman who sailed from Havre, the 10th instant, I communicated to them the answer of the Portuguese minister, through the ambassador here, which I sent to you. They may, in consequence, be making other arrangements which might do injury. The little time which now remains of the continuance of our commissions should also be used with the Chevalier de Pinto to hasten the movements of his court. But all these preparations for trade with Portugal will fail in their effect unless the depredations of the Algerines can be prevented. I am far from confiding in the measures taken for this purpose. Very possibly, war must be recurred to. Portugal is at war with them. Suppose the Chevalier de Pinto was to be sounded on the subject of a union of force, and even a stipulation for contributing each a certain force to be kept in constant cruise. Such a league once begun, other nations would drop into it, one by one. If he should seem to approve it, it might then be suggested to Congress, who, if they should be forced to try the measure of war, would doubtless be glad of such an ally. As the Portuguese negotiation should be hastened, I suppose our communications must often be trusted to the post, availing ourselves of the cover of our cipher. I am, with sincere esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of Section 54. Section 55 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 139, to Colonel Humphries, Paris, December 4th, 1785. Dear Sir, I enclose you a letter from Gatteau, observing that there will be an anachronism if, in making a medal to commemorate the victory of Saratoga, he puts on General Gates the insignia of the Cincinnati, which did not exist at that date. I wrote him in answer that I thought so too, but that you had the direction of the business, that you are now in London, and that I would write to you and probably should have an answer within a fortnight, and in the meantime he could be employed on other parts of the die. I suppose you might not have observed on the print of General Gates the insignia of the Cincinnati, or did not mean that that particular should be copied. Another reason against it strikes me. Congress have studiously avoided giving to the public their sense of this institution. Should medals be prepared to be presented from them to certain officers, and bearing on them the insignia of the order, as the presenting them would involve an approbation of the institution, a previous question would be forced on them, whether they would present these medals. I am of opinion it would be very disagreeable to them to be placed under the necessity of making this declaration. Be so good as to let me know your wishes on this subject by the first post. Mr. Short has been sick ever since you left us. Nothing new has occurred here since your departure. I imagine you have American news. If so, pray give us some. Present me affectionately to Mr. Adams and the ladies, and to Colonel Smith, and be assured of the esteem with which I am, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 140, to John Adams, Paris, December 10th, 1785. Dear sir, on the arrival of Mr. Boylston, I carried him to the Marquis de Lafayette, who received from him communications of his object. This was to get a remission of the duties on his cargo of oil, and he was willing to propose a future contract. I suggested, however, to the Marquis, when we were alone, that instead of wasting our efforts on individual applications, we had better take up the subject on general ground, and whatever could be obtained, let it be common to all. He concurred with me. As the jealousy of office between ministers does not permit me to apply immediately to the one in whose department this was, the Marquis's agency was used. The result was to put us on the footing of the Hanseatic towns as to whale oil, and to reduce the duties to 11 livres and 5 sols for 520 pounds French, which is very nearly 2 livres on the English hundredweight, or about a guinea and a half the ton. But the oil must be brought in American or French ships, and the indulgence is limited to 1 year. However, as to this, I expressed to Count de Vergennes my hopes that it would be continued, and should a doubt arise, I should propose at the proper time to claim it under the treaty on the footing gentis amissime. After all, I believe Mr. Boylston has failed of selling to Sangrain, and from what I learn, through a little too much hastiness of temper. Perhaps they may yet come together, or he may sell to someone else. When the general matter was thus arranged, a Mr. Barrett arrived here from Boston with letters of recommendation from Governor Bowdoin, Cushing, and others. His errand was to get the whale business here put on a general bottom, instead of the particular one, which had been settled, the last year for a special company. We told him what was done. He thinks it will answer, and proposes to settle at Lorient for conducting the sales of the oil and the returns. I hope, therefore, that this matter is tolerably well fixed as far as the consumption of this country goes. I know not as yet to what amount that is, but shall endeavor to find out how much they consume and how much they furnish themselves. I propose to Mr. Barrett that he should induce either his state or individuals to send a sufficient number of boxes of the spermaceti candle to give one to every leading house in Paris, I mean to those who lead the ton, and at the same time to deposit a quantity for sale here and advertise them in the Petite Affiche. I have written to Mr. Carmichael to know on what footing the use and introduction of the whale oil is there, or can be placed. I have the honor to be, with very sincere esteem, dear sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 141, to John Adams, Paris, December 11, 1785. Dear Sir, Baron Polnitz not going off till today enables me to add some information which I received from Mr. Barclay this morning. You know the immense amount of Beaumarchais' accounts with the United States, and that Mr. Barclay was authorized to settle them. Beaumarchais has pertinaciously insisted on settling them with Congress. Probably he received from them a denial, for just as Mr. Barclay was about to set out on the journey we destined him, Beaumarchais tendered him a settlement. It was thought best not to refuse this, and that it would produce a very short delay. However, it becomes long, and Mr. Barclay thinks it will occupy him all this month. The importance of the account, and a belief that nobody can settle it so well as Mr. Barclay, who is intimately acquainted with most of the articles, induce me to think we must yield to this delay. Be so good as to give me your opinion on the subject. I have the honor to be, with very great esteem, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 142, to the Count de Vergennes, Paris, December 21st, 1785. Sir, I have received this moment a letter of which I have the honor to enclose your Excellency a copy. It is on the case of Asquith and others, citizens of the United States, in whose behalf I had taken the liberty of asking your interference. I understand by this letter that they have been condemned to lose their vessel and cargo, and to pay 6,000 livres and the costs of the prosecution before the 25th instant, or to go to the galleys. This payment being palpably impossible to men in their situation, and the execution of the judgment pressing, I am obliged to trouble your Excellency again by praying if the government can admit any mitigation of their sentence, it may be extended to them in time to save their persons from its effect. I have the honor to be, with very great respect, your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 143 to the Governor of Georgia, Paris, December 22nd, 1785. Sir, the death of the late General Oglethorpe, who had considerable possessions in Georgia, has given rise, as we understand, to questions whether those possessions have become the property of the state or have been transferred by his will to his widow, or descended on the nearest heir capable in law of taking them. In the latter case, the Chevalier de Messrs, a subject of France, stands foremost as being made capable of the inheritance by the treaty between this country and the United States. Under the regal government, it was the practice with us, when lands passed to the crown by escheat or forfeiture, to grant them to such relation of the party as stood on the fairest ground. This was even a chartered right in some of the states. The practice has been continued among them, as deeming that the late revolution should, in no instance, abridge the rights of the people. Should this have been the practice in the state of Georgia, or should they in any instance think proper to admit it, I am persuaded none will arise in which it would be more expedient to do it than in the present, and that no person's expectations should be fairer than those of the Chevalier de Messrs. He is the nephew of General Oglethorpe. He is of singular personal merit, an officer of rank, of high connections, and patronized by the ministers. His case has drawn their attention, and seems to be considered as protected by the Treaty of Alliance, and as presenting a trial of our regard to that. Should these lands be considered as having passed to the state, I take the liberty of recommending him to the legislature of Georgia as worthy of their generosity, and as presenting an opportunity of proving the favorable dispositions which exist throughout America towards the subjects of this country, and an opportunity, too, which will probably be known and noted here. In the several views, therefore, of personal merit, justice, generosity, and policy, I presume to recommend the Chevalier de Messrs and his interests to the notice and patronage of your Excellency, whom the choice of your country has sufficiently marked as possessing the dispositions, while it has, at the same time, given you the power to befriend just claims. The Chevalier de Messrs will pass over to Georgia in the ensuing spring, but should he find an opportunity, he will probably forward this letter sooner. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the most profound respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 144 to the Georgia delegates in Congress, Paris, December 22nd, 1785. Gentlemen, by my dispatch to Mr. J., which accompanies this, you will perceive that the claims of the Chevalier de Messrs, nephew to the late General Oglethorpe, to his possessions within your state, have attracted the attention of the ministry here, and that considering them as protected by their treaty with us, they have viewed as derogatory of that the doubts which have been expressed on the subject. I have thought it best to present to them those claims in the least favorable point of view, to lessen as much as possible the ill effects of a disappointment. But I think it my duty to ask your notice and patronage of this case, as one whose decision will have an effect on the general interests of the Union. The Chevalier de Messrs is nephew to General Oglethorpe. He is a person of great estimation, powerfully related and protected. His interests are espoused by those whom it is our interest to gratify. I will take the liberty, therefore, of soliciting your recommendations of him to the generosity of your legislature, and to the patronage and good offices of your friends, whose efforts, though in a private case, will do a public good. The pecuniary advantages of confiscation, in this instance, cannot compensate its ill effects. It is difficult to make foreigners understand those legal distinctions between the effects of forfeiture, of escheat, and of conveyance, on which the professors of the law might build their opinions in this case. They can see only the outlines of the case, to wit, The death of a possessor of lands lying within the United States, leaving an heir in France, and the state claiming those lands in opposition to the heir. An individual, thinking himself injured, makes more noise than a state. Perhaps, too, in every case which either party to a treaty thinks to be within its provisions, it is better not to weigh the syllables and letters of the treaty, but to show that gratitude and affection render that appeal unnecessary. I take the freedom, therefore, of submitting to your wisdom the motives which present themselves in favor of a grant to the Chevalier de Messrs, and the expediency of urging them on your state as far as you may think proper. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the highest respect, gentlemen, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 145 to John Adams, Paris, December 27th, 1785. Dear Sir, your favors of the 13th and 20th were put into my hands today. This will be delivered you by Mr. Dalrymple, secretary to the legation of Mr. Crawford. I do not know whether you were acquainted with him here. He is a young man of learning and candor, and exhibits a phenomenon I never before met with, that is, a Republican born on the north side of the Tweed. You've been consulted in the case of the Chevalier de Messrs, nephew to General Oglethorpe, and are understood to have given an opinion derogatory of our treaty with France. I was also consulted and understood in the same way. I was of opinion the Chevalier had no right to the estate, and as he had determined the treaty gave him a right, I suppose he made the inference for me that the treaty was of no weight. The Count de Vergennes mentioned it to me in such a manner that I found it was necessary to explain the case to him, and show him that the treaty had nothing to do with it. I enclose you a copy of the explanation I delivered him. Mr. Boylston sold his cargo to an agent of Monsieur Segrin. He got for it 55 livres the hundredweight. I do not think that his being joined to a company here would contribute to its success. His capital is not wanting. The Contour has agreed that the merchants of Boston, sending whale oil here, may draw on him for a certain proportion of money, only giving such a time in their drafts as will admit the actual arrival of the oil into a port of France for his security. Upon these drafts, Mr. Barrett is satisfied they will be able to raise money to make their purchases in America. The duty is 7 livres and 10 sols on the barrel of 520 pounds, French, and 10 sous on every livre, which raises it to 11 livres and 5 sols, the sum I mentioned to you. France uses between 5 and 6 millions of pounds weight French, which is between 3 and 4,000 tons English. Their own fisheries do not furnish 1 million, and there is no probability of their improving. Segrin purchases himself upwards of 1 million. He tells me our oil is better than the Dutch or English because we make it fresh, whereas they cut up the whale and bring it home to be made, so that it is by that time entered into fermentation. Mr. Barrett says that 50 livres the hundredweight will pay the prime cost and duties, and leave a profit of 16% to the merchant. I hope that England will, within a year or two, be obliged to come here to buy whale oil for her lamps. I like as little as you do to have the gift of appointments. I hope Congress will not transfer the appointment of their consuls to their ministers, but if they do, Portugal is more naturally under the superintendence of the minister at Madrid, and still more naturally under that of the minister at Lisbon, where it is clear they ought to have one. If all my hopes fail, the letters of Governor Bowden and Cushing in favor of young Mr. Warren, and your more detailed testimony in his behalf, are not likely to be opposed by evidence of equal weight in favor of any other. I think with you, too, that it is for the public interest to encourage sacrifices and services by rewarding them, and that they should weigh to a certain point in the decision between candidates. I'm sorry for the illness of the Chevalier Pinto. I think the treaty important, and the moment to urge it is that of a treaty between France and England. Lamb, who left this place the 6th of November, was at Madrid the 10th of this month. Since his departure, Mr. Barclay has discovered that no copies of the full powers were furnished to himself, nor, of course, to Lamb. Colonel Franks has prepared copies, which I will endeavor to get, to send by this conveyance for your attestation, which you will be so good as to send back by the first safe conveyance, and I will forward them. Mr. Barclay and Colonel Franks being at this moment at St. Germain's, I am not sure of getting the papers in time to go by Mr. Dalrymple. In that case, I will send them by Mr. Bingham. Be so good as to present me affectionately to Mrs. and Miss Adams, to Colonels Smith and Humphries, and accept assurances of the esteem with which I am, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 55. Section 56 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 146, to John Jay, Paris, January 2nd, 1786. Sir, several conferences and letters having passed between the Count de Vergennes and myself on the subject of the commerce of this country with the United States, I think them sufficiently interesting to be communicated to Congress. They are stated in the form of a report and are herein enclosed. The length of this dispatch perhaps needs apology, yet I have not been able to abridge it without omitting circumstances which I thought Congress would rather choose to know. Some of the objects of these conferences present but small hopes for the present, but they seem to admit a possibility of success at some future moment. I am, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. The following is an extract from the report referred to in the preceding letter, embracing everything interesting therein, not communicated to the reader in the previous correspondence. The next levee day at Versailles, I meant to bring again, under the view of the Count de Vergennes, the whole subject of our commerce with France. But the number of audiences of ambassadors and other ministers which take place, of course, before mine, and which seldom indeed leave me an opportunity of audience at all, prevented me that day. I was only able to ask of the Count de Vergennes as a particular favor that he would permit me to wait on him some day that week. He did so, and I went to Versailles the Friday following, the 9th of December. Monsieur de Meusneir was with the Count. Our conversation began with the usual topic, that the trade of the United States had not yet learned the way to France, but continued to center in England, though no longer obliged by law to go there. I observed that the real cause of this was to be found in the difference of the commercial arrangements in the two countries, that merchants would not and could not trade, but where there was to be some gain, that the commerce between the two countries could not be kept up but by an exchange of commodities, that if an American merchant was forced to carry his produce to London, it could not be expected he would make a voyage from thence to France with the money to lay it out here, and in like manner that if he could bring his commodities with advantage to this country, he would not make another voyage to England with the money to lay it out there, but would take in exchange the merchandise of this country. The Count de Vergennes agreed to this, and particularly that where there was no exchange of merchandise, there could be no durable commerce, and that it was natural for merchants to take their returns in the port where they sold their cargo. I desired his permission then to take a summary view of the productions of the United States, that we might see which of them could be brought here to advantage. 1. Rice. France gets from the Mediterranean a rice not so good indeed, but cheaper than ours. He said that they bought of our rice but that they got from Egypt also rice of a very fine quality. I observed that such was the actual state of their commerce in that article, that they take little from us. 2. Indigo. They make a plenty in their own colonies. He observed that they did, and that they thought it better than ours. 3. Flour, fish, and provisions of all sorts they produce for themselves. That these articles might therefore be considered as not existing for commerce between the United States and the Kingdom of France. I proceeded to those capable of becoming objects of exchange between the two nations. 1. Peltry and furs. Our posts being in the hands of the English, we are cut off from that article. I am not sure even whether we are not obliged to buy of them for our own use. When these posts are given up, if ever they are, we shall be able to furnish France with skins and furs to the amount of 2 millions of livres in exchange for her merchandise, but at present these articles are to be counted as nothing. 2. Potash. An experiment is making whether this can be brought here. We hope it may, but at present it stands for nothing. He observed that it was much wanted in France, and he thought it would succeed. 3. Naval stores. Trials are making on these as subjects of commerce with France. They are heavy and the voyage long. The result, therefore, is doubtful. At present, they are as nothing in our commerce with this country. 4. Whale oil. I told him I had great hopes that the late diminution of duty would enable us to bring this article with advantage to France. That a merchant was just arrived, Mr. Barrett, who proposed to settle at Lorient for the purpose of selling the cargoes of this article and choosing the returns. That he had informed me that in the first year it would be necessary to take 1/3 in money, and the remainder only in merchandise, because the fishermen require, indispensably, some money. But he thought that after the first year, the merchandise of the preceding year would always produce money for the ensuing one, and that the whole amount would continue to be taken annually afterwards in merchandise. I added that, though the diminution of duty was expressed to be but for 1 year, yet I hoped they would find their advantage in renewing and continuing it, for that if they intended really to admit it for 1 year only, the fishermen would not find it worth while to rebuild their vessels and to prepare themselves for the business. The Count expressed satisfaction on the view of commercial exchange held up by this article. He made no answer as to the continuance of it, and I did not choose to tell him, at that time, that we should claim its continuance under their treaty with the Hanseatic towns, which fixes this duty for them, and our own treaty, which gives us the rights of the most favored nation. 5. Tobacco. I recalled to the memory of the Count de Vergennes the letter I had written to him on this article, and the object of the present conversation being how to facilitate the exchange of commerciable articles between the two countries. I pressed that of tobacco in this point of view, observed that France at present paid us 2 millions of livres for this article, that for such portions of it as were bought in London, they sent the money directly there, and for what they bought in the United States, the money was still remitted to London by bills of exchange, whereas if they would permit our merchants to sell this article freely, they would bring it here and take the returns on the spot in merchandise, not money. The Count observed that my proposition contained what was doubtless useful, but that the king received on this article at present a revenue of 28 millions, which was so considerable as to render them fearful of tampering with it. That the collection of this revenue by way of farm was of very ancient date, and that it was always hazardous to alter arrangements of long standing, and of such infinite combinations with the fiscal system. I answered that the simplicity of the mode of collection proposed for this article withdrew it from all fear of deranging other parts of their system, that I supposed they would confine the importation to some of their principal ports, probably not more than 5 or 6, that a single collector in each of these was the only new officer requisite, that he could get rich himself, on 6 livres a hogshead, and would receive the whole revenue and pay it into the treasury at shorthand. Monsieur de Meusneir entered particularly into this part of the conversation, and explained to the Count more in detail the advantages and simplicity of it, and concluded by observing to me that it sometimes happened that useful propositions, though not practicable at one time, might become so at another. I told him that that consideration had induced me to press the matter when I did, because I had understood the renewal of the farm was then on the carpet, and that it was the precise moment when I supposed that this portion might be detached from the mass of the farms. I asked the Count de Vergennes whether, if the renewal of the farm was pressing, this article might not be separated, merely in suspense, till government should have time to satisfy themselves on the expediency of renewing it. He said no promises could be made. In the course of this conversation, he had mentioned the liberty we enjoyed of carrying our fish to the French islands. I repeated to him what I had hinted in my letter of November the 20th, 1785, that I considered this as a prohibition, the laying such duties on our fish and giving such premiums on theirs as made a difference between their and our fishermen of 15 livres the quintal, in an article which sold for but 15 livres. He said it would not have that effect for 2 reasons. One, that their fishermen could not furnish supplies sufficient for their islands, and of course the inhabitants must of necessity buy our fish. 2, that from the constancy of our fishery, and the short season during which theirs continued, and also from the economy and management of ours, compared with the expense of theirs, we had always been able to sell our fish in their islands at 25 livres the quintal, while they were obliged to ask 36 livres. I suppose he meant the livre of the French islands. That thus the duty and premium had been a necessary operation on their side to place the sale of their fish on a level with ours, and that without this theirs could not bear the competition. I have here brought together the substance of what was said on the preceding subjects, not pretending to give it verbatim, which my memory does not enable me to do. I have probably omitted many things which were spoken, but have mentioned nothing which was not. It was interrupted at times with collateral matters. One of these was important. The Count de Vergennes complained, and with a good deal of stress, that they did not find a sufficient dependence on arrangements taken with us. This was the 3rd time, too, he had done it. First, in a conversation at Fontainebleau, when he first complained to me of the navigation acts of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Secondly, in his letter of October the 30th, 1785, on the same subject. And now, in the present conversation, wherein he added as another instance the case of the Cheval de Mézières, heir of General Oglethorpe, who, notwithstanding that the 11th article of the treaty provides that the subjects or citizens of either party shall succeed ab intestato to the lands of their ancestors within the dominions of the other, had been informed from Mr. Adams, and by me also, that his right of succession to the general's estate in Georgia was doubtful. He observed, too, that the administration of justice with us was tardy, insomuch that their merchants, when they had money due to them within our states, considered it as desperate, and that our commercial regulations in general were disgusting to them. These ideas were new, serious, and delicate. I decided, therefore, not to enter into them at that moment, and the rather as we were speaking in French, in which language I did not choose to hazard myself. I withdrew from the objections of the tardiness of justice with us, and the disagreeableness of our commercial regulations, by a general observation that I was not sensible they were well-founded. With respect to the case of the Cheval de Mézières, I was obliged to enter into some explanations. They related chiefly to the legal operation of our Declaration of Independence, to the undecided question whether our citizens and British subjects were thereby made aliens to one another, to the general laws as to the conveyance of land to aliens, and the doubt whether an act of the Assembly of Georgia might not have been passed to confiscate General Oglethorpe's property, which would, of course, prevent its devolution on any heir. Monsieur Reneval observed that in this case it became a mere question of fact, whether a confiscation of these lands had taken place before the death of General Oglethorpe, which fact might be easily known by inquiries in Georgia where the possessions lay. I thought it very material that the opinion of this court should be set to rights on these points. On my return, therefore, I wrote the following observations on them, which, the next time I went to Versailles, not having an opportunity of speaking to the Count de Vergennes, I put into the hands of Monsieur Reneval, praying him to read them, and to ask the favor of the Count to do the same. Explanations on some of the subjects of the conversation which I had the honor of having with His Excellency, the Count de Vergennes, when I was last at Versailles. The principal design of that conversation was to discuss those articles of commerce which the United States could spare, which are wanted in France, and, if received there on a convenient footing, would be exchanged for the productions of France. But in the course of the conversation, some circumstances were incidentally mentioned by the Count de Vergennes, which induced me to suppose he had received impressions neither favorable to us nor derived from perfect information. The case of the Chevalier de Messrs was supposed to furnish an instance of our disregard to treaties, and the event of that case was inferred from opinions supposed to have been given by Mr. Adams and myself. This is ascribing a weight to our opinions to which they are not entitled. They will have no influence on the decision of the case. The judges in our courts would not suffer them to be read. Their guide is the law of the land, of which law its treaties make a part. Indeed, I know not what opinion Mr. Adams may have given on the case, and if any be imputed to him derogatory of our regard to the treaty with France, I think his opinion has been misunderstood. With respect to myself, the doubts which I expressed to the Chevalier de Messrs as to the success of his claims were not founded on any question whether the treaty between France and the United States would be observed. On the contrary, I venture to pronounce that it will be religiously observed if his case comes under it. But I doubted whether it would come under the treaty. The case, as I understand it, is this. General Oglethorpe, a British subject, had lands in Georgia. He died since the peace, having devised these lands to his wife. His heirs are the Chevalier de Messrs, son of his eldest sister, and the Marquis de Bellegarde, son of his younger sister. This case gives rise to legal questions, some of which have not yet been decided, either in England or America, the laws of which countries are nearly the same. 1. It is a question, under the laws of those countries, whether persons born before their separation, and once completely invested in both, with the character of natural subjects, can ever become aliens in either. There are respectable opinions on both sides. If the negative be right, then General Oglethorpe, having never become an alien, and having devised his lands to his wife, who on this supposition also was not an alien, the devise has transferred the lands to her, and there is nothing left for the treaty to operate on. 2. If the affirmative opinion be right, and the inhabitants of Great Britain and America, born before the Revolution, are become aliens to each other, it follows by the laws of both that the lands which either possessed, within the jurisdiction of the other, became the property of the state in which they are. But a question arises whether the transfer of the property took place on the Declaration of Independence, or not till an office, or an act of assembly, had declared the transfer. If the property passed to the state on the Declaration of Independence, then it did not remain in General Oglethorpe, and, of course, at the time of his death, he having nothing, there was nothing to pass to his heirs, and so nothing for the treaty to operate on. 3. If the property does not pass till declared by an office found by jury or an act passed by the assembly, the question then is whether an office had been found or an act of assembly been passed for that purpose before the peace. If there was, the lands had passed to the state during his life, and, nothing being left in him, there was nothing for his heirs to claim under the treaty. 4. If the property had not been transferred to the state before the peace, either by the Declaration of Independence or an office or an act of assembly, then it remained in General Oglethorpe at the epoch of the peace, and it will be insisted, no doubt, that by the 6th article of the Treaty of Peace between the United States and Great Britain, which forbids future confiscations, General Oglethorpe acquired a capacity of holding and of conveying his lands. He has conveyed them to his wife, but she being an alien, it will be decided by the laws of the land whether she took them for her own use or for the use of the state. For it is a general principle of our law that conveyances to aliens pass the lands to the state, and it may be urged that though by the treaty of peace General Oglethorpe could convey, yet that treaty did not mean to give him a greater privilege of conveyance than natives hold, to wit, a privilege of transferring the property to persons incapable by law of taking it. However, this would be a question between the state of Georgia and the widow of General Oglethorpe, in the decision of which the Chevalier de Messires is not interested, because whether she takes the land by the will for her own use or for that of the state, it is equally prevented from descending to him. There is neither a conveyance to him nor a succession ab intestato devolving on him, which are the cases provided for by our treaty with France. To sum up the matter in a few words, if the lands had passed to the state before the epoch of peace, the heirs of General Oglethorpe cannot say they have descended on them, and if they remained in the general at that epoch, the treaty saving them to him, he could convey them away from his heirs, and he has conveyed them to his widow, either for her own use or for that of the state. Seeing no event in which, according to the facts stated to me, the treaty could be applied to this case or could give any right whatever to the heirs of General Oglethorpe, I advised the Chevalier de Messires not to urge his pretensions on the footing of right, nor under the treaty, but to petition the Assembly of Georgia for a grant of these lands. If, in the question between the state and the widow of General Oglethorpe, it should be decided that they were the property of the state, I expected from their generosity and the friendly dispositions in America towards the subjects of France that they would be favorable to the Chevalier de Messires. There is nothing in the preceding observations which would not have applied against the heir of General Oglethorpe, had he been a native citizen of Georgia, as it now applies against him, being a subject of France. The treaty has placed the subjects of France on a footing with natives, as to conveyances and descent of property. There was no occasion for the assemblies to pass laws on this subject, the treaty being a law, as I conceive, superior to those of particular assemblies, and repealing them where they stand in the way of its operations. The supposition that the treaty was disregarded on our part, in the instance of the Acts of Assembly of Massachusetts and New Hampshire, which made a distinction between natives and foreigners as to the duties to be paid on commerce, was taken notice of in the letter of November the 20th, which I had the honor of addressing to the Count de Vergennes. And while I express my hopes that on a revision of these subjects nothing will be found in them derogatory from either the letter or spirit of our treaty, I will add assurances that the United States will not be behindhand in going beyond both, whenever occasion shall offer of manifesting their sincere attachment to this country. I will pass on to the observation that our commercial regulations are difficult and repugnant to the French merchants. To detail these regulations minutely as they exist in every state would be beyond my information. A general view of them, however, will suffice because the states differ little in their several regulations. On the arrival of a ship in America, her cargo must be reported at the proper office. The duties on it are to be paid. These are commonly from 2.5 to 5% on its value. On many articles, the value of which is tolerably uniform, the precise sum is fixed by law. A tariff of these is presented to the importer, and he can see what he has to pay, as well as the officer. For other articles, the duty is such a % on their value. That value is either shown by the invoice or by the oath of the importer. This operation being once over, and it is a very short one, the goods are considered as entered and may then pass through the whole 13 states without their ever being more subject to a question, unless they be reshipped. Exportation is still more simple, because as we prohibit the exportation of nothing, and very rarely lay a duty on any article of export, the state is little interested in examining outward bound vessels. The captain asks a clearance for his own purposes. As to the operations of internal commerce, such as matters of exchange, of buying, selling, bartering, and etc., our laws are the same as the English. If they've been altered in any instance, it has been to render them more simple. Finally, as to the tardiness of the administration of justice with us, it would be equally tedious and impracticable for me to give a precise account of it in every state. But I think it probable that it is much on the same footing through all the states, and that an account of it in any one of them may be found a general presumption of it in the others. Being best acquainted with its administration in Virginia, I shall confine myself to that. Before the Revolution, a judgment could not be obtained under 8 years in the Supreme Court, where the suit was in the Department of the Common Law, which department embraces about 9/10 of the subjects of legal contestation. In that of the Chancery, from 12 to 20 years were requisite. This did not proceed from any vice in the laws, but from the indolence of the judges appointed by the king. And these judges holding their offices during his will only, he could have reformed the evil at any time. This reformation was among the first works of the legislature after our independence. A judgment can now be obtained in the Supreme Court in 1 year, at the common law, and in about 3 years in the Chancery. But more particularly to protect the commerce of France, which at that moment was considerable with us, a law was passed giving all suits wherein a foreigner was a party a privilege to be tried immediately on the return of his process, without waiting till those of natives, which stand before them, shall have been decided on. Out of this act, however, the British stand excluded by a subsequent one. This, with its causes, must be explained. The British Army, after ravaging the state of Virginia, had sent off a very great number of slaves to New York. By the 7th article of the Treaty of Peace, they stipulated not to carry away any of these. Notwithstanding this, it was known when they were evacuating New York that they were carrying away the slaves. General Washington made an official demand of Sir Guy Carleton that he should cease to send them away. He answered that these people had come to them under promise of the king's protection, and that that promise should be fulfilled in preference to the stipulation in the treaty. The state of Virginia, to which nearly the whole of these slaves belonged, passed a law to forbid the recovery of debts due to British subjects. They declared at the same time they would repeal the law if Congress were of opinion they ought to do it. But desirous that their citizens should be discharging their debts, they afterwards permitted British creditors to prosecute their suits and to receive their debts in 7 equal and annual payments, relying that the demand for the slaves would either be admitted or denied in time, to lay their hands on some of the latter payments for reimbursement. The immensity of this debt was another reason for forbidding such a mass of property to be offered for sale under execution at once, as, from the small quantity of circulating money, it must have sold for little or nothing, whereby the creditor would have failed to receive his money, and the debtor would have lost his whole estate without being discharged of his debt. This is the history of the delay of justice in that country in the case of British creditors. As to all others, its administration is as speedy as justice itself will admit. I presume it is equally so in all the other states, and can add that it is administered in them all with a purity and integrity of which few countries afford an example. I cannot take leave altogether of the subjects of this conversation without recalling the attention of the Count de Vergennes to what had been its principal drift. This was to endeavor to bring about a direct exchange between France and the United States, without the intervention of a third nation, of those productions with which each could furnish the other. We can furnish to France, because we have heretofore furnished to England, of whale oil and spermaceti, of furs and peltry, of ships and naval stores, and of potash, to the amount of 15 millions of livres, and the quantities will admit of increase. Of our tobacco, France consumes the value of 10 millions more. 25 millions of livres, then, mark the extent of that commerce of exchange which is at present practicable between us. We want, in return, productions and manufactures, not money. If the duties on our produce are light and the sale free, we shall undoubtedly bring it here and lay out the proceeds on the spot in the productions and manufactures which we want. The merchants of France will, on their part, become active in the same business. We shall no more think, when we shall have sold our produce here, of making a useless voyage to another country to lay out the money, than we think at present, when we have sold it elsewhere, of coming here to lay out the money. The conclusion is that there are commodities which form a basis of exchange to the extent of 1,000,000 of guineas annually. It is for the wisdom of those in power to contrive that the exchange shall be made. Having put this paper into the hands of Monsieur Reneval, we entered into conversation again on the subject of the farms, which were now understood to be approaching to a conclusion. He told me that he was decidedly of the opinion that the interest of the state required the farm of tobacco to be discontinued, and that he had accordingly given every aid to my proposition which laid within his sphere; that the Count de Vergennes was very clearly of the same opinion, and had supported it strongly with reasons of his own when he transmitted it to the Comptroller General, but that the Comptroller, in the discussions of this subject which had taken place, besides the objections which the Count de Vergennes had repeated to me, and which are before mentioned, had added that the contract with the farmers general was now so far advanced that the article of tobacco could not be withdrawn from it without unraveling the whole transaction. Having understood that in this contract there was always reserved to the Crown a right to discontinue it at any moment, making just reimbursements to the farmers, I asked Monsieur Reneval if the contract should be concluded in its present form, whether it might still be practicable to have it discontinued as to the article of tobacco at some future moment. He said it might be possible. Upon the whole, the true obstacle to this proposition has penetrated in various ways through the veil which covers it. The influence of the farmer general has been heretofore found sufficient to shake a minister in his office. Monsieur de Calonne's continuance or dismission has been thought for some time to be on a poise. Were he to shift this great weight, therefore, out of his own scale into that of his adversaries, it would decide their preponderance. the joint interests of France and America would be an insufficient counterpoise in his favor. It will be observed that these efforts to improve the commerce of the United States have been confined to that branch only which respects France itself, and that nothing passed on the subject of our commerce with the West Indies, except an incidental conversation as to our fish. The reason of this was no want of a due sense of its importance. Of that I am thoroughly sensible. But efforts in favor of this branch would at present be desperate. To nations with which we have not yet treated, and who have possessions in America, we may offer a free vent of their manufactures in the United States for a full or a modified admittance into their possessions. But to France we are obliged to give that freedom for a different compensation, to wit, for her aid in effecting our independence. It is difficult, therefore, to say what we now have to offer her for an admission into her West Indies. Doubtless it has its price, but the question is what this would be, and whether worth our while to give it. Were we to propose to give each other's citizens all the rights of natives, they would, of course, count what they should gain by this enlargement of right, and examine whether it would be worth to them as much as their monopoly of their West India commerce. If not, that commercial freedom which we wish to preserve, and which indeed is so valuable, leaves us little else to offer. An expression in my letter to the Count de Vergennes of November the 20th, wherein I hinted that both nations might perhaps come into the opinion that the condition of natives might be a better ground of intercourse for their citizens than that of the most favored nation, was intended to furnish an opportunity to the minister of parleying on that subject, if he was so disposed, and to myself of seeing whereabouts they would begin, that I might communicate it to Congress, and leave them to judge of the expediency of pursuing the subject. But no overtures have followed, for I have no right to consider as coming from the minister certain questions which were, very soon after, proposed to me by an individual. It sufficiently accounts for these questions that individual had written a memorial on the subject for the consideration of the minister, and might wish to know what we would be willing to do. The idea that I should answer such questions to him is equally unaccountable, whether we suppose them originating with himself or coming from the minister. In fact, I must suppose them to be his own, and I transmit them only that Congress may see what one Frenchman, at least, thinks on the subject. If we can obtain from Great Britain reasonable conditions of commerce, which, in my idea, must forever include an admission into her islands, the freest ground between these two nations would seem to be the best. But if we can obtain no equal terms from her, perhaps Congress might think it prudent, as Holland has done, to connect us unequivocally with France. Holland has purchased the protection of France. The price she pays is aid in time of war. It is interesting for us to purchase a free commerce with the French islands, but whether it is best to pay for it by aids in war, or by privileges in commerce, or not to purchase it at all, is the question. Letter 147 to F. Hopkinson, Paris, January 3, 1786. Dear Sir, I wrote you last on the 25th of September. Since that, I have received yours of October the 25th, enclosing a duplicate of the last invented tongue for the harpsichord. The letter enclosing another of them, and accompanied by newspapers, which you mentioned in that of October the 25th, has never come to hand. I will embrace the first opportunity of sending you the crayons. Perhaps they may come with this, which I think to deliver to Mr. Bingham, who leaves us on Saturday for London. If on consulting him I find the conveyance from London uncertain, you shall receive them by a Mr. Barrett, who goes from hence for New York next month. You have not authorized me to try to avail you of the new tongue. Indeed, the ill success of my endeavors with the last does not promise much with this. However, I shall try. Houdin only stopped a moment to deliver me your letter, so that I have not yet had an opportunity of asking his opinion of the improvement. I am glad you are pleased with his work. He is among the foremost, or perhaps the foremost artist in the world. Turning to your Encyclopedie, Arts des Métiers, Tome 3, Part 1, page 393, you will find mentioned an instrument invented by a Monsieur Renaudin for determining the true time of the musical movements, largo, adagio, etc. I went to see it. He showed me his first invention. The price of the machine was 25 guineas. Then his second, which he had been able to make for about half that sum. Both of these had a mainspring and a balance wheel for their mover and regulator. The strokes were made by a small hammer. He then showed me his last, which is moved by a weight and regulated by a pendulum, and which cost only 2 guineas and a half. It presents in front a dial plate, like that of a clock, on which are arranged in a circle the words largo, adagio, andante, allegro, presto. The circle is moreover divided into 52 equal degrees. Largo is at 1, adagio at 11, andante at 22, allegro at 36, and presto at 46. Turning the index to any one of these, the pendulum, which is a string with a ball hanging to it, shortens or lengthens so that one of its vibrations gives you a crochet for that movement. This instrument has been examined by the Academy of Music here, who are so well satisfied of its utility that they have ordered all music which shall be printed here in future to have the movements numbered in correspondence with this plexichronometer. I need not tell you that the numbers between the two movements, as between 22 and 36, give the quicker or slower degrees of the movements, such as the quick andante or moderate allegro. The instrument is useful, but still it may be greatly simplified. I got him to make me one, and having fixed a pendulum vibrating seconds, I tried by that the vibrations of his pendulum according to the several movements. I find the pendulum regulated to largo vibrates 52 times in a minute. Adagio vibrates 60 times in a minute. Andante vibrates 70 times in a minute. Allegro vibrates 95 times in a minute. Presto vibrates 135 times in a minute. Everyone, therefore, may make a chronometer adapted to his instrument. For a harpsichord, the following occurs to me. In the wall of your chamber, over the instrument, drive 5 little brads, as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in the following manner. Take a string with a bob to it of such length as that hung on number 1, it shall vibrate 52 times in a minute. Then proceed by trial to drive number 2 at such a distance that, drawing the loop of the string to that, the part remaining between 1 and the bob shall vibrate 60 times in a minute. Fix the third for 70 vibrations, etc., the cord always hanging over number 1 as the center of vibration. A person playing on the violin may fix this on his music stand. A pendulum thrown into vibration will continue in motion long enough to give you the time of your piece. I have been thus particular on the supposition that you would fix one of these simple things for yourself. You have heard often of the metal called platina, to be found only in South America. It is insusceptible of rust, as gold and silver are, none of the acids affecting it excepting the aqua regia. It also admits of as perfect a polish as the metal hitherto used for the specula of telescopes. These two properties had suggested to the Spaniards the substitution of it for that use. But the mines being closed up by the government, it's difficult to get the metal. The experiment has been lately tried here by the Abbé Rochon, whom I formerly mentioned to Mr. Rittenhouse as having discovered that lenses of certain natural crystals have two different and uncombined magnifying powers, and he thinks the polish as high as that of the metal heretofore used, and that it will never be injured by the air, the touch of a finger, etc. I examined it in a dull day, which did not admit a fair judgment of the strength of its reflection. Good qualities are sometimes misfortunes. I will prove it from your own experience. You are punctual, and almost the only one of my correspondents on whom I can firmly rely for the execution of commissions which combine a little trouble with more attention. I am very sorry, however, that I have 3 commissions to charge you with, which will give you more than a little trouble. 2 of them are for Monsieur de Buffon. Many, many years ago, Cadwallader Colden wrote a very small pamphlet on the subjects of attraction and impulsion, a copy of which he sent to Monsieur de Buffon. He was so charmed with it that he put it into the hands of a friend to translate, who lost it. It has ever since weighed on his mind, and he has made repeated trials to have it found in England, but in vain. He applied to me. I am in hopes, if you will write a line to the booksellers of Philadelphia to rummage their shops, that some of them may find it. Or perhaps some of the careful old people of Pennsylvania or New Jersey may have preserved a copy. In the King's Cabinet of Natural History, of which Monsieur de Buffon has the superintendence, I observed that they had neither our grouse nor our pheasant. These, I know, may be bought in the market of Philadelphia on any day while they are in season. Pray buy the male and female of each, and employ some apothecary's boys to prepare them and pack them. Methods may be seen in the preliminary discourse to the first volume of Birds in the Encyclopedie, or in the Natural History of Buffon, where he describes the King's Cabinet. And this done, you will be so good as to send them to me. The 3rd commission is more distant. It is to procure me 200 or 300 Packen nuts from the western country. I expect they can always be got at Pittsburgh, and am in hopes that by yourself or your friends, some attentive person there may be engaged to send them to you. They should come as fresh as possible, and come best, I believe, in a box of sand. Of this, Barnum could best advise you. I imagine vessels are always coming from Philadelphia to France. If there be a choice of ports, Havre would be best. I must beg you to direct them to the care of the American consul or agent at the port, to be sent by the diligence or fourgon. 1,000 apologies would not suffice for this trouble, if I meant to pay you in apologies only. But I sincerely ask, and will punctually execute, the appointment of your chargé d'affaires in Europe generally. From the smallest to the highest commission, I will execute with zeal and punctuality in buying or doing anything you wish on this side the water. And you may judge from the preceding specimen that I shall not be behindhand in the trouble I shall impose on you. Make a note of all the expenses attending my commissions, and favor me with it every now and then, and I will replace them. My daughter is well, and retains an affectionate remembrance of her ancient patroness, your mother, as well as of your lady and family. She joins me in wishing to them, and to Mr. and Mrs. Rittenhouse and family, every happiness. Accept yourself assurances of the esteem with which I am, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. What has become of the lunarium for the king? Letter 148 to General Washington. Paris, January 4th, 1786. Dear Sir, I've been honored with your letter of September the 26th, which was delivered me by Mr. Houdon, who is safely returned. He has brought with him the mold of the face only, having left the other parts of his work with his workmen to come by some other conveyance. Dr. Franklin, who was joined with me in the superintendence of this just monument, having left us before what is called the costume of the statue was decided on, I cannot so well satisfy myself, and I am persuaded I should not so well satisfy the world, as by consulting your own wish or inclination as to this article. Permit me, therefore, to ask you whether there is any particular dress or any particular attitude which you would rather wish to be adopted. I shall take a singular pleasure in having your own idea executed, if you will be so good as to make it known to me. I thank you for the trouble you have taken in answering my inquiries on the subject of Bushnell's machine. Colonel Humphries could only give me a general idea of it from the effects proposed rather than the means contrived to produce them. I sincerely rejoice that 3 such works, as the opening the Potomac and James rivers and a canal from the Dismal Swamp, are likely to be carried through. There is still a 4th, however, which I had the honor, I believe, of mentioning to you in a letter of March the 15th, 1784, from Annapolis. It is the cutting a canal which shall unite the heads of Cuyahoga and Beaver Creek. The utility of this, and even the necessity of it, if we mean to aim at the trade of the lakes, will be palpable to you. The only question is its practicability. The best information I could get as to this was from General Hand, who described the country as champaign, and these waters as heading in lagoons which would be easily united. Maryland and Pennsylvania are both interested to concur with us in this work. The institutions you propose to establish, by the shares in the Potomac and James River companies given you by the Assembly, and the particular objects of those institutions are most worthy. It occurs to me, however, that if the bill for the more general diffusion of knowledge, which is in the revisal, should be passed, it would supersede the use and obscure the existence of the charity schools you have thought of. I suppose, in fact, that that bill, or some other like it, will be passed. I never saw one received with more enthusiasm than that was, in the year 1778, by the House of Delegates, who ordered it to be printed. And it seemed afterwards that nothing but the extreme distress of our resources prevented its being carried into execution, even during the war. It is an axiom in my mind that our liberty can never be safe but in the hands of the people themselves, and that, too, of the people with a certain degree of instruction. This it is the business of the state to effect, and on a general plan. Should you see a probability of this, however, you can never be at a loss for worthy objects of this donation. Even the remitting that proportion of the toll on all articles transported would present itself under many favorable considerations, and it would, in effect, be to make the state do in a certain proportion what they ought to have done wholly, for I think they should clear all the rivers and lay them open and free to all. However, you are infinitely the best judge how the most good may be effected with these shares. All is quiet here. There are indeed 2 specks in the horizon, the exchange of Bavaria and the demarcation between the Emperor and Turks. We may add, as a 3rd, the interference by the King of Prussia in the domestic disputes of the Dutch. Great Britain, it is said, begins to look towards us with a little more good humor. But however true this may be, I cannot say with certainty. We are trying to render her commerce as little necessary to us as possible by finding other markets for our produce. A most favorable reduction of duties on whale oil has taken place here, which will give us a vent for that article, paying a duty of 1.5 guineas a ton only. I have the honor to be, with the highest esteem and respect, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 149 to A. Carey, Paris, January 7th, 1786. Dear Sir, the very few of my countrymen who happen to be punctual will find their punctuality a misfortune to them. Of this I shall give you a proof by the present application, which I should not make to you if I did not know you to be superior to the torpidity of our climate. In my conversations with the Count de Buffon on the subjects of natural history, I find him absolutely unacquainted with our elk and our deer. He has hitherto believed that our deer never had horns more than a foot long, and has therefore classed them with the roe buck, which I am sure you know them to be different from. I have examined some of the red deer of this country at a distance of about 60 yards, and I find no other difference between them and ours than a shade or two in the color. Will you take the trouble to procure for me the largest pair of buck's horns you can, and a large skin of each color, that is to say, a red and a blue? If it were possible to take these from a buck just killed, to leave all the bones of the head in the skin with the horns on, to leave the bones of the legs in the skin also, and the hoofs to it, so that, having only made an incision all along the belly and neck, to take the animal out at, we could, by sewing up that incision and stuffing the skin, present the true size and form of the animal. It would be a most precious present. Our deer have been often sent to England and Scotland. Do you know with certainty whether they have ever bred with the red deer of those countries? With respect to the elk, I despair of your being able to get for me anything but the horns of it. David Ross, I know, has a pair. Perhaps he would give them to us. It is useless to ask for the skin and skeleton, because I think it not in your power to get them. Otherwise, they would be most desirable. A gentleman, fellow passenger with me from Boston to England, promised to send to you, in my name, some hares, rabbits, pheasants, and partridges by the return of the ship, which was to go to Virginia, and the captain promised to take great care of them. My friend procured the animals, and, the ship changing her destination, he kept them in hopes of finding some other conveyance till they all perished. I do not despair, however, of finding some opportunity still of sending a colony of useful animals. I am making a collection of vines for wine and for the table, also of some trees, such as the cork oak, etc., etc. Everything is absolutely quiet in Europe. There is not, therefore, a word of news to communicate. I pray you to present me affectionately to your family and that of Tuckahoe. Whatever expense is necessary for procuring me the articles above mentioned, I will instantly replace, either in cash or in anything you may wish from hence. I am, with very sincere esteem, dear sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 150 to Major General Greene, Paris, January 12th, 1786. Dear Sir, your favor of June the 1st did not come to hand till the 3rd of September. I immediately made inquiries on the subject of the frigate. You had authorized your relation to sell to this government, and I found that he had, long before that, sold her to government, and sold her very well, as I understood. I noted the price on the back of your letter, which I have since, unfortunately, mislaid, so that I cannot at this moment state to you the price. But the transaction is of so long standing that you cannot fail to have received advice of it. I should without delay have given you this information, but that I hope to be able to accompany it with information as to the live oak, which was another subject of your letter. This matter, though it has been constantly pressed by Mr. St. John, and also by the Marquis de Lafayette since his return from Berlin, has been spun to a great length, and at last they have only decided to send to you for samples of the wood. Letters on this subject from the Marquis de Lafayette accompany this. Everything in Europe is quiet, and promises quiet, for at least a year to come. We do not find it easy to make commercial arrangements in Europe. There is a want of confidence in us. This country has lately reduced the duties on American whale oil to about 1.50 guineas the ton, and I think they will take the greatest part of what we can furnish. I hope, therefore, that this branch of our commerce will resume its activity. Portugal shows a disposition to court our trade, but this has for some time been discouraged by the hostilities of the piratical states of Barbary. The Emperor of Morocco, who had taken one of our vessels, immediately consented to suspend hostilities and ultimately gave up the vessel, cargo, and crew. I think we shall be able to settle matters with him. But I am not sanguine as to the Algerines. They have taken 2 of our vessels, and I fear will ask such a tribute for the forbearance of their piracies as the United States would be unwilling to pay. When this idea comes across my mind, my faculties are absolutely suspended between indignation and impatience. I think whatever sums we are obliged to pay for freedom of navigation in the European seas should be levied on the European commerce with us by a separate impost, that these powers may see that they protect these enormities for their own loss. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the most perfect esteem and respect, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 151 to Lister Asquith, Paris, January 13th, 1786. Sir, I have duly received your letter of the 2nd instant. The delays which have attended your enlargement have been much beyond my expectation. The reason I have not written to you for some time has been the constant expectation of receiving an order for your discharge. I have not received it, however. I went to Versailles 3 days ago and made fresh applications on the subject. I received assurances which gave me reason to hope that the order for your discharge will soon be made out. Be assured it shall not be delayed a moment after it comes into my hands, and that I shall omit no opportunity of hastening it. In the meantime, I think you may comfort yourself and companions with the certainty of receiving it ere long. I am, sir, your most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 56. Section 57 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The following were answers by Mr. Jefferson to questions addressed to him by Monsieur de Meusneir, author of that part of the Encyclopedie Methodique, entitled Politique et Diplomatique. 1. What has led Congress to determine that the concurrence of 7 votes is requisite in questions which, by the Confederation, are submitted to the decision of a majority of the United States in Congress assembled? The 9th Article of Confederation, Section 6, evidently establishes 3 orders of questions in Congress. 1. The greater ones, which relate to making peace or war, alliances, coinage, requisitions for money, raising military force, or appointing its commander-in-chief. 2. The lesser ones, which comprehend all other matters submitted by the Confederation to the federal head. 3. The single question of adjourning from day to day. This gradation of questions is distinctly characterized by the article. In proportion to the magnitude of these questions, a greater concurrence of the voices composing the Union was thought necessary. 3 degrees of concurrence, well distinguished by substantial circumstances, offered themselves to notice. 1. A concurrence of a majority of the people of the Union. It was thought that this would be ensured by requiring the voices of 9 states, because, according to the loose estimates which had then been made of the inhabitants, and the proportion of them which were free, it was believed that even the 9 smallest would include a majority of the free citizens of the Union. The voices, therefore, of 9 states were required in the greater questions. 2, a concurrence of the majority of the states. 7 constitute that majority. This number, therefore, was required in the lesser questions. 3, a concurrence of the majority of Congress, that is to say, of the states actually present in it. As there is no Congress when there are not 7 states present, this concurrence could never be of less than 4 states, but these might happen to be the 4 smallest, which would not include 1/9 part of the free citizens of the Union. This kind of majority, therefore, was entrusted with nothing but the power of adjourning themselves from day to day. Here, then, are 3 kinds of majorities: 1 of the people, 2 of the states, 3 of the Congress, each of which is entrusted to a certain length. Though the paragraph in question be clumsily expressed, yet it strictly announces its own intentions. It defines with precision the greater questions for which 9 votes shall be requisite. In the lesser questions, it then requires a majority of the United States in Congress assembled, a term which will apply either to the number 7 as being a majority of the states, or to the number 4 as being a majority of Congress. Which of the 2 kinds of majority was meant? Clearly, that which would leave a still smaller kind for the decision of the question of adjournment. The contrary construction would be absurd. This paragraph, therefore, should be understood as if it had been expressed in the following terms. Quote, "The United States, in Congress assembled, shall never engage in war, etc., but with the consent of 9 states, nor determine any other question, but with the consent of a majority of the whole states, except the question of adjournment from day to day, which may be determined by a majority of the states actually present in Congress." Unquote. 2. How far is it permitted to bring on the reconsideration of a question which Congress has once determined? The first Congress which met, being composed mostly of persons who had been members of the legislatures of their respective states, it was natural for them to adopt those rules in their proceedings to which they had been accustomed in their legislative houses, and the more so as these happened to be nearly the same as, having been copied from the same original, those of the British Parliament. One of those rules of proceeding was that, quote, "a question once determined cannot be proposed a second time in the same session," unquote. Congress, during their first session in the autumn of 1774, observed this rule strictly. But before their meeting in the spring of the following year, the war had broken out. They found themselves at the head of that war, in an executive as well as legislative capacity. They found that a rule, wise and necessary for a legislative body, did not suit an executive one, which, being governed by events, must change their purposes as those change. Besides, their session was then to become of equal duration with the war, and a rule which would render their legislation immutable during all that period could not be submitted to. They therefore renounced it in practice, and have ever since continued to reconsider their questions freely. The only restraint as yet provided against the abuse of this permission to reconsider is that when a question has been decided, it cannot be proposed for reconsideration, but by someone who voted in favor of the former decision and declares that he has since changed his opinion. I do not recollect accurately enough whether it be necessary that his vote should have decided that of his state, and the vote of his state have decided that of Congress. Perhaps it might have been better, when they were forming the federal Constitution, to have assimilated it as much as possible to the particular constitutions of the states. All of these have distributed the legislative, executive, and judiciary powers into different departments. In the federal Constitution, the judiciary powers are separated from the others, but the legislative and executive are both exercised by Congress. A means of amending this defect has been thought of. Congress, having a power to establish what committees of their own body they please, and to arrange among them the distribution of their business, they might, on the first day of their annual meeting, appoint an executive committee, consisting of a member from each state, and refer to them all executive business which should occur during their session, confining themselves to what is of a legislative nature, that is to say, to the heads described in the 9th article as of the competence of 9 states only, and to such other questions as should lead to an establishment of general rules. The journal of this committee of the preceding day might be read the next morning in Congress and considered as approved, unless a vote was demanded on a particular article and that article changed. The sessions of Congress would then be short, and when they separated, the Confederation authorizes the appointment of a committee of the states, which would naturally succeed to the business of the Executive Committee. The legislative business would be better done because the attention of the members would not be interrupted by the details of execution, and the executive business would be better done because business of this nature is better adapted to small than great bodies. A monarchical head should confide the execution of its will to departments consisting each of a plurality of hands, who would warp that will as much as possible towards wisdom and moderation, the 2 qualities it generally wants. But a republican head, founding its decrees originally in these 2 qualities, should commit them to a single hand for execution, giving them thereby a promptitude which republican proceedings generally want. Congress could not, indeed, confine their executive business to a smaller number than a committee consisting of a member from each state. This is necessary to ensure the confidence of the Union. But it would be gaining a great deal to reduce the executive head to 13, and to relieve themselves of those details. This, however, has as yet been the subject of private conversations only. 3. A succinct account of paper money in America. Previous to the late Revolution, most of the states were in the habit, whenever they had occasion for more money than could be raised immediately by taxes, to issue paper notes or bills in the name of the state, wherein they promised to pay to the bearer the sum named in the note or bill. In some of the states, no time of payment was fixed, nor tax laid to enable payment. In these, the bills depreciated. But others of the states named in the bill the day when it should be paid, laid taxes to bring in money enough for that purpose, and paid the bills punctually, on or before the day named. In these states, paper money was in as high estimation as gold and silver. On the commencement of the late Revolution, Congress had no money. The external commerce of the states being suppressed, the farmer could not sell his produce, and, of course, could not pay a tax. Congress had no resource then but in paper money. Not being able to lay a tax for its redemption, they could only promise the taxes should be laid for that purpose, so as to redeem the bills by a certain day. They did not foresee the long continuance of the war, the almost total suppression of their exports, and other events which rendered the performance of their engagement impossible. The paper money continued for a 12-month equal to gold and silver, but the quantities which they were obliged to emit for the purposes of the war exceeded what had been the usual quantity of the circulating medium. It began, therefore, to become cheaper, or, as we expressed it, it depreciated, as gold and silver would have done had they been thrown into circulation in equal quantities. But not having, like them, an intrinsic value, its depreciation was more rapid and greater than could ever have happened with them. In 2 years it had fallen to $2 of paper money for 1 of silver. In 3 years to 4 for 1. In 9 months more it fell to 10 for 1. and in the 6 month following, that is to say, by September 1779, it had fallen to 20-1. Congress, alarmed at the consequences which were to be apprehended, should they lose this resource altogether, thought it necessary to make a vigorous effort to stop its further depreciation. They therefore determined, in the first place, that their remissions should not exceed 200 millions of dollars, to which term they were then nearly arrived, and though they knew that $20 of what they were then issuing would buy no more for their army than $1 silver would buy, yet they thought it would be worth while to submit to the sacrifice of 19 out of $20 if they could thereby stop further depreciation. They therefore published an address to their constituents in which they renewed their original declarations that this paper money should be redeemed at dollar for dollar. They proved the ability of the states to do this, and that their liberty would be cheaply bought at that price. The declaration was ineffectual. No man received the money at a better rate. On the contrary, in 6 months more, that is, by March 1780, it had fallen to 40-1. Congress then tried an experiment of a different kind. Considering their former offers to redeem this money at par, as relinquished by the general refusal to take it, but in progressive depreciation, they required the whole to be brought in, declared it should be redeemed at its present value of 40-1, and that they would give to the holders new bills, reduced in their denominations to the sum of gold or silver, which was actually to be paid for them. This would reduce the nominal sum of the mass in circulation to the present worth of that mass, which was 5 millions, a sum not too great for the circulation of the states, and which they therefore hoped would not depreciate further, as they continued firm in their purpose of emitting no more. This effort was as unavailing as the former. Very little of the money was brought in. It continued to circulate and to depreciate till the end of 1780, when it had fallen to 75-1, and the money circulated from the French army being, by that time, sensible in all the states north of the Potomac, the paper ceased its circulation altogether in those states. In Virginia and North Carolina, it continued a year longer, within which time it fell to 1,000-1, and then expired, as it had done in the other states, without a single groan. Not a murmur was heard on this occasion among the people. On the contrary, universal congratulations took place on their seeing this gigantic mass, whose dissolution had threatened convulsions which should shake their infant confederacy to its center, quietly interred in its grave. Foreigners, indeed, who did not, like the natives, feel indulgence for its memory, as of a being which had vindicated their liberties and fallen in the moment of victory, have been loud, and still are loud, in their complaints. A few of them have reason, but the most noisy are not the best of them. They are persons who have become bankrupt by unskillful attempts at commerce with America. That they may have some pretext to offer to their creditors, they have bought up great masses of this dead money in America, where it is to be had at 5,000-1, and they show the certificates of their paper possessions as if they had all died in their hands and had been the cause of their bankruptcy. Justice will be done to all by paying to all persons what this money actually cost them, with an interest of 6% from the time they received it. If difficulties present themselves in the ascertaining the epoch of the receipt, it has been thought better that the state should lose by admitting easy proofs than that individuals, and especially foreigners, should, by being held to such as would be difficult, perhaps impossible. 4. Virginia certainly owed 2 millions sterling to Great Britain at the conclusion of the war. Some have conjectured the debt as high as 3 millions. I think that state owed near as much as all the rest put together. This is to be ascribed to peculiarities in the tobacco trade. The advantages made by the British merchants on the tobaccos consigned to them were so enormous that they spared no means of increasing those consignments. A powerful engine for this purpose was the giving good prices and credit to the planter, till they got him more immersed in debt than he could pay without selling his lands or slaves. They then reduced the prices given for his tobacco, so that let his shipments be ever so great and his demand of necessaries ever so economical, they never permitted him to clear off his debt. These debts had become hereditary from father to son for many generations, so that the planters were a species of property annexed to certain mercantile houses in London. 5. The members of Congress are differently paid by different states. Some are on fixed allowances from $4 to $8 a day. Others have their expenses paid and a surplus for their time. This surplus is of $2, $3, or $4 a day. 6. I do not believe there has ever been a moment when a single Whig in any one state would not have shuddered at the very idea of a separation of their state from the Confederacy. The Tories would, at all times, have been glad to see the Confederacy dissolved, even by particles at a time, in hopes of their attaching themselves again to Great Britain. 7. The 11th Article of Confederation admits Canada to accede to the Confederation at its own will, but adds, quote, "No other colony shall be admitted to the same, unless such admission be agreed to by 9 states," unquote. When the plan of April 1784 for establishing new states was on the carpet, the committee who framed the report of that plan had inserted this clause, quote, "provided 9 states agree to such admission, according to the reservation of the 11th of the Articles of Confederation," unquote. It was objected, 1, that the words of the Confederation, quote, "no other colony," unquote, could refer only to the residuary possessions of Great Britain, as the 2 Floridas, Nova Scotia, etc., not being already parts of the Union; that the law for admitting a new member into the Union could not be applied to a territory which was already in the Union, as making part of a state which was a member of it; 2, that it would be improper to allow 9 states to receive a new member, because the same reasons which rendered that number proper now would render a greater one proper when the number composing the Union should be increased. They therefore struck out this paragraph and inserted a proviso that, quote, "the consent of so many states in Congress shall be first obtained as may at the time be competent," unquote, thus leaving the question whether the 11th article applies to the admission of new states to be decided when that admission shall be asked. See the Journal of Congress of April 20th, 1784. Another doubt was started in this debate, viz., whether the agreement of the 9 states required by the Confederation was to be made by their legislatures or by their delegates in Congress. The expression adopted, viz., quote, "so many states in Congress is first obtained," unquote, show what was their sense of this matter. If it be agreed that the 11th article of the Confederation is not to be applied to the admission of these new states, then it is contended that their admission comes within the 13th article, which forbids, quote, "any alteration unless agreed to in a Congress of the United States and thereafter confirmed by the legislatures of every state," unquote. The independence of the new states of Kentucky and Franklin will soon bring on the ultimate decision of all these questions. 8. Particular instances whereby the General Assembly of Virginia have shown that they considered the ordinance called their Constitution, as every other ordinance or act of the legislature, subject to be altered by the legislature for the time being. 1. The convention which formed that Constitution declared themselves to be the House of Delegates during the term for which they were originally elected, and in the autumn of that year met the Senate, elected under the new Constitution, and did legislative business with them. At this time there were malefactors in the public jail, and there was as yet no court established for their trial. They passed a law appointing certain members by name, who were then members of the Executive Council, to be a court for the trial of these malefactors, though the Constitution had said, in express words, that no person should exercise the powers of more than one of the three departments, legislative, executive, and judiciary, at the same time. This proves that the very men who had made that Constitution understood that it would be alterable by the General Assembly. This court was only for that occasion. When the next General Assembly met, after the election of the ensuing year, there was a new set of malefactors in the jail, and no court to try them. This assembly passed a similar law to the former, appointing certain members of the Executive Council to be an occasional court for this particular case. Not having the journals of assembly by me, I am unable to say whether this measure was repealed afterwards. However, they are instances of executive and judiciary powers exercised by the same persons under the authority of a law made in contradiction to the Constitution. 2. There was a process depending in the ordinary courts of justice between two individuals of the name of Robinson and Fauntleroy, who were relations of different descriptions, to one Robinson, a British subject, lately dead. Each party claimed a right to inherit the lands of the decedent according to the laws. Their right should, by the Constitution, have been decided by the judiciary courts, and it was actually depending before them. One of the parties petitioned the Assembly, I think it was in the year 1782, who passed a law deciding the right in his favor. In the following year, a Frenchman, master of a vessel, entered into port without complying with the laws established in such cases, whereby he incurred the forfeitures of the law to any person who would sue for them. An individual instituted a legal process to recover these forfeitures according to the law of the land. The Frenchman petitioned the Assembly, who passed a law deciding the question of forfeiture in his favor. These acts are occasional repeals of that part of the Constitution which forbids the same persons to exercise legislative and judiciary powers at the same time. 3. The Assembly is in the habitual exercise, during their sessions, of directing the executive what to do. There are few pages of their journals which do not furnish proofs of this, and consequently instances of the legislative and executive powers exercised by the same persons at the same time. These things prove that it has been the uninterrupted opinion of every assembly, from that which passed the ordinance called the Constitution down to the present day, that their acts may control that ordinance, and, of course, that the state of Virginia has no fixed constitution at all. End of section 57. Section 58 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 58. Observations on État des Unis, prepared for the Encyclopedie Methodique. The succeeding observations were made by Mr. Jefferson on an article entitled État Unis, prepared for the Encyclopedie Methodique and submitted to him before its publication. Page 8. The malefactors sent to America were not sufficient in number to merit enumeration, as one class out of three, which peopled America. It was at a late period of their history that this practice began. I have no book by me which enables me to point out the date of its commencement, but I do not think the whole number sent would amount to 2,000, and being principally men eaten up with disease, they married seldom and propagated little. I do not suppose that themselves and their descendants are at present 4,000, which is little more than 1,000th part of the whole inhabitants. Indented servants formed a considerable supply. These were poor Europeans who went to America to settle themselves. If they could pay their passage, it was well. If not, they must find means of paying it. They were at liberty, therefore, to make an agreement with any person they chose to serve him such a length of time as they agreed on, upon condition that he would repay to the master of the vessel the expenses of their passage. If, being foreigners, unable to speak the language, they did not know how to make a bargain for themselves, the captain of the vessel contracted for them with such persons as he could. This contract was by deed indented, which occasioned them to be called indented servants. Sometimes they were called redemptioners, because by their agreement with the master of the vessel they could redeem themselves from his power by paying their passage, which they frequently effected by hiring themselves on their arrival, as is before mentioned. In some states I know that these people had a right of marrying themselves without their master's leave, and I did suppose they had that right everywhere. I did not know that in any of the states they demanded so much as a week for every day's absence without leave. I suspect this must have been at a very early period, while the governments were in the hands of the first emigrants who, being mostly laborers, were narrow-minded and severe. I know that in Virginia the laws allowed their servitude to be protracted only 2 days for every one they were absent without leave. So mild was this kind of servitude that it was very frequent for foreigners who carried to America money enough not only to pay their passage but to buy themselves a farm, to indent themselves to a master for 3 years for a certain sum of money, with a view to learn the husbandry of the country. I will here make a general observation. So desirous are the poor of Europe to get to America, where they may better their condition, that, being unable to pay their passage, they will agree to serve 2 or 3 years on their arrival there, rather than not go. During the time of that service, they are better fed, better clothed, and have lighter labor than while in Europe. Continuing to work for hire a few years longer, they buy a farm, marry, and enjoy all the sweets of a domestic society of their own. The American governments are censured for permitting this species of servitude, which lays the foundation of the happiness of these people. But what should these governments do? Pay the passage of all those who choose to go into their country? They're not able, nor were they able, do they think the purchase worth the price. Should they exclude these people from their shores? Those who know their situations in Europe and America would not say that this is the alternative which humanity dictates. It is said these people are deceived by those who carry them over. But this is done in Europe. How can the American governments prevent it? Should they punish the deceiver? It seems more incumbent on the European government, where the act is done, and where a public injury is sustained from it. However, it is only in Europe that this deception is heard of. The individuals are generally satisfied in America with their adventure, and very few of them wish not to have made it. I must add that the Congress have nothing to do with this matter. It belongs to the legislatures of the several states. Page 26. Puissance, en effet, etc. The account of the settlement of the colonies, which precedes this paragraph, shows that that settlement was not made by public authority, or at the public expense of England, but by the exertions and at the expense of individuals. Hence it happened that their constitutions were not formed systematically, but according to the circumstances which happened to exist in each. Hence, too, the principles of the political connection between the old and new countries were never settled. That it would have been advantageous to have settled them is certain, and particularly to have provided a body which should decide, in the last resort, all cases wherein both parties were interested. But it was not certain that that right would have been given, or ought to have been given, to the Parliament, much less that it resulted to the Parliament without having been given to it expressly. Why was it necessary that there should have been a body to decide in the last resort? Because it would have been for the good of both parties. But this reason shows it ought not to have been the Parliament, since that would have exercised it for the good of one party only. Page 105. As to the change of the 8th Article of Confederation for quotaing requisitions of money on the states. By a report of the Secretary of Congress, dated January the 4th, 1786, 8 states had then acceded to the proposition, to wit, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina. Congress, on the 18th of April, 1783, recommended to the states to invest them with the power for 25 years to levy an impost of 5% on all articles imported from abroad. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina had complied with this before the 4th of January, 1786. Maryland had passed an act for the same purpose, but by a mistake in referring to the date of the recommendation of Congress, the act failed of its effect. This was therefore to be rectified. Since the 4th of January, the public papers tell us that Rhode Island has complied fully with this recommendation. It remains still for New York and Georgia to do it. The exportations of America, which are tolerably well known, are the best measure for estimating the importations. These are probably worth about $20 millions annually. Of course, this impost will pay the interest of a debt to that amount. If confined to the foreign debt, it will pay the whole interest of that, and sink $500,000 of the capital annually. The expenses of collecting this impost will probably be 6% on its amount, this being the usual expense of collection in the United States. This will be $60,000. On the 30th of April, 1784, Congress recommended to the states to invest them with a power for 15 years to exclude from their ports the vessels of all nations not having a treaty of commerce with them, and to pass, as to all nations, an act on the principles of the British Navigation Act. Not that they were disposed to carry these powers into execution, with such as would meet them in fair and equal arrangements of commerce, but that they might be able to do it against those who should not. On the 4th of January, 1786, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina had done it. It remained for New Jersey, Delaware, South Carolina, and Georgia to do the same. In the meantime, the general idea has advanced before the demands of Congress, and several states have passed acts for vesting Congress with the whole regulation of their commerce, reserving the revenue arising from these regulations to the disposal of the state in which it is levied. The states which, according to the public papers, have passed such acts are New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, and Virginia. But the Assembly of Virginia, apprehensive that this disjointed method of proceeding may fail in its effect or be much retarded, passed a resolution on the 21st of January, 1786, appointing commissioners to meet others from the other states, whom they invite, into the same measure, to digest the form of an act for investing Congress with such powers over their commerce as shall be thought expedient, which act is to be reported to their several assemblies for their adoption. This was the state of the several propositions relative to the impost and regulation of commerce at the date of our latest advices from America. Page 125. The General Assembly of Virginia, at their session in 1785, passed an act declaring that the district, called Kentucky, shall be a separate and independent state on these conditions: 1. That the people of that district shall consent to it; 2. That Congress shall consent to it, and shall receive them into the federal union; 3. That they shall take on themselves a proportional part of the public debt of Virginia; 4. That they shall confirm all titles to lands within their district made by the state of Virginia before their separation. Page 139. It was in 1783, and not in 1781, that Congress quitted Philadelphia. Page 140. Quote, "Les congrès qui se trouvèrent à portée de rebeller fort effrayés." Unquote. I was not present on this occasion, but I have had relations of the transaction from several who were. The conduct of Congress was marked with indignation and firmness. They received no propositions from the mutineers. They came to the resolutions, which may be seen in the journals of June the 21st, 1783, then adjourned regularly, and went through the body of the mutineers to their respective lodgings. The measures taken by Dickinson, the President of Pennsylvania, for punishing this insult, not being satisfactory to Congress, they assembled 9 days after at Princeton in Jersey. The people of Pennsylvania sent petitions declaring their indignation at what had passed, their devotion to the federal head, and their dispositions to protect it, and praying them to return. The legislature, as soon as assembled, did the same thing. The executive, whose irresolution had been so exceptionable, made apologies. But Congress were now removed, and, to the opinion that this example was proper, other causes were now added, sufficient to prevent their return to Philadelphia. Page 155. 1. 2. Omit, quote, "la détente actuelle," unquote, etc., and also, quote, "les détails," unquote, etc., etc., to the end of the paragraph, quote, "celles des États-Unis," unquote, page 156. The reason is that these passages seem to suppose that the several sums emitted by Congress at different times, amounting nominally to $200 millions, had been actually worth that at the time of emission, and of course that the soldiers and others had received that sum from Congress. But nothing is further from the truth. The soldier, victualler, or other persons who received $40 for a service at the close of the year 1779 received, in fact, no more than he who received $1 for the same service in the year 1775 or 1776, because in those years the paper money was at par with silver, whereas by the close of 1779, 40 paper dollars were worth but 1 of silver, and would buy no more of the necessaries of life. To know what the moneys emitted by Congress were worth to the people at the time they received them, we will state the date and amount of every several emission, the depreciation of paper money at the time, and the real worth of the emission in silver or gold. What follows is a table of dates of emission from June 23, 1775 through November 29, 1779, the sum emitted on that date ranging from $2 million on June 23, 1775 to $10,140 on November 29, 1779, totaling in all $200 million. A table showing depreciation ranging from 2 2/3 on May 20, 1777 to 38 1/2 on November 29, 1779, and then a column labeled Worth of the Sum Emitted in Silver Dollars, ranging from $2 million on June 23, 1775 to $259,743 on November 29, 1779, the sum of that last column being $36,367,719 5/6. Footnote: The sum actually voted was $50,400,000, but part of that was for exchange of old bills without saying how much. It is presumed that these exchanges absorbed $25,552,780, because the remainder, $24,447,620, with all the other remissions preceding September 2nd, 1779, will amount to $159,948,880, the sum which Congress declared to be then in circulation. The full table can be observed on page 411 of the printed book. Continuing with the text, thus it appears that the 200 millions of dollars emitted by Congress were worth to those who received them but about 36 millions of silver dollars. If we estimate at the same value the like sum of 200 millions, supposed to have been emitted by the states, and reckon the federal debt, foreign and domestic, at about 43 millions, and the state debts at about 25 millions, it will form an amount of 140 millions of dollars, or 735 millions of livres, tournois, the total sum which the war has cost the inhabitants of the United States. It continued 8 years, from the Battle of Lexington to the cessation of hostilities in America. The annual expense, then, was about $17,500,000, while that of our enemies was a greater number of guineas. It will be asked, how will the two masses of continental and of state money have cost the people of the United States 72 millions of dollars when they are to be redeemed now with about 6 millions? I answer that the difference, being 66 millions, has been lost on the paper bills separately by the successive holders of them. Every one through whose hands a bill passed lost on that bill what it lost in value during the time it was in his hands. This was a real tax on him, and in this way the people of the United States actually contributed those 66 millions of dollars during the war, and by a mode of taxation the most oppressive of all, being the most unequal of all. Page 166, bottom line. Leave out, quote, "Et c'est un autre économie," unquote, etc. The reason of this is that in 1784, purchases of lands were to be made of the Indians, which were accordingly made. But in 1785, they did not propose to make any purchase. The money desired in 1785, $5,000, was probably to pay agents residing among the Indians, or balances of the purchases of 1784. These purchases will not be made every year, but only at distant intervals, as our settlements are extended, and it may be regarded as certain that not a foot of land will ever be taken from the Indians without their own consent. The sacredness of their rights is felt by all thinking persons in America, as much as in Europe. Page 170. Virginia was quoted the highest of any state in the Union, but during the war several states appear to have paid more because they were free from the enemy, whilst Virginia was cruelly ravaged. The requisition of 1784 was so quoted on the several states as to bring up their arrearages, so that when they should have paid the sums then demanded, all would be on an equal footing. It is necessary to give a further explanation of this requisition. The requisitions of $1,200,000, of $8 millions, and $2 millions had been made during the war as an experiment, to see whether, in that situation, the states could furnish the necessary supplies. It was found they could not. The money was thereupon obtained by loans in Europe, and Congress meant, by their requisition of 1784, to abandon the requisitions of $1,200,000 and of $2 millions, and also 1/2 of the $8 millions. But as all the states almost had made some payments in part of that requisition, they were obliged to retain such a proportion of it as would enable them to call for equal contributions from all the others. Page 170. I cannot say how it has happened that the debt of Connecticut is greater than that of Virginia. The latter is the richest in productions, and perhaps made greater exertions to pay for her supplies in the course of the war. Page 172. The Américains se vont après un banquet, etc. The objections made to the United States, being here condensed together in a short compass, perhaps, it would not be improper to condense the answers in as small a compass, in some such form as follows: that after the words aucun espoir, add, quote, but to these charges it may be justly answered, that those are no bankrupts who acknowledge the sacredness of their debts in their just and real amount, who are able within a reasonable time to pay them, and who are actually proceeding in that payment, that they furnish, in fact, the supplies necessary for the support of their government, that their officers and soldiers are satisfied, as the interest of their debt is paid regularly, and the principal is in a course of payment, that the question whether they fought ill should be asked of those who met them at Bunker's Hill, Bennington, Stillwater, King's Mountain, the Cowpens, Guilford, and the Utah, and that the charges of ingratitude, madness, infidelity, and corruption are easily made by those to whom falsehoods cost nothing, but that no instances in support of them have been produced or can be produced, unquote. Page 187, quote, les officiers et les soldats ont été payés, unquote, etc. The balances due to the officers and soldiers have been ascertained, and a certificate of the sum given to each. On these the interest is regularly paid, and every occasion is seized of paying the principal by receiving these certificates as money, whenever public property is sold, till a more regular and effectual method can be taken for paying the whole. Page 191. Quote, Côté là dont nous parlons, les absorber plus in argilité, unquote. Quote, an alien born may purchase lands or other estates, but not for his own use, for the king is thereupon entitled to them, unquote. Quote, yet an alien may acquire a property in goods, money, and other personal estate, or may hire a house for his habitation, for this is necessary for the advancement of trade, unquote. Quote, also, an alien may bring an action concerning personal property, and may make a will, and dispose of his personal estate, unquote. Quote, when I mention these rights of an alien, I must be understood of alien friends only, or such whose countries are at peace with ours, for alien enemies have no rights, no privileges, unless by the king's special favor during the time of war, unquote. Blackstone, B1C10, page 372. Quote, an alien friend may have personal actions, but not real. An alien enemy shall have neither real, personal, nor mixed actions. The reason why an alien friend is allowed to maintain a personal action is because he would otherwise be incapacitated to merchandise, which may be as much to our prejudice as his, unquote. Cunningham's law, dictate title, aliens. The above is the clear law of England, practiced from the earliest ages to this day, and never denied. The passage quoted by Monsieur de Meusneir from second volume of Blackstone, chapter 26, is from his chapter, quote, of title to things personal by occupancy, unquote. The word personal shows that nothing in this chapter relates to lands, which are real estate, and therefore this passage does not contradict the one before quoted from the same author, Volume 1, Blackstone, chapter 10, which says that the lands of an alien belong to the king. The words of title by occupancy show that it does not relate to debts, which, being a moral existence only, cannot be the subject of occupancy. Blackstone, in this passage, Blackstone 2, chapter 26, speaks only of personal goods of an alien, which another may find, and seize as prime occupant. Page 193. Les remboursements présentèrent des fascicules des sommes considérables, etc. There is no difficulty nor doubt on this subject. Everyone is sensible how this is to be ultimately settled. Neither the British creditor nor the state will be permitted to lose by these payments. The debtor will be credited for what he paid, according to what it was really worth at the time he paid it, and he must pay the balance. Nor does he lose by this, for if a man who owed $1,000 to a British merchant paid 800 paper dollars into the treasury, when the depreciation was at 8 for 1, it is clear he paid but 100 real dollars, and must now pay 900. It is probable he received those $800 for 100 bushels of wheat, which were never worth more than 100 silver dollars. He is credited, therefore, the full worth of his wheat. The equivoque is in the use of the word dollar. Page 226. Qu'en ébellissant les privilèges des clergés. This privilege, originally allowed to the clergy, is now extended to every man, and even to women. It is the right of exemption from capital punishment for the first offense in most cases. It is then a pardon by the law. In other cases, the executive gives the pardon. But when laws are made as mild as they should be, both those pardons are absurd. The principle of Beccaria is sound. Let the legislators be merciful, but the executors of the law inexorable. As the term privileges du clergé may be misunderstood by foreigners, perhaps it will be better to strike it out here and substitute the word pardon. Page 239. Les commissaires violents, etc. Manslaughter is the killing a man with design, but with a sudden gust of passion, and where the killer has not had time to cool. The first offense is not punished capitally, but the second is. This is the law of England and of all the American states, and this is not a new proposition. Those laws have supposed that a man whose passions have so much dominion over him as to lead him to repeated acts of murder is unsafe to society, that it is better he should be put to death by the law than others more innocent than himself, on the movements of his impetuous passions. Ibid, mêlé d'inquiéter la nuance précise, etc. In forming a scale of crimes and punishments, two considerations have principal weight. 1. The atrocity of the crime. 2. The peculiar circumstances of a country, which furnish greater temptations to commit it, or greater facilities for escaping detection. The punishment must be heavier to counterbalance this. Were the first the only consideration, all nations would form the same scale. But as the circumstances of a country have influence on the punishment, and no two countries exist precisely under the same circumstances, no two countries will form the same scale of crimes and punishments. For example, in America, the inhabitants let their horses go at large in the unenclosed lands, which are so extensive as to maintain them altogether. It is easy, therefore, to steal them, and easy to escape. Therefore, the laws are obliged to oppose these temptations with a heavier degree of punishment. For this reason, the stealing of a horse in America is punished more severely than stealing the same value in any other form. In Europe, where horses are confined so securely that it is impossible to steal them, that species of theft need not be punished more severely than any other. In some countries of Europe, stealing fruit from trees is punished capitally. The reason is that it being impossible to lock fruit trees up in coffers, as we do our money, it is impossible to oppose physical bars to this species of theft. Moral ones are therefore opposed by the laws. This, to an unreflecting American, appears the most enormous of all the abuses of power. because he's been used to see fruits hanging in such quantities that, if not taken by men, they would rot. He has been used to consider them, therefore, as of no value, and as not furnishing materials for the commission of a crime. This must serve as an apology for the arrangement of crimes and punishments in the scale under our consideration. A different one would be formed here, and still different ones in Italy, Turkey, China, etc. Page 240. Les officiers américains, etc., to page 264, qui les méritent. I would propose to new model this section in the following manner. 1. Give a succinct history of the origin and establishment of the Cincinnati. 2. Examine whether, in its present form, it threatens any dangers to the state. 3. Propose the most practical method of preventing them. Having been in America during the period in which this institution was formed, and being then in a situation which gave me opportunities of seeing it in all its stages, I may venture to give Monsieur de Meusneir materials for the first branch of the preceding distribution of the subject. The second and third he will best execute himself. I should write its history in the following form. When, on the close of that war which established the independence of America, its army was about to be disbanded, the officers who, during the course of it, had gone through the most trying scenes together, who, by mutual aids and good offices, had become dear to one another, felt with great oppression of mind the approach of that moment which was to separate them, never perhaps to meet again. They were from different states, and from distant parts of the same state. Hazard alone could therefore give them but rare and partial occasions of seeing each other. They were, of course, to abandon altogether the hope of ever meeting again, or to devise some occasion which might bring them together. And why not come together on purpose, at stated times? Would not the trouble of such a journey be greatly overpaid by the pleasure of seeing each other again, by the sweetest of all consolations, the talking over the scenes of difficulty and of endearment they had gone through? This, too, would enable them to know who of them should succeed in the world, who should be unsuccessful, and to open the purses of all to every laboring brother. This idea was too soothing not to be cherished in conversation. It was improved into that of a regular association, with an organized administration, with periodical meetings, general and particular, fixed contributions for those who should be in distress, and a badge by which not only those who had not had occasion to become personally known should be able to recognize one another, but which should be worn by their descendants to perpetuate among them the friendships which had bound their ancestors together. General Washington was at that moment oppressed with the operation of disbanding an army which was not paid, and the difficulty of this operation was increased by some 2 or 3 states having expressed sentiments which did not indicate a sufficient attention to their payment. He was at times present when his officers were fashioning, in their conversations, their newly proposed society. He saw the innocence in its origin, and foresaw no effects less innocent. He was at that time writing his valedictory letter to the States, which has been so deservedly applauded by the world. Far from thinking at a moment to multiply the causes of irritation by thwarting a proposition which had absolutely no other basis but that of benevolence and friendship, he was rather satisfied to find himself aided in his difficulties by this new incident, which occupied and at the same time soothed the minds of the officers. He thought, too, that this institution would be one instrument the more for strengthening the federal bond and for promoting federal ideas. The institution was formed. They incorporated into it the officers of the French army and navy, by whose sides they had fought, and with whose aid they had finally prevailed, extending it to such grades as they were told might be permitted to enter into it. They sent an officer to France to make the proposition to them and to procure the badges which they had devised for their order. The moment of disbanding the army having come, before they could have a full meeting to appoint their president, the general was prayed to act in that office till their first general meeting, which was to be held at Philadelphia in the month of May following. The laws of the society were published. Men who read them in their closets, unwarmed by those sentiments of friendship which had produced them, inattentive to those pains which an approaching separation had excited in the minds of the institutors, politicians who see in everything only the dangers with which it threatens civil society, in fine, the laboring people, who, shielded by equal laws, had never seen any difference between man and man, but had read of terrible oppressions, which people of their description experience in other countries, from those who are distinguished by titles and badges, began to be alarmed at this new institution. A remarkable silence, however, was observed. Their solicitudes were long confined within the circles of private conversation. At length, however, a Mr. Burke, Chief Justice of South Carolina, broke that silence. He wrote against the new institution, foreboding its dangers very imperfectly indeed, because he had nothing but his imagination to aid him. An American could do no more, for to detail the real evils of aristocracy, they must be seen in Europe. Burke's fears were thought exaggerations in America, while in Europe it is known that even Mirabeau has but faintly sketched the curses of hereditary aristocracy as they are experienced here, and as they would have followed in America had this institution remained. The epigraph of Burke's pamphlet was, quote, "Blow ye the trumpet in Zion," unquote. Its effect corresponded with its epigraph. This institution became, first, the subject of general conversation. Next, it was made the subject of deliberation in the legislative assemblies of some of the states. The governor of South Carolina censured it in an address to the assembly of that state. The assemblies of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania condemned its principles. No circumstance, indeed, brought the consideration of it expressly before Congress, yet it had sunk deep into their minds. An offer having been made to them, on the part of the Polish Order of Divine Providence, to receive some of their distinguished citizens into that order, they made that an occasion to declare that these distinctions were contrary to the principles of their confederation. The uneasiness excited by this institution had very early caught the notice of General Washington. Still recollecting all the purity of the motives which gave it birth, he became sensible that it might produce political evils, which the warmth of those motives had masked. Add to this that it was disapproved by the mass of citizens of the Union. This alone was reason strong enough, in a country where the will of the majority is the law, and ought to be the law. He saw that the objects of this institution were too light to be opposed to considerations as serious as these, and that it was become necessary to annihilate it absolutely. On this, therefore, he was decided. The first annual meeting at Philadelphia was now at hand. He went to that, determined to exert all his influence for its suppression. He proposed it to his fellow officers, and urged it with all his powers. It met with an opposition which was observed to cloud his face with an anxiety that the most distressful scenes of the war had scarcely ever produced. It was canvassed for several days, and at length it was no more a doubt what would be its ultimate fate. The order was on the point of receiving its annihilation by a vote of the great majority of its members. In this moment, their envoy arrived from France, charged with letters from the French officers, accepting with cordiality the proposed badges of union, with solicitations from others to be received into the order, and with notice that their respective sovereign had been pleased to recognize it and to permit his officers to wear its badges. The prospect was now changed. The question assumed a new form. After the offer made by them and accepted by their friends, in what words could they clothe a proposition to retract it, which would not cover themselves with the reproaches of levity and ingratitude, which would not appear an insult to those whom they loved? Federal principles, popular discontent, were considerations whose weight was known and felt by themselves. But would foreigners know and feel them equally? Would they so far acknowledge their cogency as to permit, without any indignation, the eagle and ribbon to be torn from their breasts by the very hands which had placed them there? The idea revolted the whole society. They found it necessary, then, to preserve so much of their institution as might continue to support this foreign branch, while they should prune off every other, which would give offense to their fellow citizens, thus sacrificing on each hand to their friends and to their country. The society was to retain its existence, its name, its meetings, and its charitable funds, but these last were to be deposited with their respective legislatures. The order was to be no longer hereditary, a reformation which had been pressed even from this side the Atlantic. It was to be communicated to no new members. The general meetings, instead of annual, were to be triennial only. The eagle and ribbon indeed were retained, because they were worn, and they wished them to be worn, by their friends who were in a country where they would not be objects of offense, but themselves never worn them. They laid them up in their bureaus, with the medals of American independence, with those of the trophies they had taken and the battles they had won. But through all the United States, no officer is seen to offend the public eye with the display of this badge. These changes have tranquilized the American states. Their citizens feel too much interest in the reputation of their officers, and value too much whatever may serve to recall to the memory of their allies the moments wherein they formed but one people, not to do justice to the circumstance which prevented a total annihilation of the order, though they are obliged by a prudent foresight to keep out everything from among themselves which might pretend to divide them into orders, and to degrade one description of men below another. Yet they hear with pleasure that their allies, whom circumstances have already placed under these distinctions, are willing to consider it as one, to have aided them in the establishment of their liberties, and to wear a badge which may recall them to their remembrance. And it would be an extreme affliction to them if the domestic reformation which has been found necessary, if the censures of individual writers, or if any other circumstance, should discourage their wearing the badge, or lessen its reputation. This short but true history of the Order of the Cincinnati, taken from the mouths of persons on the spot who were privy to its origin and progress, and who know its present state, is the best apology which can be made for an institution which appeared to be, and was really, so heterogeneous to the governments in which it was erected. It should be further considered that in America no other distinction between man and man had ever been known but that of persons in office, exercising powers by authority of the laws, and private individuals. Among these last, the poorest laborer stood on equal ground with the wealthiest millionary, and generally on a more favored one whenever their rights seemed to jar. It has been seen that a shoemaker or other artisan, removed by the voice of his country from his workbench into a chair of office, has instantly commanded all the respect and obedience which the laws ascribe to his office. But of distinctions by birth or badge, they had no more idea than they had of the mode of existence in the moon or planets. They had heard only that there were such, and knew that they must be wrong. A due horror of the evils which flow from these distinctions could be excited in Europe only, where the dignity of man is lost in arbitrary distinctions, where the human species is classed into several stages of degradation, where the many are crouched under the weight of the few, and where the order established can present to the contemplation of a thinking being no other picture than that of God Almighty and his angels trampling underfoot the host of the damned. No wonder, then, that the institution of the Cincinnati should be innocently conceived by one order of American citizens, should raise in the other orders only a slow, temperate, and rational opposition, and should be viewed in Europe as a detestable parricide. The second and third branches of this subject no body can better execute than Monsieur de Meusneir. Perhaps it may be curious to him to see how they strike an American mind at present. He shall therefore have the ideas of one who was an enemy to the institution from the first moment of its conception, but who was always sensible that the officers neither foresaw nor intended the injury they were doing to their country. As to the question, then, whether any evil can proceed from the institution as it stands at present, I am of opinion there may. 1. From the meetings. These will keep the officers formed into a body, will continue a distinction between the civil and military, which it would be for the good of the whole to obliterate as soon as possible. And military assemblies will not only keep alive the jealousies and fears of the civil government, but give ground for these fears and jealousies. For when men meet together, they will make business, if they have none. They will collate their grievances, some real, some imaginary, all highly painted. They will communicate to each other the sparks of discontent, and these may engender a flame which will consume their particular as well as the general happiness. 2. The charitable part of the institution is still more likely to do mischief, as it perpetuates the dangers apprehended in the preceding clause. For here is a fund provided, of permanent existence. To whom will it belong? To the descendants of American officers of a certain description. These descendants, then, will form a body, having a sufficient interest to keep up an attention to their description, to continue meetings, and perhaps in some moment when the political eye shall be slumbering, or the firmness of their fellow citizens relaxing, to replace the insignia of the order, and revive all its pretensions. What good can the officers propose which may weigh against these possible evils? The securing their descendants against want? Why afraid to trust them to the same fertile soil and the same genial climate, which will secure from want the descendants of their other fellow citizens? Are they afraid they will be reduced to labor the earth for their sustenance? They will be rendered thereby both more honest and happy. An industrious farmer occupies a more dignified place in the scale of beings, whether moral or political, than a lazy lounger valuing himself on his family, too proud to work, and drawing out a miserable existence by eating on that surplus of other men's labor, which is the sacred fund of the helpless poor. A pitiful annuity will only prevent them from exerting that industry and those talents which would soon lead them to better fortune. How are these evils to be prevented? 1. At their first general meeting, let them distribute the funds on hand to the existing objects of their destination and discontinue all further contributions. 2. Let them declare at the same time that their meetings, general and particular, shall thenceforth cease. 3. Let them melt up their eagles and add the mass to the distributable fund, that their descendants may have no temptation to hang them in their buttonholes. These reflections are not proposed as worthy the notice of Monsieur de Meusneir. He will be so good as to treat the subject in his own way, and no body has a better. I will only pray him to avail us of his forcible manner, to evince that there is evil to be apprehended, even from the ashes of this institution, and to exhort the society in America to make their reformation complete, bearing in mind that we must keep the passions of men on our side, even when we are persuading them to do what they ought to do. page 268. Et en effet en population, etc., page 270. Plus de confiance. To this we answer that no such census of the number was ever given out by Congress, nor presented to them, and further that Congress never have at any time declared by their vote the number of inhabitants in their respective states. On the 22nd of June, 1775, they first resolved to emit paper money. The sum resolved on was $2 millions. They declared then that the 12 Confederate colonies, for Georgia had not yet joined them, should be pledged for the redemption of these bills. To ascertain in what proportion each state should be bound, the members from each were desired to say, as nearly as they could, what was the number of the inhabitants of their respective states. They were very much unprepared for such a declaration. They guessed, however, as well as they could. The following are the numbers, as they conjectured them, and the consequent apportionment of the $2 millions. New Hampshire, 100,000 inhabitants, $82,713. Massachusetts, 350,000 inhabitants, $289,496. Rhode Island, 58,000 inhabitants, $47,973. Connecticut, 200,000 inhabitants, $165,426. New York, 200,000 inhabitants, $165,426. New Jersey, 130,000 inhabitants, $107,527. Pennsylvania, 300,000 inhabitants, $248,139. Delaware, 30,000 inhabitants, $24,813. Maryland, 250,000 inhabitants, $206,783. Virginia, 400,000 inhabitants, $330,852. North Carolina, 200,000 inhabitants, $165,426. South Carolina, 200,000 inhabitants, $165,426. Total inhabitants, 2,418,000, $2 million. Georgia, having not yet acceded to the measures of the other states, was not quoted, but her numbers were generally estimated at about 30,000, and so would have made the whole 2,448,000 persons of every condition. But it is to be observed that, though Congress made this census the basis of their apportionment, yet they did not even give it a place on their journals, much less publish it to the world with their sanction. The way it got abroad was this. As the members declared from their seats the number of inhabitants which they conjectured to be in their state, the Secretary of Congress wrote them on a piece of paper, calculated the portion of $2 millions to be paid by each, and entered the sum only in the journals. The members, however, for their own satisfaction and the information of their states, took copies of this enumeration and sent them to their states. From thence they got into the public papers, and when the English news writers found it answer their purpose to compare this with the enumeration of 1783, as their principle is, quote, to lie boldly, that they may not be suspected of lying, unquote, they made it amount to 3,137,809, and ascribed its publication to Congress itself. In April 1785, Congress being to call on the states to raise $1.5 million annually for 25 years, it was necessary to apportion this among them. The states had never furnished them with their exact numbers. It was agreed, too, that in this apportionment 5 slaves should be counted as 3 freemen only. The preparation of this business was in the hands of a committee. They applied to the members for the best information they could give them of the numbers of their states. Some of the states had taken pains to discover their numbers. Others had done nothing in this way, and of course were now where they were in 1775, when their members were first called on to declare their numbers. Under these circumstances, and on the principle of counting 3/5 only of the slaves, the committee apportioned the money among the states and reported their work to Congress. In this they had assessed South Carolina as having 170,000 inhabitants. The delegates for that state, however, prevailed on Congress to assess them on the footing of 150,000 only, in consideration of the state of total devastation in which the enemy had left their country. The difference then was laid on the other states, and the following was the result. New Hampshire, 82,200 inhabitants, $52,708. Massachusetts, 350,000 inhabitants, $224,427. Rhode Island, 50,400 inhabitants, $32,318. Connecticut, 206,000 inhabitants, $132,091. New York, 200,000 inhabitants, $128,243. New Jersey, 130,000 inhabitants, $83,358. Pennsylvania, 320,000 inhabitants, $205,189. Delaware, 35,000 inhabitants, $22,443. Maryland, 220,700 inhabitants, $141,517. Virginia, 400,000 inhabitants, $256,487. North Carolina, 170,000 inhabitants, $109,006. South Carolina, 150,000 inhabitants, $96,183. Georgia, 25,000 inhabitants, $16,030. Total of 2,339,300 inhabitants, $1,500,000. Still, however, Congress refused to give the enumeration the sanction of a place on their journals, because it was not formed on such evidence as a strict attention to accuracy and truth required. They used it from necessity, because they could get no better rule, and they entered on their journals only the apportionment of money. The members, however, as before, took copies of the enumeration, which was the groundwork of the apportionment, sent them to their states, and thus this second enumeration got into the public papers, and was by the English ascribed to Congress as their declaration of their present members. To get at the real numbers which this enumeration supposes, we must add 20,000 to the number on which South Carolina was quoted. We must consider that 700,000 slaves are counted but as 420,000 persons, and add on that account 280,000. This will give us a total of 2,639,300 inhabitants of every condition in the 13 states, being 221,300 more than the enumeration of 1775, instead of 798,509 less, which the English papers asserted to be the diminution of numbers in the United States, according to the confession of Congress themselves. Page 272. Comportera peut entre une population de 30 million. The territory of the United States contains about 1 million of square miles English. There is in them a greater proportion of fertile lands than in the British dominions in Europe. Suppose the territory of the United States, then, to attain an equal degree of population with the British European dominions. They will have 100 millions of inhabitants. Let us extend our views to what may be the population of the two continents of North and South America, supposing them divided at the narrowest part of the Isthmus of Panama. Between this line and that of 50 degrees of north latitude, the northern continent contains about 5 millions of square miles, and south of this line of division, the southern continent contains about 7 millions of square miles. I do not pass the 50th degree of northern latitude in my reckoning, because we must draw a line somewhere, and considering the soil and climate beyond that, I would only avail my calculation of it as a make-weight, to make good what the colder regions within that line may be supposed to fall short in their future population. Here are 12 millions of square miles, then, which, at the rate of population before assumed, will nourish 1,200 millions of inhabitants, a number greater than the present population of the whole globe is supposed to amount to. If those who propose medals for the resolution of questions, about which nobody makes any question, those who have invited discussion on the pretended problem whether the discovery of America was for the good of mankind, if they, I say, would have viewed it only as doubling the numbers of mankind, and of course the quantum of existence and happiness, they might have saved the money and the reputation which their proposition has cost them. The present population of the inhabited parts of the United States is of about 10 to the square mile, and experience has shown us that wherever we reach that, the inhabitants become uneasy, as too much compressed, and go off in great numbers to search for vacant country. Within 40 years, their whole territory will be peopled at that rate. We may fix that, then, as the term beyond which the people of those states will not be restrained within their present limits. We may fix that population, too, as the limit which they will not exceed, till the whole of those 2 continents are filled up to that mark. That is to say, till they shall contain 120 millions of inhabitants. The soil of the country on the western side of the Mississippi, its climate and its vicinity to the United States, pointed out as the first which will receive population from that nest. The present occupiers will just have force enough to repress and restrain the emigrations to a certain degree of consistence. We have seen lately a single person go and decide on a settlement in Kentucky, many 100 miles from any white inhabitant, remove thither with his family and a few neighbors, and though perpetually harassed by the Indians, that settlement, in the course of 10 years, has acquired 30,000 inhabitants. Its numbers are increasing while we are writing, and the state, of which it formerly made a part, has offered it independence. Page 280, line 5. Huit des 11 états, etc. Say, quote, there were 10 states present. 6 voted unanimously for it, 3 against it, and 1 was divided. And 7 votes being requisite to decide the proposition affirmatively, it was lost. The voice of a single individual of the state which was divided, or of one of those which were of the negative, would have prevented this abominable crime from spreading itself over the new country. Thus we see the fate of millions unborn hanging on the tongue of one man, and heaven was silent in that awful moment. But it is to be hoped it will not always be silent, and that the friends and the rights of human nature will in the end prevail. On the 16th of March, 1785, it was moved in Congress that the same proposition should be referred to a committee, and it was referred by the votes of 8 states against 3. We do not hear that anything further is yet done on it. Page 286. Les autorités du Congrès étant nécessaires. The substance of the passage alluded to in the Journal of Congress, May the 26th, 1784, is, quote, that the authority of Congress to make requisitions of troops during peace is questioned, that such an authority would be dangerous, combined with the acknowledged one of emitting or of borrowing money, and that a few troops only, being wanted to guard magazines and garrison the frontier posts, it would be more proper at present to recommend than to require. Unquote. End of section 58.